Chapter 1397. Every single one of the 5 great regions of the heaven domain was incomparably vast. Even a divine king would need decades or even centuries to fly across a single region at full speed. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, set off from the medicine guild in the center of the heaven domain and traveled southward on foot. Along the way, he would occasionally stop in the ancient mountain ranges to spar with powerful holy beasts and refine his imperial dragon sky extermination art. This journey took him 5 whole years. He passed through several ancient mountain ranges, provoked more than 10 11th grade holy beasts, and experienced many life and death battles. Every time he would retreat pathetically. But every time he retreated he would reap great rewards. Not only would he obtain a stalk or 2 of supreme divine grass, he would also gain more and more surprises when it came to creating new moves. In these 5 years he had already created the 6th and 7th moves, Twin Dragon Wind Demon and Twin Lotus Flowers. Twin Dragon Wind Demon was created from the Crimson Gold Bird King's attribute Counteracting Attack. But this move was not just a combination of the 2 attributes of fire and metal. There was also an additional wind attribute. This was a finger technique. With 2 fingers, 1 fire and 1 gold, 2 true dragons intertwined with each other like a pair of dragons fighting over a pearl. In the end, the 2 merged into one, melting the golden liquid into a destructive force. With the help of the wind dragons, the speed of the attack was increased, reaching a terrifying power that could kill in a single strike. It could be said that the fusion of the fire and metal energies was the main attack force, while the wind attribute acted as a catalyst, increasing the impact of the attack. This was a destructive attack formed from the combination of 3 attributes. If this move was created from the law of counteracting, then the 7th move was created from the law of counteracting. Twin Lotus Flowers didn't sound very powerful, but this move was indeed not known for its offensive strength. Instead, it was a move that focused on defense and supplemented by offense. Ice could melt water, water could grow wood, and wood could grow fire. Using the Ice Lotus to defend himself, he blocked the opponent's powerful attacks. Once the Ice Lotus was broken by the opponent, it would immediately turn into a wave of water, changing from defense to offense. Vines would grow out to entangle the opponent, and the flames would burn along the vines. Danning unleashed wave after wave of attacks, creating a defensive and offensive effect. It was a strange move that no one could defend against. Don't underestimate this effect. When stacked layer by layer, the final transformation from defense to offense could reach the terrifying might of a triple explosion. No one could have imagined this. Even at the moment of his death, he did not understand what had happened. However, this name was truly like hiding a needle in one's sleeve. It made people think of it with contempt, but in reality, it had the miraculous effect of a sneak attack to kill. Ling Xiao had used both of these moves before. Its power could directly shake an 11th level holy beast, and even cause them serious injuries. If it weren't for the fact that his true body was slightly weaker, these 2 moves would have completely blown them up. At this moment, Ling Xiao was confident that with the power of these 7 moves, if he dared to call himself the number 2 expert under the great masters, no one would dare to call themselves the number 1 under the great masters. 5 years had passed. Ling Xiao didn't use any space formation. After crossing several ancient mountain ranges, he finally arrived at the territory entrance to the Heavenly Sparrow area. After Ling Xiao had reached the half-incipient god realm, his identity as the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the Heavenly Dragon area was gone. The token of the Sinjin of Goguryeo had disappeared. Fortunately, he still had the Godly Alchemist's badge, so he could still use the territory entrance to the Heavenly Sparrow area for free. There weren't many super sects in the Heavenly Sparrow area, but there were many ancient clans. They were the Fire Clan, the Man Clan, the Goo Clan, the Beast People Clan, and the Witch Clan. The Fire Clan was the strongest ancient clan in the Heavenly Sparrow area. They mainly cultivated the fire element. The Fire Clan's forefather was in existence that was as famous as the 3 supreme god alchemists of the Medicine Union. He was also a supreme god alchemist. Not only were their clan excellent in alchemy, but they were also good at forging weapons. There was also a supreme god alchemist in their clan. Alchemy and forging weapons were the most popular professions. Since the Fire Clan had both professions, of course their clan was very strong. In the Heavenly Sparrow area, they were the absolute overlord force. The Man Clan was a clan that had been passed down since the ancient times. They had the superior bloodline of the barbarian god. They had immense strength and were natural-born warriors. Although their clan had declined a lot, they weren't a clan that a small force could provoke. Moreover, they had an forefather who was a famous existence on the supreme list. It was enough to shock many forces. As for the Gu clan, they were the same as the Kim people. They were a clan that had migrated from the Xianling continent. Unlike the Gu clan in the southern wasteland of the Xianling continent, they weren't nearly wiped out. Instead, they lived in peace and prosperity. Although they didn't dominate a region like the Kim people, their strength was already comparable to a superforce. They weren't a force that ordinary people would dare to provoke. Moreover, the Gu clan's poison was even more terrifying. Ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them. As for the Beastmen clan, their ancestral land was actually in the Heavenly Sparrow area. The Beastmen in the Heavenly Dragon area and the other areas were all separated from the Beastmen clan. It was said that they had been wiped out a long time ago. However, later on, everyone found out that they had merely concealed their temperament and appeared as humans. It was impossible for ordinary people to distinguish them. The Beastmen clan that remained in the Heavenly Sparrow area still lived in the most vile areas of the evil mountains and swamps. They rarely came out to interact with the human race. However, those who provoked them usually didn't have a good ending. As for the Sorcerer clan, their origins were more mysterious. Some said that they were the most ancient clan, while others said that they were a new clan. Guesses had been around for a long time, but no one could find out the truth. Everyone knew of the existence of the Sorcerer clan, but no one knew where they lived. They knew how to observe the sky at night, know the geography of the land, perform divination, predict the future, and avoid calamities. They were omnipotent existences. The Sorcerer clan's members were extremely low-key. Very few people knew of their existence. The only well-known Sorcerer clan member in the Heavenly Sparrow area was Supreme Fui. Speaking of Supreme Fui, he was also a peerless figure from the ancient times to the present. Not only was he the #1 divine fortune teller in the heavenly domain, but he was also one of the top 10 supremes on the sovereign list. His divine seal 8 trigrams palm could seal gods and demons with a single move, and he also possessed a personal divine artifact, the heaven sealing 8 trigrams palm. It possessed earth-shattering divine might, and he was also a top-notch divine rune master. If one wanted to find a divine rune master who could set up the origin formation, Supreme Fui was definitely one of them. However, Supreme Fui had always been elusive, and no one had seen him for tens of thousands of years. Over the years, countless people had tried to find Supreme Fui, but no one had ever heard of anyone succeeding. Other than the 5 ancient clans, there were also a few clans that had fallen into decline. Some of them might have already gone extinct, and some of them might not have regained their former glory. Other than the ancient clans, the strongest force in the Heavenly Sparrow area was the Thousand Beasts Alliance. The Thousand Beasts Alliance was an existence that could be compared to the Yen clan, and that was because they had the most number of spirit beasts in the entire Qianxing region. The person in charge of the Thousand Beasts Alliance was the most powerful beast tamer in the entire Qianxing region. Forces like the Thousand Beasts Alliance that had gathered a large number of beast tamers were all kept at a respectful distance. They were afraid that if they angered the Thousand Beasts Alliance, the Thousand Beasts Alliance would send an army of spirit beasts to destroy them. There was once a super force that wanted to suppress these beast tamers and force them to surrender. However, in the end they were trampled to the ground by the Holy Beast Army. That battle had shocked the entire heavenly domain and proved the terrifying existence of the Thousand Beasts Alliance. As Ling Xiao stepped into the Heavenly Sparrow area, a scorching aura that was hotter than the other areas hit him head-on. The Heavenly Dragon area was located in the east, and the weather was warm and refreshing. The Heavenly Tiger area was located in the west, and the weather was dry and refreshing. The Mysterious Sky area was located in the north, and the weather was extremely cold. As for the Heavenly Sparrow area, it was located in the south, and the weather was naturally extremely hot. It was the best place for fire tribute cultivators to cultivate. Therefore, although the number of alchemists in the Heavenly Sparrow area could not be compared to the Tianyuan area, it was still much more than the other areas. In addition, they also had the most number of weapon refiners. With the existence of these two professions, the Heavenly Sparrow area was also a place with more people moving around. In addition, the people in the Heavenly Sparrow area were more violent and violent. It was not uncommon to see people fighting over a disagreement. Therefore, anyone who walked in the Heavenly Sparrow area had to be very careful. They must not easily cause trouble, lest they attract a fatal disaster. In the past 5 years, Ling Xiao had not entered a human city to rest. As he had just arrived in the Heavenly Sparrow area, he wanted to properly experience the local customs and practices. He arrived at the city closest to the area gate, and chose a high-class restaurant. The restaurant was bustling with noise, and there was an endless stream of diners coming and going. The business was booming. These cultivators who walked around all looked rough and tall, and they all had a chilling and murderous aura, giving off a feeling that strangers should not approach. They drank big bowls of strong liquor and talked loudly, causing the restaurant to be filled with noisy noises. Ling Xiao enjoyed the lively atmosphere, but he did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt that it was quite natural. Ling Xiao drank alone in a corner, but his mind was thinking about his next step. His first step was to go to the barbarian tribe and see whether Xianxia had returned to the barbarian tribe. Then he would go to the nirvana space. With his strength, he wouldn't dare to say that he would come out unscathed. Half a year later, Ling Xiao left the restaurant, left the city, and headed in the direction of the barbarian race's territory. Ling Xiao's speed was at its maximum and he directly shuttled through the sky. He did not want to use any spatial arrays to teleport. With his speed, he was not much slower than a spatial array. At the same time, he could also take the opportunity to cultivate faster and absorb more energy. However, in the process of rushing, he encountered some things that he had no choice but to interfere with. This was because he happened to see a barbarian being chased by someone. Chapter 1398. High up in the sky above a desolate mountain range, a young man covered in blood was engaged in a bloody battle with others. This young man was only at the peak of the mid-level saint stage, but the battle prowess he unleashed was comparable to that of a high-level saint. His defense was also quite strong and ordinary people would not be able to match up to him. Unfortunately, it was difficult for him to fight with 2 fists against 4 kicks, and he was still unable to withstand the attacks of 7 or 8 people. Ling Xiao also saw that the young man's battle prowess was brute force, which was why he stopped and wanted to help him. It just so happened that he did not know how to enter the barbarian's territory, and now that he had encountered this barbarian, the heavens were on his side. At this moment, the barbarian's defense had already been broken, and there were many injuries on his body. His reaction speed was extremely low, and one of the high-level saints shouted, "How dare you steal the holy herb that we found? Even if you're a barbarian, you must die." The other party's divine saber slashed down on the barbarian's face, and he was already powerless to dodge or counterattack. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. However, at this moment he was suddenly sucked away by a force that descended from the sky. The saints who surrounded the barbarian were shocked, and immediately looked in the direction that the young barbarian had been sucked away. They saw another young man appear, and he was the one who had saved the barbarian. This young man looked to be in his 20s and he was very handsome. He had a faint smile on his face that made people want to beat him up, and no matter how they looked at it, he was very attractive to men. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in our affairs? Are you tired of living?" One of the high-level saints who surrounded the young barbarian pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to talk to them, so he waved his hand and said, "I don't care what grudge you have with him. Let's forget about it and leave." "What? This kid stole our high-level holy herb and he wants us to leave? No way. Everyone, let's kill him together." That high-level saint clearly could not accept Ling Xiao's mediation, and immediately flew into a rage. He was the first to slash at Ling Xiao. The barbarian youth didn't know why Ling Xiao was helping him, but no matter what, he couldn't let someone else be a knife for him. He shouted, "Get out of the way, I'll block him." However, before he could step forward to stop the attack, the saint who was charging at Ling Xiao was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, and could no longer be seen. Even the Class 8 spirit beast below him had disappeared. The saints who wanted to surround him and attack him hurriedly stopped their attacks, their faces turning extremely pale. They finally realized that the strength of this young man in front of them was beyond their expectations. Run. This was the only thought in their minds. They immediately took their spirit beasts and ran as fast as they could. They were afraid that they would be thrown away like their leader. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. After all, it was just an ordinary fight and it was not worth it for him to deal with them. If he hadn't seen that this was a barbarian, he would have pretended that he didn't see anything and directly walked past. Why would he be a busybody? The barbarian youth immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his opponent had escaped. At the same time he took out a pill and swallowed it. Then he cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and thanked him. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." When facing someone who was more powerful than them regardless of age, they would usually address him as "sir" to show their respect. "It's nothing." Ling Xiao waved his hand disapprovingly. Then he asked, "You're a barbarian, right?" The barbarian youth was quite honest. He nodded and said, "That's right, I'm Xianxia." Xianxia was nearly 200 years old and had the strength of a mid-level saint. This Tenbin wasn't very outstanding and could only be considered to be above average. He was robbed and killed here because he had accidentally obtained a high-grade 8th grade spirit herb during his training, which attracted the murderous intent of being robbed. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's appearance, it would have been difficult for him to survive based on his strength. "Xianxia, can you take me to your barbarian tribe? I have a friend who belongs to your barbarian tribe. I want to meet him and also pay a visit to your patriarch." Ling Xiao went straight to the point. I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate." Xianxia revealed an awkward expression. "Is there any difficulty? You can tell me directly." Ling Xiao asked. Xianxia knew that Ling Xiao was strong, but he didn't know Ling Xiao's background. Naturally, he wouldn't rashly agree to Ling Xiao's request. Moreover, although he was from the barbarian tribe, his strength was low and he didn't have any say in the tribe. The main thing is that Xingza's position in the tribe is low, so I can't help Sir pass on a message. Xianxia was also very sincere. After a pause he asked again, "May I know where Sir is from and which lord of our tribe do you know?" "I'm from the Sky Dragon territory, a member of the Dragon Gate. My surname is Ling Xiao and the barbarian friend I know is called Xianyu. He should have returned to your tribe 40 to 50 years ago." Ling Xiao said. "You're saying that your friend is Uncle Xianyu?" Xianxia asked with a little surprise. From his tone, Ling Xiao could tell that Xianyu had already returned to the barbarian tribe. "Yes, he and I can be considered sworn brothers. This time I came to reminisce with him," Ling Xiao replied. Xianxia already believed most of Ling Xiao's words, because he knew that Xianyu was his uncle who had returned from the Sky Dragon territory tens of years ago. He had been fortunate enough to meet him a few times. "So you and Uncle Yi are brothers?" Xingza has been impolite. Xianxia said, "Since your uncle yes friend, then no matter what, I will find a way to let you meet him, but I'm afraid it won't be possible in the near future." "Why do you say that?" Ling Xiao asked with a little confusion. "The tribe is holding a warrior competition in the near future, and Uncle Yi has already signed up to participate. I'm afraid you'll only be able to meet him after the warrior competition, but Uncle Ye's strength isn't strong enough. It's too risky for him to participate in the warrior competition, and I'm afraid something will happen," Xianxia said with a serious expression. How could Ling Xiao not hear the hidden meaning in Xianxia's words? He immediately said, "Let's go down first, tell me in detail." Back then, before Xianyu left the Sky Dragon territory, he had already broken through to the low-level Divine King realm. Later, Ling Xiao gave him a Divine King pill, and took the opportunity to become a mid-level Divine King. With his strength, he believed that no matter where he went he would receive the respect he deserved, and he would also have enough ability to protect himself. Now that he had returned to the barbarian race he should be valued, but from Xianxia's words, why did it sound like something big had happened? The two arrived at the bottom of the barbarian mountain, and Ling Xiao took out a great sage pill to speed up Xianxia's recovery. After Xianxia thanked Ling Xiao, he immediately adjusted his breathing, recovering first before he could properly narrate to Ling Xiao. Half a day later, Xianxia had recovered 70%, and told him about the warrior competition held by the barbarian race, as well as some things about Xianyu. After listening to Xianxia's words, Ling Xiao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the barbarian race also had the common problem of many large forces or aristocratic families, and there were signs of internal strife. And the faction that Xianyu returned to was the faction that was being suppressed, and the situation was getting worse and worse. That warrior competition was a kind of competition that the barbarian race often held, and it was divided into different levels of competition, and this time's warrior competition was a competition between divine kings. The divine kings in the faction that Xianyu and Xianxia belonged to were generally much weaker, and if Xianxia participated in this warrior competition he would definitely be attacked by the powerful divine kings of the other faction. Therefore Xianxia couldn't help but worry about the safety of Xianxia and their clan uncles. After all, once they entered the arena, they would be lightly injured and in serious cases they would die. This was a very normal thing. In addition, after Xianxia returned to the clan he had a conflict with some people from the other faction, so Xianxia felt that the other side definitely wouldn't let Xianxia go. Ling Xiao let out a small sigh of relief. It seemed that the situation wasn't too bad. When will your warrior competition begin? Ling Xiao asked. Soon, it will begin in half a month. At that time, it will be held in our clan's territory. Insignificant disciples like us don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle. Xianxia said somewhat mournfully. There's still half a month, it should be enough to rush back to your clan's territory, right? Ling Xiao asked. Xianxia shook his head and said, even if I use the spatial formation, I won't be able to make it back in a month. Tell me how to get to your clan's territory, I'll take you back. Ling Xiao said in a low voice. He had to see Xianxia first. Even if he couldn't stop him from participating in the battle, he had to at least give him something to rely on to ensure that he wouldn't die in battle. Our clan's territory is in the Savage Mountain Range in the Savage Land. It's still very far from here. I'm afraid that even the Divine King won't be able to make it back in half a month. Xianxia said. Just tell me which direction it is. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him and asked solemnly once again. Xianxia was stunned by Ling Xiao's sharp gaze. He hurriedly pointed in a direction and then said, we can use the space. Before he could finish speaking he felt as if his body was soaring through the clouds. The speed was so fast that he almost couldn't open his eyes, and the strong winds that blew against his body made him feel pain. After a while he felt as if there was something in front of him that blocked the strong winds for him, and only then was he able to open his eyes. Only then did he discover that he had already been pulled into the sky by Ling Xiao, and there was a force in front of him that blocked the strong winds, not affecting him in the slightest. However, he could feel that he was shuttling through space at an extremely terrifying speed, and even he couldn't tell where he was. Xianxia finally realized that the strength of his uncle Xianxu's sworn brother had probably already reached the pinnacle. Uncle Yi has the strength of a divine king, and this Lord Ling Xiao is clearly not lower than a divine king, but why do I feel that his speed is much faster than a divine king? Xianxia thought to himself. Chapter 1399. The Savage Desolate Ridge was an ancient mountain range that had been passed down since the Desolate era. The majestic mountain range here had a more desolate aura than an ordinary ancient mountain range. The spirit beasts that lived here were much more ferocious than those in other places. In addition, it was rumored that there were descendants of wild beasts living here. They were comparable to the top existences of divine beasts, and their combat strength was extraordinary. This was the ancestral land of the barbarians. They had lived here for generations, and their barbarian blood was also the bloodline of the barbarian god. It had the magical effect of enhancing brute force and defense. Since ancient times, the barbarians had always given outsiders the impression that they were a very united race. Once they encountered any danger, they would not abandon their clansmen and run away cowardly. Instead, they would fight side by side with their clansmen until the end. The purpose of their race was to worship force and respect powerful warriors. Every once in a while they would hold a warrior assembly and they would compete based on age and strength. With the change of time, the barbarians had been divided into several tribes, and each tribe had a chieftain. They managed the order of the tribe, and at the same time, they were all loyal to their highest leader, the chieftain. However, the conflicts of interest between the various factions were getting more and more serious, and the differences between them were also getting bigger and bigger. The original competition to display the spirit of the barbarian tribe had become a competition to eliminate the dissidents and attack the other tribes. Xianxia came to the Tianke domain from the Tianlong domain a few decades ago. He wanted to return to the tribe and obtain the approval of his clansmen, then bring them back to live in the Tian domain. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned to the tribe, he was involved in the tribe's internal strife, and was unable to carry out his plan. Later, because of a woman, he got into a lot of trouble and was targeted by the most overbearing tribe. The other party was prepared to teach him a lesson in this godly king-warrior assembly. In fact, Xianxia knew that the other party would not let him go this time and might even kill him on the spot. However, no matter what, he had to fight this battle. Whether it was for the tribe's glory or for that woman he had to fight. Today was the day the godly king-warrior assembly of the barbarian tribe began. In the barbarian tribe, in a large field, people from various tribes had already gathered here. Every god king could sign up to take part in the challenge. The strongest warrior of each rank would be bestowed the title of warrior by the patriarch of the clan, and they would also be rewarded handsomely. Moreover, this warrior assembly was an opportunity for the girls of each tribe to choose their husbands. After all, the girls of the barbarian tribe liked strong warriors the most. The square was divided into 5 gathering places, and each place was occupied by the barbarians of each tribe. Looking at the flags they hung before, it was easy to tell which tribes they belonged to. The Toba tribe, the Li tribe, the Ko tribe, the Wu tribe, and the Xinyu tribe. Among them, the Toba tribe was a hereditary royal family. Their strength had always been the strongest, followed by the Li tribe, and the weakest was the Xinyu tribe. Among them, Xinyu Yi was one of the weakest and had the least number of people. At this moment, the chief of Xinyu Ye's tribe, Xinyu Shisu, was talking to him. Little Yi, you shouldn't force yourself for this battle. You're not Li Dou's opponent. Moreover, he's always ruthless. He's been given the title of the strongest warrior for a long time. However, this time he wants to provoke you to participate in this assembly. He doesn't have good intentions. Xinyu Shisu was at the half-incipient god realm, but his personality was a little weak. It was also one of the reasons why the Xinyu tribe had the least benefits. He hadn't seen Xinyu Yi for decades, but his appearance hadn't changed much. Only the clothes he was wearing had changed a little, revealing his tower-like muscles. His veins were bulging, making him look like a ferocious snake. His aura had reached a higher level compared to dozens of years ago. He had reached the middle level of the God King realm. With this level of competence and the activated bloodline, he had the competence to fight higher realms. Moreover, after Xinyu Yi had returned to his tribe, he had received some secret techniques that made his bloodline even thicker. His strength had been enhanced. Ordinary high-level God King realm warriors couldn't even dream about fighting him. At this level he was a very strong existence. However, in the man tribe he wasn't invincible. They all had activated their bloodline, but the degree was different. Many of the monstrous man tribe's bloodline power was much stronger than Xinyu Ye's. In this warrior assembly, there were 2 or 3 mid-level god kings who weren't weaker than Xinyu Yi. Moreover, one of them was at the peak of mid-level god king realm. This person's bloodline power was the best among the warriors at the same realm. This person was one of the monstrous Li tribe's Li Dou. He was also Xinyu Ye's opponent. There was no other reason. On his way back to the man tribe, Xinyu Yi had coincidentally helped Princess Tuoba, who was training outside. She was the daughter of the man tribe's chief, Tuoba Liz Hen. That was why the two of them had a spark. However, Princess Tuoba had already been regarded as Li Dou's fiancée. How could he allow things to change? Moreover, Princess Tuoba was the man tribe's princess. Marrying her was equivalent to marrying a horse. Naturally, his prestige in the tribe would be greatly increased. Their Li tribe was second only to the Tuoba tribe. As long as they had a marriage alliance with the Tuoba tribe and gained their support, their prestige in the tribe would be even higher. This was also the reason why the Li tribe was determined to marry Princess Tuoba. However, after Princess Tuoba fell in love with Xinyu Yi, she convinced the chief to let her be with Xinyu Yi. The other people in the Tuoba tribe were opposed to it at first. However, after the chief agreed with Princess Tuoba, no one dared to oppose it anymore. After all, the chief's prestige was the highest. Who dared to oppose them? The Li tribe was furious. However, they didn't dare to challenge the chief's authority. Therefore, they could only seek another solution. Therefore, Li Dou announced that he would compete with Xinyu Yi in this warrior assembly to see who was the strongest warrior in the same realm. In fact, Li Dou wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Xinyu Yi. At that time, wouldn't Princess Tuoba still belong to him? One had to admit that Li Dou's scheme was very effective. Xinyu Yi had no choice but to participate in this warrior assembly. Xinyu Yi replied in a deep voice, "This battle is very important. Even if I die, I can't weaken the prestige of our Xinyu tribe. I can't let down the princess' affection towards me." Xinyu Ye's words were resolute. There was no room for negotiation. Xinyu Shisu sighed. If you had returned to the tribe earlier, our Xinyu tribe wouldn't have fallen into this situation. No matter what, try to save your own life. Xinyu Yi nodded and looked in another direction. There sat a person who was much younger than him. That person was also looking in Xianxu's direction. There was a strong provocation in his eyes. This person was Li Dou of the Li tribe. He was a monster among the young generation of divine kings. He wasn't even 1,000 years old, but he had the strength of a peak intermediate-level divine king. His bloodline power was even stronger than Xianxu's. In this battle, Xianxu was in a very disadvantageous position. In the arena, the low-level divine kings of the barbarian tribe were fighting non-stop. Their power was constantly surging in the air. If it wasn't for the protection of the defensive formation, this area would have been flattened long ago. Waves of cheers rose and fell. The men were full of fighting spirit and the women were screaming non-stop. It was said that the barbarian tribe was fierce and loved to fight. They respected the spirit of warriors. The current lively scene was the best embodiment of this. As the results of the battles were determined, the strongest low-level divine king warrior was won by the Tuoba tribe's divine king. The Toba tribe was worthy of being the Wang tribe. They had always occupied the dominant position of the barbarian tribe. After the low-level divine king warriors were decided, it was time for the middle-level divine king warriors to fight. There were only a dozen or so middle-level divine king warriors. The one who could fight until the end and win would be the strongest warrior. Because Li Dou already had the title of the strongest warrior, he didn't need to be the first to fight. Instead, he would fight at the end to decide who was the strongest warrior. Therefore, Xianxu had to fight before Li Dou. He had to win consecutively and stay until the end. Xianxu represented the Xianxu tribe. In the eyes of other tribes, they were the weakest existence, not worth mentioning. But as soon as Xianxu went on stage, he immediately defeated 3 people in a row. This immediately attracted the attention of other tribes. Li Dou narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxu. His expression was filled with thick killing intent. He murmured, "Go on, you will die a more glorious death later. You dare to snatch my woman? You're overestimating yourself. Warrior of the Xianxu tribe, I Tuoba will fight you." A middle-aged man who was almost as strong as Xianxu rushed into the arena and shouted. Tuoba's strength had advanced to the late stage of middle-level divine king. His bloodline power wasn't weaker than Xianxu's. He punched with all his strength and a mountain-like fist shadow blasted towards Xianxu. Brute force was the embodiment of the barbarian's bloodline power. The power of each punch was like millions of caddies. It definitely had extremely powerful destructive power in the same realm. Xianxu was clearly calmer than before. Facing the incoming attack, he was still not afraid. He also punched back at Tuoba. Bang bang. The powerful fist energy was like a collision between mountains, sputtering out countless rocks and stirring up a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, Xianxu and Tuoba had already fought hundreds of rounds on the arena. The two seemed to be evenly matched. Neither had the upper hand. According to the surface strength, Tuoba was a bit stronger than Xianxu. However, Xianxu could fight Tuoba to a draw. This already made the people of the Xianxu tribe very excited. How many years had it been since a warrior appeared in their Xianxu tribe? If Xianxu could win the title of the strongest warrior, it would definitely be a very encouraging thing for their Xianxu tribe. Chapter 1400. I've long heard that the Xianxu tribe has produced a decent warrior, and now that I've seen you today, you're indeed extraordinary. However, you're still not my opponent. Lose. Tuoba Lejin roared in shock and used his most powerful attack. He clasped his palms together, forming a fist, and smashed it towards Xianxu. A powerful phantom of a barbarian king suddenly appeared, and a boundless savage aura filled the air. A huge mountain as large as the sky seemed to smash down from the sky. Mountain as large as the sky. For the first time, Xianxu felt immense pressure. If he couldn't withstand this move, he would definitely be turned into minced meat. If it was me in the past, I definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it, but I've already comprehended a bit of the fist intent that boss taught me, so what's there to fear about this move? Xianxu thought to himself, and then with a loud roar he punched out with both fists. The majestic fist energy carried with it a torrential fist intent, and the terrifying power reached the attack power of a high-level god king. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky-high mountain was directly smashed into pieces by Xianxu's fist energy, and countless rocks flew everywhere, raising a cloud of dust. Tuoba Lejin was punched several times by Xianxu, and his defense was directly broken. His body flew far away like a broken kite and blood splattered everywhere. Tobalajin lost. Xinyi won again. The people of the various tribes were in an uproar. They all knew Tobalajin's strength, but they didn't expect that he would still lose to Xinyu. This warrior of the Xinyu tribe is so powerful he actually defeated Tuobalajin of the Tuoba tribe. I heard that he came from the land of exile? Yeah, he's only returned a few decades ago and he's already stimulated the power of his bloodline to such an extent. It seems like the Xinyu tribe is going to produce the strongest warrior. Hehe, that's hard to say. Warrior Li Dou has already set him as a rival in love. Even if he wins in the end, I'm afraid he won't be able to pass Warrior Li Dou's test. That's true, I heard that Princess Tuoba has taken a fancy to this Xinyu. Could it be that the Xinyu tribe is trying to preserve their tribe's name? No matter what, this warrior from the Xinyu tribe is performing well. I hope he can win a few more rounds. After Xinyu defeated Tuobalajin, he continued to fight a few more times. 2 of them were somewhat difficult, but he defeated his opponents with his fist intent. Because of this, people could tell that he had already comprehended the fist intent realm. At this moment he entered the eyes of all the settlement chiefs. In the future, if Xinyu could comprehend a deeper level of the essence of fist intent, he believed that their barbarian race would have another monstrous existence, and the Xinyu tribe would also rise because of him. On the other hand, Li Dou was getting colder and colder as he watched. Although he didn't think that Xinyu's superficial understanding of fist intent could win him, it was enough for him to take him seriously. No wonder you caught Princess Tuoba's eye. Seems like you have some ability. However, you are destined to die at my hands. Li Dou thought to himself. Then it was time for the final battle between him and Xinyu. At this time the old referee faintly said, "You are both the strongest warriors of the 2 tribes. This battle can only be decided by victory and defeat, not by life and death, understand?" If Xinyu's strength was ordinary, he wouldn't be worthy of saying this. However, the potential that Xinyu displayed was indeed a representative existence that could show the barbarian race another kind of powerful battle strength. He had to stop Li Dou from killing Xinyu. After all, the matter between the 2 of them had already caused a commotion in the tribe. As a referee, he had also heard about it long ago. "Yes, elder." Xinyu replied respectfully. Li Dou, on the other hand, revealed a trace of dissatisfaction as he said, "Fists and legs have no eyes. We have to go all out to determine the victor. If we show mercy, the title of the strongest warrior will be lost. I don't agree with the elder's request." The referee frowned and said, "You have a point, but whoever admits defeat in advance must not kill again. Otherwise they will be punished according to the tribe rules." Li Dou's words were reasonable, so he couldn't say anything more. He could only remind Xinyu to admit defeat if he couldn't win. At that time, Li Dou couldn't kill him again. Of course, if he admits defeat now, I won't touch him at all. Li Dou looked at Xinyu with disdain. After a pause he continued, "However, he must stay away from Princess Tuoba as far as he can. A weakling like you is not worthy of her. Don't even think about trying to curry favor with the dragon or phoenix. You don't have the qualifications." Li Dou's words were not polite at all, and he said it in front of so many people. It was nothing more than to anger Xinyu and make him fight to the death. At that time, if he accidentally killed Xinyu, no one would dare to say anything. Xinyu knew that it was a provocation, but he could only reply, "Whether I have the qualifications or not, it's not up to you to say. In today's battle I will defeat you fair and square." "Hehe, then come at me, you lowly commoner from the land of exile," Li Dou said with an extremely insulting expression. These words undoubtedly angered Xinyu. What he cared about the most was his status in the land of exile, and he had been working hard to bring all his clansmen to live in the Heaven region. Now that Li Dou mentioned it in front of him, it was simply intolerable. "You will pay for your words." Xinyu shouted in shock and took the initiative to attack Li Dou. He immediately used his full strength from the start. The fist intent that he had just comprehended, along with the brute force that he stimulated, every punch carried a divine might that could destroy heaven and earth, enough to challenge any high-level divine king. Li Dou had long observed Xinyu's battle, and he knew that Xinyu was unique. He angered Xinyu, but it didn't mean that he looked down on Xinyu. "I will show you what is the orthodox barbarian god power," Li Dou said faintly, and his aura burst out. The power of a peak mid-level divine king was overwhelming, and a phantom of a barbarian god power appeared behind him, looking incomparably real and tall. He also threw out a punch, directly colliding head-on with Xin Yu's. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The intertwining of power, the collapse of mountains, the distortion of space, all caused the surrounding people to cry out in shock. With one move, Xin Yu was directly forced back, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger was shaken to the point of bleeding. Who was stronger and who was weaker? There was immediately a preliminary conclusion. Lowly commoner, Princess Tuoba is not someone you can match up to. Immediately admit defeat, give up Princess Tuoba, and I can spare you this once. Li Dou was not in a hurry to defeat Xin Yu, he hoped to win without a fight. Xin Yu didn't answer and directly used his actions to prove his meaning. Countless fist energies and fist shadows rushed out like mountains, filling the entire martial arts arena with explosive power. At the same time, a 10,000 times gravitational field suddenly appeared, pressing down on Li Dou's body a little, causing him to lose his balance. Li Dou's expression changed. He didn't expect that not only did Xin Yu understand the realm of fist intent, but he could also release a gravitational field. It was already impossible for him to dodge, so he immediately strengthened the defense of his whole body, blocking Xin Yu's attack first. Bang bang. Li Dou was repeatedly pushed back by Xin Yu's attacks, and the layers of earth walls around his body were punched out one after another, causing his body to be in extreme pain. Damn lowly commoner, you've angered me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Blood flowed out from the corner of Li Dou's mouth. Obviously he had suffered a hidden loss and this made him extremely angry. The shadow behind him surged again, and its strength increased again, forcibly breaking free from Xin Yu's gravitational field, and instantly counterattacking Xin Yu. Heavy punches appeared one after another, the power of which was even stronger than Xin Yu's fist energy. Bang bang. A series of muffled sounds rang out incessantly, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable as if their hearts were being pounded. In the blink of an eye, the two had already fought fiercely in the arena for a few hundred rounds, and for the time being, there was no winner or loser. The surrounding barbarians were in an uproar. I didn't expect the warrior of Xin Yu tribe to be so powerful, to actually be able to fight against the strongest warrior. Not to mention that his strength is slightly weaker than the strongest warrior, but he has the technique of the realm to rely on, so powerful. Yeah, it seems that aside from the power of his bloodline, his comprehension is a bit stronger than the other boys of our tribe. He's a promising talent and his future achievements will not be low. No wonder he could enter Princess Tuoba's eyes. Even so, he will still lose to Warrior Li Dou in this battle, and Warrior Li Dou's divine power is still a level higher. There is only one strongest warrior. It's a pity that the warrior of Xin Yu tribe is going to lose. After a round of attacks, Xin Yu's defense was broken, and there were many fist shadows on his body. Blood flowed out wildly and his divine power dropped sharply. The situation was not optimistic. Li Dou didn't look as bad on the surface, but he still suffered some injuries. Xin Yu had caused him a lot of trouble. He didn't expect Xin Yu to be able to use the gravitational field in addition to the realm of fist intent. If it weren't for the fact that the gravitational field didn't have much effect on barbarians like them who competed in strength, he was afraid that the one who would lose today would definitely be him. Xin Yu carried an unyielding fighting spirit and stimulated all of his potential, but in the face of absolute strength, it was still futile. Li Dou once again used his ultimate move, and Xin Yu barely managed to block it, but his whole body was blasted away. The bones in front of his chest caved in and blood spurted out wildly. Seeing this scene, the people of Xin Yu tribe began to panic. That Xin Yu Shisu even wanted to surrender for Xin Yu. However, although he was the chief of a tribe, he couldn't interfere with the fairness of the competition. Li Dou was ruthless, and he actually rushed in front of Xin Yu and stepped on Xin Yu's mouth, making it difficult for Xin Yu to open his mouth to surrender. The elder judge at the side frowned in dissatisfaction and wanted to stop him, but Xin Yu actually fought back. He punched towards Li Dou's thigh, wanting to break it. Unfortunately, Li Dou didn't give him the chance. He stomped down heavily and Xin Yu's face almost caved in. "You dare to steal my woman, I'll kill you today," Li Dou said fiercely. Just when he was about to kill Xin Yu, a few shocked shouts sounded. Stop. Chapter 1401. These cries came from 3 different directions. One of them came from the referee elder, another from the Xinyu tribe's chief, and the third from someone outside the crowd. Li Dou seemed to disregard everything to stop these cries. He was determined to kill Xinyu Yi. However, before he could completely kill Xinyu Yi, he felt a heavy blow to his chest. His body was immediately sent flying, and he finally smashed into the formation's light screen, causing it to tremble continuously. Li Dou felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood and he was on the verge of death. He could die at any moment. In the face of this sudden and shocking change, everyone was stunned. There was a formation's defensive light screen in the arena, so the people outside could not hurt the people inside the arena. However, the person who had attacked was not the referee elder who was standing at the side of the arena. Everyone was shocked. They had originally thought that the Xinyu tribe's chief Xinyu Shisu had attacked, but they realized that he had not. In the end, they concluded that the person who had attacked was the person who had just flown over from the sky. However, this defensive formation could not only prevent all attacks below the level of a supreme being from leaking out, but it could also prevent external forces from entering. Unless the intruder's strength surpassed that of a divine king and reached the level of a supreme being, he would not be able to attack the people inside the formation from the outside. When they thought of this, all the barbarians wondered if a supreme being had descended. Their gazes fell on the people who had rushed over, and they discovered that they were a middle-aged man and two young men. The middle-aged man and one of the young men should be from the Xinyu tribe, which could be distinguished from their attire. The other person should be an outsider, not a member of the barbarians. Among the three of them, apart from the outsider, one of the two from the Xinyu tribe was a mid-level divine king, while the other was only a saint. It was obvious that they did not have the ability to fuse with the formation to injure people. Finally, there was only the outsider left, and it seemed that the cry of surprise had come from him. The Li tribe's chief Li Yuma suddenly stood up and shouted, "Who dares to disrupt my tribe's warrior assembly? You deserve to die." Li Yuma rushed forward and removed the defensive array formation. He immediately rushed to Li Dou's side and fed him a divine elixir to preserve his life. At this time, the outsider among the three people who suddenly appeared also instantly flew onto the stage, arriving next to Xinyu Yi. Just as this person was about to feed Xinyu Yi a divine pill, the judge suddenly shouted, "Where did you come from? How dare you act so presumptuously here?" This elder referee was at half-incipient god realm. He didn't know who the intruder was, but he knew that he wasn't a member of the man tribe. Who knew what he wanted to do? Therefore he attacked that person and wanted to take him down first. However, that person merely frowned and flew high into the air with Xinyu Yi in his arms, causing the referee elder's attack to miss. That person also took the opportunity to feed Xinyu Yi a divine pill in the air. "Old Yi, I will take revenge for you." The one who had saved Xinyu Yi was Ling Xiao, who had come with Xinyu Xianxia at top speed. Xinyu Xianxia was a member of the Xinyu tribe. With his competence, he wasn't qualified to bring Ling Xiao to the warrior assembly hall to watch the battle. However, Ling Xiao had shown his identity as a member of the Kim people, which had moved one of Xinyu Xianxia's king god tribe uncles. That was why he had arrived on time. It was lucky that he had arrived a little earlier. Otherwise, Xinyu Ye's head would have been crushed. Looking at Xinyu Ye's wounded appearance, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with a blazing flame. No matter what, Xinyu Yi was his brother. He had been hurt badly and almost killed. He didn't care who the other was. He had to make him pay a big price. Just now, he had been able to attack through the defensive formation. He had directly used his soul power to attack. However, he hadn't attacked Li Dou's knowledge sea and divine soul. Instead, he had injured Li Dou's physical body. At that time, he hadn't used his full strength. He had only wanted to save Xinyu Yi first. After all, this was the other party's territory. If he had killed someone, he would have gotten into big trouble. However, looking at Xinyu Ye's miserable state, he felt that he should have killed that person in a second. After consuming the divine elixir and the heavenly spring, Xinyu Ye's condition had improved a lot. When he opened his eyes and saw Ling Xiao, he felt like he was seeing things. "You don't need to say anything. I'm here," Ling Xiao said to Xinyu Yi. Then he slowly descended with his people. At this moment, the barbarians didn't attack Ling Xiao. They all wanted to know who this person was. Moreover, they also realized that this young man's strength was extraordinary. He was actually able to dodge the referee elder's attack. This was already proof of his strength. At this moment the chief of the Xinyu tribe Xinyu Shisu had already rushed over and asked, "Friend, please put Xiao Yi down." Ling Xiao could tell from Xinyu Shisu's clothes that he was from the same tribe as Xian Yu Yi. He immediately nodded and put Xian Yu Yi down for the time being. At this moment the referee elder asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? How dare you disrupt the warrior assembly of our tribe?" "Elder Rongli, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? No matter if he's from our tribe or an outsider, whoever dares to disrupt the warrior assembly must die." The chief of the Li tribe, Li Yuma, handed Li Do over to the people of his tribe. After he shouted coldly, he walked towards Ling Xiao step by step. His aura had already locked onto Ling Xiao. He had already seen the strength of this young man in front of him. He didn't dare to attack immediately. However, this was their tribe's territory. Even if a supreme being came, it would be impossible for them to escape. Yes, no matter who he is, he must die. The chief of the Ko tribe, Ko Lian, who had a good relationship with the Li tribe, also spoke up. He walked onto the arena and formed a pincer attack with Li Yuma against Ling Xiao. At this moment Xinyu Shisu had no choice but to speak up. "This friend is not from our tribe, so he can be considered ignorant. Our Xinyu tribe will bear the consequences of his actions." What does your Xinyu tribe have to bear the consequences? Li Do is the best warrior. He was ambushed and seriously injured by someone else. This is a blasphemy against our tribe. This person must die. Since he helped your Xinyu tribe, your punishment is unavoidable. Li Yuma glared at Xinyu Shisu and shouted coldly, "That's right. I also agree with Chief Li's words. Isn't that right, everyone?" Ko Lian responded and even tried to incite the other tribesmen. "That's right. He actually dared to disrupt the warrior assembly in public. He deserves to die. We must execute him and strip the Xinyu tribe of their qualifications as warriors. They won't be able to participate in the warrior assembly for the next 10,000 years. This is a rule left behind by our ancestors. How can we allow others to trample on it? Kill him as a warning to others. Yes, we absolutely can't let him leave. The people of the Xinyu tribe must also be severely punished." The people of the Li tribe and the Ko tribe angrily responded to Ko Lian's words. The people of the Xinyu tribe all turned pale. They were extremely worried. Only Ling Xiao, who was standing on the arena, remained fearless. He looked around at the barbarians and laughed wildly. Ling Xiao's voice carried traces of the might of a dragon. It shook everyone's eardrums, and his aura completely dispersed the auras that had locked onto him. "I've long heard that the barbarians are brave and unparalleled. They're united and friendly. They treat their guests warmly and generously. But now it seems that all this is just a facade. You're just a bunch of selfish villains." Ling Xiao's face was full of disdain as he ridiculed. His words had stirred up thousands of waves. All the barbarians were enraged. They pointed at Ling Xiao and scolded him. Some impulsive barbarians even wanted to storm forward and capture Ling Xiao. "You've got guts. Since when did you have the right to judge our barbarian tribe?" Li Yuma scolded. Ko Lian also shouted angrily, "You ignorant kid. Saying that will only speed up your death." At this moment several people walked out of the arena. All of them had half-incipient god realm power. Apparently they wanted to attack Ling Xiao. Xinyu Shisu was so nervous, but he didn't know what to say. "If this is how the barbarian tribe treats its guests, I, Ling Xiao, will definitely accompany you to the end. I want to see how strong the barbarian tribe is. Or is the dragon chi of our Kim people more powerful?" Ling Xiao said gloomily. His dragon chi soared instantly. A 10,000-meter golden dragon soared into the sky. The dragon roared for millions of miles. Golden light sparkled everywhere. It made people want to kneel and worship it. "He's the Kim people's man." Everybody screamed in surprise. The Kim people and the barbarian tribe were both ancient clans. However, the Kim people were more famous in the Heaven territory than the barbarian tribe. Turns out he's a friend of the Kim people. We should discuss this properly. We don't want to damage the friendship between our two tribes. A rough voice arose. Right after that, 3 people walked towards Ling Xiao. Among these 3, the middle-aged man had the strongest aura. Although he had restrained his aura, Ling Xiao could see that his competence wasn't less than Jiang Tu, who he had fought in the Heaven Source territory. He was a real half-incipient God Realm expert, just one step away from the Great Master Realm. The other 2 on his left and right were also at the half-incipient God Realm. Ordinary half-incipient god realm experts couldn't compare to them. These three people were the chief of the Tuoba tribe, who was also the chief of the barbarian tribe Tuoba Liqing. The one on his left was Wu Guai, the chief of the Wu tribe. The one on his right was his protector elder Tuoba Huaying. Tuoba Liqing didn't say that because he was weak. He was touched by Ling Zhao's mocking words. The barbarian tribe used to be a united, friendly and hospitable race. However, as time went by they had changed a lot. On the surface, the Tuoba tribe was still the royal tribe of the barbarian tribe. However, the Li tribe and the Ko tribe had formed an alliance to suppress the other tribes. The Xinyu tribe was the one that the two tribes were suppressing. That was why the Xinyu tribe couldn't rise again after so many years. Chapter 1402. The strength of the Xinyu tribe was once just below that of the Tuoba tribe. It was only because one of the Xinyu tribe's ancestors and several supremes had suddenly perished in the outer realm that their strength had declined greatly. The Xinyu tribe had always been a neutral force among the many tribes and did not participate in any internal strife. However, it was also because of this that the Xinyu tribe had refused to rope in the Li tribe after the Li tribe had become stronger. Hence, he had offended the Li tribe and encountered many obstacles from the Li tribe in secret. As a result, the benefits that the Xinyu tribe had obtained became smaller and smaller. That was why the Xinyu tribe was so much weaker than the other tribes. Now, the Tuoba tribe was still the traditional royal family, but only the Wuxia tribe was loyal to them. The Li tribe and the Ko tribe had already paid lip service to them. It was also a good thing that the Xinyu tribe wanted to be close to the Tuoba tribe. Unfortunately, the Xinyu tribe's strength was not as strong as before. This really made Tuoba Liqing, the tribe leader, very depressed. Later, his daughter, Tuoba Lizhen, made the decision on his behalf. She chose a warrior from the Xinyu tribe and prepared to rope in the Xinyu tribe. They could not let the Li tribe and the Ko tribe continue to suppress them. The newly returned warrior from the Xinyu tribe, Tenbin, was indeed good. There was hope that he could restore the prestige of the Xinyu tribe. The Li tribe wanted to marry his daughter, so they definitely wanted to continue to strengthen their power. After thinking about it again and again, Tuoba Liqing agreed to his daughter's decision. In the beginning, Tuoba Liqing was not optimistic that Xinyu Yi could defeat Li Dou. However, no matter what the result was, he had an excuse to reject the Li tribe's marriage alliance. He could also rope in the Xinyu tribe to return to his side. This was his real goal. Unexpectedly, although the situation was similar to what he had imagined, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Suddenly, outsiders had interfered. Moreover, it was the Kim people from the Sky Dragon territory. This forced Tuoba Liqing to change his plan. Tuoba Liqing spoke and the berserkers around him quietened down. Li Yuma and Ko Lian, on the other hand, wore unwilling expressions. Ling Xiao looked at Tuoba Liqing and sneered, "I don't think there's anything to discuss. Xinyu Yi and I are brothers. If someone wants to kill my friend, I can't just sit back and do nothing. I'm not like you cold-blooded barbarians. The outcome has already been decided, but you still want to eliminate the difference and kill your own people. I've seen the unity of your barbarian race. We Kim people are ashamed of our inferiority. How dare you speak to our chief like this?" The chief of the Wuxia tribe, Wu Guai, shouted angrily. At the side, Tuoba Huaying also drew his blade to deal with Ling Xiao. However, Tuoba Liqing waved his hand and stared at Ling Xiao. "Even if you're a friend of the Kim people, you dared to trespass into our barbarian race and speak rudely. I guarantee that with one command, you will immediately die without a burial place. Aren't you afraid?" Ling Xiao laughed wildly. "We Kim people can die at any time for our people, and we can disregard everything for our brothers. Xinyu Yi is my brother. In order to save him, I'm not afraid of death. If you have the guts, come and fight. Let me see if the brute force of the barbarian race is as terrifying as I imagined." "Arrogant. You first broke our tribe's rules and now you're insulting our chief and people. I won't forgive you." Li Yuma decided that he couldn't let Tuoba Liqing talk to him anymore. He had to make a move and incite all the people to unite against the enemy. He couldn't look down on the other party just because he was a member of the Kim people. He also took the opportunity to show that he was just for the sake of the tribe. Li Yuma's man-blood was activated to the Acme. His power had reached its peak. He directly attacked Ling Xiao. One punch from a half-incipient god realm expert could destroy several cities. How formidable was Li Yuma's punch! Although it was concentrated on Ling Xiao, the overflowing energy still frightened the others. They all retreated. The other half-incipient God Realm experts immediately urged their powers to protect their tribe members. They didn't want to hurt them. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Today I want to experience the brute force of the man tribe. I want to see if it's as domineering as the rumors say." Ling Xiao pulled back his abdomen and condensed his fists. At the same time he faced Li Yuma's punch. Ordinary people didn't dare to fight the man tribe directly. After all, their brute force was much stronger than others at the same realm. Moreover, their earth class was so tough that ordinary attacks couldn't break it. However, Ling Xiao dared to use the other's strength to counter it. In the eyes of the man tribe, it was like throwing an egg against a rock. Bang bang. Their fists hit each other directly. The chaotic space currents exploded instantly. Countless gusts of wind blew everywhere. If the King God Realm experts were hit by the remnant energy, they would be severely wounded even if they didn't die. Fortunately, the referee elder had activated the defensive formation in time to stop the chaotic space currents from attacking and destroying the formation. This defensive formation was set up by a great expert. It wasn't easy for anyone below the great expert realm to destroy it. However, the power of these two was so formidable that the formation, which had been used for a long time, started to crack. With one punch they could see who was stronger. A figure directly collided with the runes, causing the runes to protrude and almost burst apart. The barbarians in the surroundings fixed their eyes on it, and all of them revealed expressions of shock. They found that the one who was pushed back was the chief of their Li tribe, Li Yuma. Who didn't know how strong Li Yuma was? He was at the late stage of half-incipient God Realm. He was just one step away from the peak. With his brute force, how could an ordinary half-incipient God Realm expert compare to him? However, this young man in front of them had surpassed their expectations. Not only did he use brute force to resist, but he had also pushed back their powerful chief. How terrifying was his power! You can't even withstand one blow. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Li Yuma, who was vomiting blood. Li Yuma clutched his bloody arm, his face frightened. He couldn't believe that his opponent had crippled his arm with just one blow. It should be known that his arm was covered with earth-class energy. Even if he used his bare hand to block an attack from a top divine weapon, he wouldn't be hurt. However, his opponent's competence wasn't much different from his own. Moreover, he had poured the power of his bloodline into his arm. He could even push back a half-incipient God Realm expert. Is Kim people's subordinate that strong? This kid is just a little more than 100 years old. How could he have such formidable power? Li Yuma was puzzled. At this moment, Ko Lian pulled himself together and shouted in fright, "He's too much. Does he think that the man tribe has no experts? Let's kill him together. Yeah, let's join hands and capture him first." Another half-incipient God Realm expert of the Li tribe screamed in fear. Following their suggestion, some half-incipient God Realm experts of the man tribe had surrounded Ling Xiao. Their aura had locked on Ling Xiao. They wanted to capture Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked around and laughed crazily. "If you have guts, come and fight me in the sky. I will show you the power of Kim people." Then Ling Xiao soared up into the sky and punched the defensive formation. Crack! The defensive formation couldn't resist Ling Xiao's attack. It was forcefully broken. Countless beams of energy rippled around, making the god kings of the man tribe retreat in fright. The half-incipient God Realm experts of the man tribe had to stop the energy from expanding. They didn't want to hurt the others or destroy the environment here. The god kings screamed in fright when they saw Ling Xiao's ferocious attack. This person from the metal race is so strong. Could he be a supreme being? I don't think he's a supreme. Otherwise, the old chiefs of our tribe would have stopped him. I didn't expect that the warriors of the Xinyu tribe could have such a strong brother. Too bad that he's too arrogant. He won't have a good ending. I think he's a little thin, but he's handsome and powerful. He's even stronger than the strongest warriors of our tribe. He's my type. Too bad. Don't talk so much. Let's move away. This man is fighting with the chiefs. We can't watch it. The man tribe warriors kept retreating while talking. The shockwaves of the battle between half-incipient God Realm experts were too terrifying. It wasn't their turn to watch. Where do you think you're going? Today you must die. Li Yuma used his god power to heal his wounds. A stone spear appeared in his hand as he chased after Ling Xiao. At the same time, 4 more half-incipient God Realm experts soared up into the sky. Temo, who is this young man? Why did you bring him here? Xinyu Shisu looked at the anxious middle-level god king next to him and shouted. This middle-level god king was the one who had brought Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xingzi here. His name was Xinyu Temo, Xinyu Xingzi's uncle. In the tribe he had the best relationship with Xinyu Yi. Xinyu Temo regretted it now. He hadn't thought that Ling Xiao would be that impulsive. He had attacked them as soon as he arrived. Even if he wanted to save Xinyu Yi, he didn't need to be that ruthless. Moreover, he had provoked their tribe. It wouldn't be easy to clean up this mess. Perhaps, it would affect their tribe's position in the tribe. At that time they wouldn't have a good time. Xinyu Temo sweated and glared at Xinyu Xingzi. Then he turned to Xinyu Shisu and said, Chief, this Sir Ling Xiao said that he was my younger brother's friend. So I brought him here to see. But I didn't think that it would turn out like this. When Xinyu Shisu wanted to say something, Xinyu Yi opened his eyes and said with difficulty, Chief, don't blame Big Brother Temo. He was my boss in the Sky Dragon area. He became like this because of me. If the tribe blames me, I will bear it alone. Sai, it's not your problem now. The Li family will use this as a pretext to deal with our tribe. Xinyu Shisu sighed, his face worried. What should we do? If I knew it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have brought him to our tribe. Xinyu Shisu blamed himself. It's useless to say anything now. I hope Chief can talk to him because he's a member of the Kim people. Xinyu Shisu could only place his hope on Tuoba Liqing. Chapter 1403. The auras of the 6 half-incipient god realm experts in the sky had stirred up the wind and clouds. The great experts of the barbarian tribe had used their soul consciousness to sense the commotion here. However, they wouldn't take action easily. They wanted to see what was going on first. If their people couldn't resist, it wouldn't be too late to take action then. After all, they were in their own territory. If their juniors couldn't defeat the others, it would be a shameful thing. If they took action now, people would think that the barbarian tribe was bullying the young. The 5 half-incipient god realm experts, Li Yuma, Ko Lian, Wu Guai, Tuoba Huaying and Li Yuer had surrounded Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't escape even if he had wings. They didn't summon their holy beasts because their holy beasts were just at level 10. The strongest one was at the peak of level 10. They hadn't reached level 11 yet. In this situation they couldn't help much. However, with the competence of the 5 of them, they thought it was enough to defeat an opponent at the same realm as them, even if he was one of Kim people's men. If they were defeated like this, the barbarian tribe would lose all their faces. It's not too late if you surrender now. Otherwise you will die today. Wu Guai pointed at Ling Xiao with a machete in his hand. Why do we need to talk nonsense with him? Even if he's one of Kim people's men in the Sky Dragon territory, if he dares to act arrogantly in our territory, he will die. Ko Lian thundered indignantly. Then he attacked Ling Xiao first. Li Yuma and Li Yuer also attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. When the 3 half-incipient god realm experts attacked at the same time, their power was tremendous. They thought that this young man from Kim people's team would die for sure. The barbarian tribe was famous for their brute force. Their direct descendants were all Earth-class warriors. With the power of their bloodline to enhance their brute force, the power they could use was tremendous. 3 gigantic peaks rushed towards Ling Xiao from 3 different directions, completely blocking off any possible escape routes for Ling Xiao. The 3 mountains seemed to occupy most of the sky, and the power that came crashing over had turned many spatial energies into nothingness. Many chaotic streams of space rushed over and a large number of rocks smashed down. Even if Ling Xiao had unparalleled speed, he would not be able to escape from such a powerful pincer attack. The barbarians were also staring fixedly. They also felt that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. Good, this is a little interesting. I'll let you see my power. Ling Xiao laughed wildly, his fighting spirit surging. It was time for his Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art to show its might. He even dared to provoke the 11 holy beast. Why would he be afraid of a half-incipient god realm warrior at the same realm as him? A 10,000-meter-long golden dragon soared up into the sky and roared. The dragon's roar shook tens of thousands of miles away. Even the wind and clouds in the sky were shaken off. The 3 half-incipient god realm warriors who had attacked Ling Xiao had to bear the tremendous impact of the sound wave. Their eardrums were swollen and painful. The barbarian tribe focused on defense. They could use layers of thick earth energy to prevent their enemies from hurting their bodies. However, they couldn't defend against this sudden sound wave attack. While they were absent-minded, Ling Xiao had started to counterattack. First move of the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art. Emperor Dragon illuminates the world. Ling Xiao used his palm as a saber, slashing out flows of sharp metal qi everywhere. He cut the mountains as if he was cutting a watermelon. Stone chips shot out unceasingly. This move had fully displayed the sharpness of the metal qi. The invincible power had destroyed the 3 mountains. Moreover, the chaotic attacks stopped because of their absent-mindedness. Thus they couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't only destroy the attacks, but he also seized the chance to attack the other 3. Golden palm shadows that looked like dragons patted on Li Yuma, Li Yuer and Ko Lian. Their powers weren't weaker than the mountains they had just attacked. They were even more intimidating. The 3 of them were not ordinary people. Their reactions were still very fast. After using their divine power to deal with the sound wave damage, they immediately condensed a thick defense in front of them. They were confident that there were only a few people of the same level who could break through their defense. This was the guarantee that the barbarian tribe wouldn't be defeated in a battle against others. When Ling Xiao had fought Xinyu Yi in the prison arena, he had learned how strong the barbarian tribe's defense was. However, it was different now. Ling Xiao had reached the great realm of half-incipient god realm. Moreover, his fighting competence had increased 55 times. Moreover, the Imperial Dragon Sky Extinguishing Secret Art was so mighty. It wasn't difficult to break their defense. The sharp metal qi directly broke through their thick earth defenses and blasted towards their physical bodies. What? The 3 of them were startled. They had never thought that Ling Xiao's power could be that formidable. The 3 of them hastily retreated and gathered their energy to block the attack. Rumble. Rumble. The powerful attack rippled continuously, causing space to collapse and shatter unceasingly. The 3 figures were sent flying far away in a sorry state. Sparkling and translucent beads of blood floated in the air, appearing very dazzling. The 3 of them had many palm prints and wounds on their bodies. Their god bodies were dented and they looked helter-skelter. Wu Guai and Tuoba Huai-Ying hadn't taken action yet. They were frightened. 3 half-incipient god realm experts who were at the same level as them had attacked at the same time. However, the opponent had broken their defense with just 1 move. How strong was the opponent after all? Besides the few of them, the barbarians who were watching the battle from the surroundings were also extremely shocked. Ling Xiao didn't seize the chance to attack. He just shook his head mockingly. Brute force is just S's of. Don't ask for trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. No matter what, these people were Xinyu Ye's tribesmen. Ling Xiao didn't want to be ruthless. If he killed them directly, it would make things difficult for Xinyu Yi. Don't think that you've won just because you made us suffer. Wu Guai Huaying, let's attack him together. Li Yuma's face grimaced as he shouted. If the Xinyu tribe had such a strong friend, it would be a big boost to their prestige. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Wu Guai and Tuoba Huaying didn't have a choice. Although they didn't have a good impression of the Li tribe and the Ko tribe, they were from the same tribe. They couldn't stand and watch others bully them. The 5 separated into 5 directions, each holding a divine weapon. They attacked Ling Xiao again. Li Yuma held a stone spear in his hand. Li Yuma held a stone spear in his hand. Every stab of his spear brought with it the shadow of a stone pillar, as if it could even pierce through the sky. Ko Lian held a divine saber, and every strike of his saber brought with it the divine radiance of thick earth, shattering the space and causing turbulent energy to appear. Wu Guai held a curved saber, and his whirling attacks could actually continuously strangle his opponent until he was dead. Tuoba Huaying held a yellow dragon divine spear, and every spear shadow brought with it the shadow of an earth spike and the roar of a dragon. Although it couldn't compare to Ling Xiao's dragon-shaped battle qi, its power was still extremely terrifying. Li Yuer held a stone staff, and every strike of his staff contained the power of millions of caddies, and mountains came crashing down with the staff shadows. The combined attack of the 5 stirred up the wind and clouds in the sky. The earth-like light flashed unceasingly. Mountains, stone alls, blade lights, spear shadows, and a series of other attacks had already occupied the entire sky, as if they were about to shatter the barrier of the 9 heavens. 5 incipient god realm experts attacked at the same time. Their power was enough to destroy an area of 1 million miles. It was lucky that they were above the 9 sky. Otherwise, the Man tribe's territory would have been destroyed. Ling Xiao was standing in the middle of the combined attack of the 5. He was like a small boat in the surging waves. It seemed like he could be destroyed at any minute. However, in this situation Ling Xiao's fighting will was higher. His fighting spirit was higher. He had the courage and confidence to face the wind and the waves. It's interesting now. It's worth my effort. Ling Xiao mumbled. He used the second move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying secret art, Devouring Dragon Swallowing Moon. The continuous palm technique, borrowing force to fight force, not only dissipated most of the power of the swords and spears, but also directly crushed them into powder. Moreover, he also conveniently transferred their attacks to another person, causing them to fight like ghosts. Boom. So many thick earth energies collided with each other, creating a deep earth-shaking sound. Ling Xiao couldn't deal with the 5 of them at the same time. They had tried their best to increase their attacks. They wanted to subdue Ling Xiao first. Ling Xiao's god power was endless. His fighting will had reached the acme. The Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying secret art changed one more time. In just a blink of an eye, the earth energy was covered with layers of thick ice crystals. It froze the entire sky. Many ice mountains and ice spikes descended from the sky, aiming at the 5 warriors. The 5 people fighting Ling Xiao hadn't expected Ling Xiao's attribute to change so quickly. His attribute had changed from metal to wood, and then wood to ice in the blink of an eye. They couldn't get used to such a rapid change in attacks. Moreover, these attacks were tremendous. If they had to fight one-on-one, they would have been defeated within 2 or 3 attacks. They realized that Kim people was too abnormal. He must have reached the great achievement of half-incipient god realm. After increasing his fighting competence, his attack power was infinitely close to that of a great master. Fortunately, the 5 of them were attacking together. They could divide the others' attack power, which made it hard for them to deal with for now. This fellow's combat strength is extraordinary. Let's use all our strength to kill him and get rid of any future troubles. The more Li Yuma fought, the more shocked he became. He was even more determined to get rid of Ling Xiao. The 5 of them unleashed their ultimate moves one after another. 5 barbarian king divine phantoms suddenly appeared above the 9 heavens. Their figures were like giants, their rough and ferocious appearance, and their bodies were full of explosive power. They were like devil gods that had descended to the world, bringing with them a strong sense of oppression, causing people to be terrified. When each of them used their best techniques, their power was much stronger than before. It was as if they wanted to destroy the entire sky. Chapter 1404. The barbarian king was a savage giant god with extraordinary strength. He could move mountains and fill the sea, split the sky and split the earth. It had an unfathomable divine might. Its divine shadow could naturally bring a kind of great divine might to people. Those of the same level would be affected a lot, thus giving them the opportunity to kill their opponents. However, these 5 barbarian king divine shadows did not affect Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao's true dragon shadow was the leader of the 9 great divine beasts. It was the most powerful creature that had existed in the world earlier than the human race. How could it be afraid of the barbarian king's coercion? In the face of these earth-shattering killing moves, the golden dragon roared into the sky, followed by a green shadow, followed by the collapse of the iceberg, blocking all the killing moves. Heaven and earth cracked. The 9 heavens barrier finally could not withstand this series of attacks and directly shattered. Astral winds kept raging down. The 6 people no longer had the time to pay attention to these astral winds. With their strength, they were not afraid of these overflowing forces. Unless they rushed out of the 9 heavens, they would not be injured. Under the attack of the 5 people, Ling Xiao finally suffered a lot. Fortunately, his body was abnormal enough. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao dared to deal with them without the help of soul power attacks or divine soul avatars. In terms of defensive power, Ling Xiao was definitely better than the 5 of them. If it were other Kim people, they might not be able to compare to the barbarian tribe in this aspect, but the Kim people were better at recovering from injuries faster than others. If that's all you've got, then you're going to lose. Ling Xiao's cold smile faded and he shouted. He changed his stance again. Raging flames suddenly appeared and fists that were like fire dragons rushed out. The torrential fist intent reached the sky, and the 9 brilliant suns appeared at the same time. This kind of strange phenomenon was simply as terrifying as the end of the world. The 9 brilliant suns rushed out in several directions, and then exploded one after another. Rumble rumble. Emperor Dragon extinguishes the heaven's 4th move. burning sun breaks the sun. The tyrannical strength of this move could definitely shatter the heavens, destroy the earth and burn everything. This move was enough to make the 5 of them suffer. First it was cold and then it was hot. Moreover, the power of the fist intent was too terrifying. It broke all of their power and the quasi-ancient divine weapons in their hands cracked. They were extremely shocked. They realized that this move was comparable to the power of an ordinary supreme being. All of them wanted to escape, but the fist energy was too fast and the explosive power was too strong, making it impossible for them to escape. They could only brace themselves and continuously strengthen their defenses to resist. It was just that their thick earth defense had collapsed under the fist intent. If this went on, the 5 of them would be crippled even if they didn't die. Let's attack together and save them. Tuoba Liqing, the clan leader, suddenly shouted and was the first to join the battle. As soon as his voice fell, Xinyu Shisu, the referee elder, and the other 2 people rushed over at the same time. All of them were at half-incipient God Realm, and Tuoba Liqing was at the Great Circle of half-incipient God Realm. His competence was even more terrifying. They attacked at the same time. The earth-shattering earth power attacked Ling Xiao. The mountains, rocks, stone spikes, stone columns and many other kinds of attacks bombarded him. The 9 skies were stirred up and the wind and clouds changed. Space seethed and shattered unceasingly. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of shocking explosions caused a large patch of yellowish-brown color to appear in the sky, illuminating the land of the berserkers in a dim yellow light. It was as beautiful as the setting sun in the west shining on the land of berserkers. Suddenly, the 5 half-incipient God Realm experts had dissolved Ling Xiao's attack, which gave the other 5 half-incipient God Realm experts a chance to take a breather. At the same time, they launched another round of attacks on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had consumed a lot of energy. Now that he was suddenly attacked, he couldn't bear it anymore. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and his body was covered with many wounds. Even if he was defeated now, he could be proud of himself. He had forced more than 10 incipient God Realm experts of the Man tribe to attack him at the same time. It was a glorious achievement that only a supreme expert could have. Tuoba Liqing knew that Kim people's fighting competence wasn't ordinary. Moreover, their defensive competence wasn't weaker than the Man tribes. They could attack and defend at the same time. It was used to describe the Man tribe and also the Kim people. However, although the Kim people didn't have many people, they were all elites. Although their overall competence was stronger than the Man tribes, they weren't weaker than the others. However, today he found that the Kim people were really intimidating. A half-incipient God Realm expert at the same realm as them could defeat so many of them. He was an absolute monster. If he couldn't suppress this person today, he would have no choice but to change his stance and form a friendly relationship with him. Once this person became a true sovereign, he would definitely be an extremely tyrannical existence within the sovereign realm. Perhaps in the next 10,000 years his name would appear on the sovereign list. Surrender, Kim people's friend. We can talk. We don't need to hurt our friendship. Tuoba Liqing said in a friendly tone. He didn't want to kill Ling Xiao. If they became enemies with the Kim people, it wouldn't be good for the Man tribe. Li Yuma said unwillingly, Chief, we can't let the tiger return to the mountain. I'll wait until you defeat me. Ling Xiao sneered. He urged all of his god power to fight 1 against 10 to show the invincible power of his Imperial Dragon Sky extinguishing secret art. 5th move. Tearing the sky with wild shadow. Ling Xiao's figure instantly split into tens of thousands. His unparalleled speed was displayed to the extreme, and the realm of his movement technique was pushed to the peak. Wave after wave of leg shadows that carried the power to tear the heavens and the earth apart swept out countless level 13 tornadoes, causing the energy of the heavens and the earth to distort and churn. The Boundless pincer attack was completely shattered by the tornado formed by the shadow of the leg. The impact caused many forces to continuously scatter and scatter. Those mountains, rocks, stones, spikes. All the other attacks seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from this move. They were all disintegrated before they could form a true killing blow. At the same time, they were also transferred to the others, causing them to be unable to deal with the attack. How is this possible? Tuoba Liqing exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavenly tornado attacked him. He had no choice but to block it with all his strength. He wanted to scatter it, but his body was blown away. If it weren't for the layers of thick earth defense, he would have been crushed into minced meat. Even so, the thick earth defense that he was so proud of was cracked by the wind blades. Many wind blades pierced into his body and caused him quite a bit of damage. Tuoba Liqing's strength was equal to Ling Zhao's, but he couldn't block Ling Zhao's attack, let alone the others. All of them had received the same fierce attack. The tornado had made them dizzy, smashed their defense and cut their god bodies, making them bleed crazily. Screams rang out as several figures fled into the distance. They wanted to get rid of these attacks that were hard to block as soon as possible. However, Ling Zhao's attack didn't stop. It turned into a sky full of shadows and the tornadoes continued to wreak havoc. The barbarians who were watching the battle from afar retreated again and again. They were all pale because of this apocalyptic scene. Some of the weaker barbarians even fell from the sky. Too scary. Is this guy still human? Isn't he Kim People's man? How can he have so many attribute attacks? He's really a monster. Why do I feel that his strength is comparable to a supreme being? If he attacked on the ground, our barbaric mountain range would be razed to the ground. Our tribe's primogenitor isn't going to take action? Even the chiefs aren't his equal opponents. It's really eye-opening. We can't kill such a man. It's best if we can have a good relationship with him. It's good for our tribe. The barbarians discussed and screamed in fear. It was the first time they had seen such a fierce and terrifying battle. Their King God Realm experts couldn't even resist a little bit of Zhou Xian's attack. While the tornadoes were still wreaking havoc, a figure dashed out of the barbarian tribe's territory like a lightning strike. That man casually pressed down and the yellow sky and thick soil fell. The tornadoes couldn't move anymore. Finally, the wind stopped and the sky resumed its tranquil state. The 10 half-incipient God Realm experts who had joined hands to attack Ling Zhao were scattered helter-skelter. All of them were wounded and their clothes were torn. They looked helter-skelter. Li Yuma and Ko Lian were hurt the most. They were the main targets of Ling Zhao's attacks. Their god bodies were cut so deep that their bones could be seen. Blood gushed out continuously. Their wounds were so severe that even the quasi-ancient divine weapons in their hands were broken. Tuoba Liqing and Xinyu Shisu were the ones who got the lightest injuries. Their attacks weren't as strong as Zhou Yan's. When the 10 of them saw their wounds, they took a deep breath. They couldn't deny it even if they didn't want to admit it. Even if the 10 of them had joined hands and tried their best, they weren't his equal opponent. It made them feel dispirited. At the same time, they had to respect Ling Zhao. After all, the barbarian tribe valued warriors the most. As Ling Zhao could defeat 10 of them alone, wasn't he the strongest warrior? In fact, Ling Zhao's god power had been drained to the limit. Even if the one who had attacked them hadn't appeared, he would have stopped his attacks. He could make them retreat, but it wasn't easy to kill them one by one. Unless he used his soul power or the power of his god soul clones. Tuoba Liqing and the others carried their wounded bodies to the one who had helped them. Besides Tuoba Liqing, the others bowed to that expert. Greetings, tribe guardian elder. Ling Zhao also looked at that expert. At the same time, he seized the chance to swallow some pellets to recover his god power. He thought, after I beat the young one, the old one comes. The old one can't defeat him, so the older one comes. Interesting. He understood that the incipient God Realm expert of the barbarian tribe had come. Chapter 1405. The barbarian sovereign looked very young and did not look old at all. He looked to be just over 40 years old. His rough appearance had a very resolute expression, and his stature was very sturdy and tall like the barbarians. He wore a simple vest that revealed his bulging chest muscles, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. This man was the new guardian of the Man tribe, Li Weishan. He was a low-level incipient God Realm expert of the Li tribe. Just now, he had broken Ling Zhao's heaven-ripping wild shadow with a casual move. His supreme celestial might was really powerful. The Man tribe couldn't defeat Kim people alone even when fighting 1 against 10. The supreme man of the Man tribe had to show up. They didn't want to send out their famous supreme expert. Thus, they sent Li Weishan to destroy Ling Zhao's prestige to save some face. If today's event was spread out, Ling Zhao's name would shake the entire heaven territory. He would never be able to escape the title of the strongest expert below the Master Realm. Chief, you guys should retreat. You're not his match. Li Weishan said gloomily. Before Tuoba Liqing could say anything, Li Yuma shouted, Weishan, you can't let this little bastard go. Li Weishan was Li Yuma's nephew. He was a little younger than Li Yuma. However, Li Weishan's Tenbin cultivation was outstanding in the Man tribe. He had reached incipient god realm earlier than Li Yuma. Tuoba Liqing frowned and said to Li Yuma in a low voice, "Yuma, please calm down." Then he said to Li Weishan, "No matter what, we can't trouble him too much. This kind of character is definitely a monster that Kim people will focus on cultivating. If we provoke him, it's the same as provoking Kim people. We shouldn't do things too ruthlessly." Then Tuoba Liqing led the others away. Li Weishan would deal with this. Li Yuma wanted to say something, but he hesitated for a while. He didn't dare to say more. However, his eyes were full of resentment when he looked at Ling Xiao. Not only had Ling Xiao injured Li Dou, but he had also ruined their plans. It was impossible for him not to hate Ling Xiao. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be that intimidating. He could smash his god body to that extent. If he wanted to recover, he would have to spend a lot of effort. Only Ling Xiao and Li Weishan were left in the sky. Everyone else had already retreated as far away as they could. The god kings were even dismissed, forbidden from spectating the battle in case they got caught up in it. If that happened, only death would await them. Li Weishan looked at Ling Xiao and sneered, "Peak half-prime and only 100 years old. Kim people raised a good talent. Recover your divine power first. I'll give you time." Asking him, a real incipient god realm expert, to deal with a half-incipient god realm expert was too much of a compliment. Thus, Li Weishan was generous enough to let Ling Xiao recover his god power. He wanted to make Ling Xiao accept his defeat wholeheartedly. In fact, in his mind, it didn't matter whether Ling Xiao had his full god power or not. Ling Xiao couldn't even withstand one strike. He could feel Ling Xiao's power after he had increased. However, a half-incipient god realm expert was just a half-incipient god realm expert. There was still a big gap between him and the real supreme experts. They couldn't be compared. Ling Xiao chuckled, "Then I won't be polite." He had just fought many times and he had consumed a lot of energy. Now that he had a chance to recover, of course he wouldn't miss it. He knew that his opponent was a supreme expert at incipient god realm, but he wasn't afraid. Quite the contrary, his fighting spirit was high. Ling Xiao had fought against 11th tier holy beasts so many times that he felt bored. Although holy beasts had their own advantages, the human race was the race with the highest intelligence. Their fighting methods were the most flexible and varied. This advantage was not something that holy beasts could compare to. Thus, Ling Xiao had always wanted to find a supreme expert to fight with. And now Li Weishan was his ideal opponent. After all, Li Weishan was just a new supreme expert. His understanding of the realm wasn't deep enough and his realm wasn't stable yet. It was the best situation for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao recovered fast. Less than 2 hours later, all the wounds on his body were healed. The god power in his body was full again. "Let's go. We'll fight outside. You can't fight freely in this place." Ling Xiao provoked Li Weishan. Li Weishan's eyes shrank. He looked surprised. "You dare to go outside?" The outside referred to beyond the 9 heavens, in other words, the void outside this region, the true battlefield of supreme beings. Astral winds wreaked havoc in that area. Chaotic energy currents appeared unceasingly. Warriors under the realm of Great Master couldn't endure the impact of these energies. They would explode and die. Even half-incipient god realm experts were qualified to go out of the area. However, they didn't dare to go out there. Those energies would affect their god bodies, which they couldn't control. Li Weishan was astounded that Ling Xiao dared to say that he would go to the outer space to fight. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't mind Li Weishan flying directly to the top of the 9 skies. The barrier of the 9 skies isolated all the astral winds and chaotic energy currents in the outer space. Not many warriors who hadn't reached the Great Master realm could break this barrier. Ling Xiao directly punched the barrier. After an ear-piercing sound, a hole appeared and a large amount of astral winds gushed in. It was so painful. Ling Xiao didn't care about these energies. He flew out of the 9 skies and arrived in the outer space. In outer space, it was a vast and boundless space. Specks of stars flickered in the distant sky as violent gusts of wind constantly wreaked havoc on every single speck of dust in the sky. From time to time, there would be turbulence that would crash down like meteors. Any single one of the turbulence would cause the body of any god king to crack. Occasionally, there would be flowing fire or metal drifting past. They were all foreign objects that were born in the sky and their value was greater than any saint material. However, their power wasn't something anyone could absorb. Only a supreme being could absorb the power of any primordial being. Only a supreme being could absorb the power of any violent being. The outer space was very close to the sun and the moon. They could see them clearly now. Once they reached the Great Master Realm, they could easily move through the void. Then anyone could go to the sun and the moon. The prerequisite was that they had to be able to withstand the influence of the two great forces, the sun and the moon. This wasn't the first time Ling Xiao had been to the outer space, so he wasn't surprised by the scene in the void. Instead, he was calm and composed. He had fought his way to the outer space when he fought against the 11 sacred beasts. That was why he knew about the situation in the outer space. The environment here was extremely harsh, but it was nothing to his powerful body. Moreover, he wanted to experience the situation in the outer space in advance so that he could prepare for the next step of advancing to the Great Master Realm. As soon as Ling Xiao came out, Li Weishan appeared as well. When he saw Ling Xiao calmly standing in the air, unmoved by the astral winds, he couldn't help but put away his disdainful expression. He thought to himself, no wonder he could defeat the patriarch and the others. Just this boldness alone is something that others can't compare to. However, this was only enough to make him look at Ling Xiao in a higher light. In the eyes of a great master, anyone below the great master level was nothing more than an ant. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape from the palm of his hand. I admit that you're strong, but you bullied our barbarian tribe. It won't be right if I don't teach you a lesson. What do you think? Li Weishan looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said. Ling Xiao sneered and said, it's not right. Then let's have a good fight. Let's see if you're qualified to teach me a lesson. Then Ling Xiao took the initiative to attack Li Weishan. In front of a great Master Realm expert, although Ling Xiao was confident, he didn't dare to relax or be careless. Striking first was definitely the best way. In this way he could definitely catch the other unprepared. Ling Xiao attacked with all of his power. The power of the ancient god technique of the Imperial Dragon Sky Extinguishing Secret Art had far surpassed the power of any half-incipient god realm expert. The golden dragons roared and pounced on Li Weishan unceasingly. The astral winds and turbulent airflows in this void were about to be smashed by these 10,000 meters tall golden dragons. You do have some abilities, but you're not qualified to challenge me. Li Weishan smiled faintly. He raised his hand and slapped out with his palm. A majestic force instantly appeared and slapped towards the dozens of golden dragons. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Dozens of 10,000 meters tall golden dragons shattered and scattered in just a blink of an eye. The power of a great Master Realm expert was already so formidable. It wasn't something that a half-incipient god realm expert could compare to. This was all within Ling Xiao's expectations. This was only the first wave of attack, and the second wave of attack was unleashed. The power of the second wave was increased by several folds. Icebergs came crashing down with the force of 1,000 tons and countless icicles shot out. As soon as the ice power was released, the fire power followed right after. The dazzling suns exploded unceasingly. The power was getting stronger and stronger. The fire didn't stop, but the wind rose again. The wild shadow ripping sky. In this void, the astral winds could be used to increase the power. The power of this attack was one level higher than what he had used before. Li Weishan didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be able to launch so many powerful attacks in an instant. Moreover, each attack was stronger than the last and the attribute was different. Li Weishan was overwhelmed. If he wasn't a supreme being, Ling Xiao's attacks would have been enough to kill him. A sturdy mountain appeared in front of Li Weishan, blocking Ling Xiao's attack. At the same time, he guided the power of the yellow sky and thick soil to attack from all directions, counteracting Ling Xiao's attack. This was the power of Li Weishan's origin of the universe. The yellow sky and thick soil were real. With the power of millions of soldiers, it was like hundreds of mountains were storming over. Ling Xiao's power couldn't completely destroy the yellow sky and thick soil, but he could stop it completely. In other words, the effect of Ling Xiao's attacks could resist the power of a great Master Realm expert. Li Weishan frowned. He thought that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. He had to use his real power to show him the real difference between a half-incipient God Realm expert and a great Master Realm expert. Chapter 1406. It ends here. Although your power is infinitesimally close to the great Master Realm, the difference of one step is like the difference between the sky and the earth. Get defeated. Li Weishan said faintly. Finally, the aura of a great master realm expert was released. All the astral winds and turbulent airflows around were shaken away. They couldn't come close to this area of tens of thousands of miles. This was the real aura of a great master realm expert. It was extremely overbearing. Even a king god realm expert would be suppressed to death under such an aura. Li Weishan took action. An energy that looked like a real mountain range pressed down from above Ling Zhao's head. The 100 mountains were like the heavens smashing down. Their power was extremely formidable. Ling Xiao didn't even have a chance to react. Li Weishan's sudden counterattack buried him. The mountains buried him in just a blink of an eye. The incipient god realm experts had such power when they raised their hands or feet. No wonder why they couldn't take action in the heaven territory. Otherwise they would destroy all living environments. It would be hard for anyone to survive. Will he die like this? It's not easy to explain to the chief when we get back. Li Weishan sneered and mumbled. Li Weishan was the guardian elder of the Li family. Of course he knew that Ling Xiao had purposely attacked the chief of the Li family. Thus he didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. Although the chief had said that he would spare his life, he still disobeyed. This kid was too arrogant. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he would be too arrogant. If Ling Xiao couldn't take this strike, he would die. He believed that the chief wouldn't say a word about him, the founding elder, because of an outsider. If Ling Xiao could survive, he would be lucky. No matter what, Li Weishan wanted to deal with Ling Xiao. After all, this place was the territory of the Man tribe. However, before he could be complacent, the mountains that were pressing down suddenly changed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground under the pressure of the 100 mountains shook violently. Then the 100 mountains were completely shattered. Golden dragons roared out from the bottom of the mountains and rushed towards Li Weishan. What? You can actually counterattack? Li Weishan exclaimed in surprise. Li Weishan was confident that even supreme beings of the same level as him would be injured by the pressure, and anyone below the supreme being level would be smashed into minced meat. However, not only could Ling Xiao break his mountain, but he could also counterattack. This really gave him quite a shock. However, he quickly adjusted himself. A sturdy defensive mountain appeared in front of him, blocking all of Ling Xiao's attacks. You don't have the ability to defeat me in one move. Ling Xiao's injuries were not light, but the ancient emperor's mystic art quickly healed his injuries, and he broke out of the mountain with all his strength. In any case, Ling Xiao had fought with the 11 sacred beasts. It was impossible for Li Weishan to take him down in one move. Ling Xiao did not hide anymore. He had to go all out, otherwise he would have to summon his divine soul doppelganger. However, it was not to that point yet. He still wanted to test the strength of his real body with all his strength. Ling Xiao finally used the 6th style of his newly created Imperial Dragon Sky-Destroying technique, Double Dragon Wind Demon, while Li Weishan was defending. Ling Xiao pointed out with 2 fingers and 2 completely different kinds of power rushed out. The 2-colored dragon-shaped finger radiance contained more than half of Ling Xiao's divine power. Its power was terrifying, and with the wind attribute adding fuel to the fire, it rushed out at an extreme speed, ignoring all spatial distance, and arrived in front of Li Weishan in an instant. Li Weishan did not expect the speed of Ling Xiao's finger to be so fast. Fortunately, there was a defensive mountain in front of him that was as thick as a divine artifact. Otherwise he would have been attacked. However, the 2 different colored forces actually merged into one before hitting his defense, intertwining into a 2-colored finger radiance, and its attack power doubled again. Li Weishan did not have time to be surprised. The finger radiance's power had already hit his defensive mountain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth-shattering attack was comparable to a supreme martial artist's attack, and its majestic power was simply terrifying. The finger directly pierced through Li Weishan's defensive mountain, and directly attacked Li Weishan's physical body. What? Li Weishan felt that he could no longer block the finger radiance and let out a cry of shock. Then his figure was directly blasted tens of thousands of meters away. His figure continuously collided with the turbulent forces, and many of the turbulent forces were shaken until they collapsed. In this empty space, the finger radiance was like a meteor that was so dazzling. The power of this finger could directly pierce the sky, and it could destroy everything. Ling Xiao had to pay a big price for this attack. Looking at his panting face, people knew that he had consumed a lot of his god power. "Ah, you dare to look down on me? You're not qualified." Ling Xiao sneered. He believed that this finger attack was enough to make Li Weishan suffer. It would let him know that a half-incipient God Realm expert wasn't someone that could be easily bullied. "I'm going to kill you." Li Weishan's voice came from a far distance. His earth-shaking roar proved how enraged he was. He was a supreme martial artist, but he was wounded by a half-incipient God Realm expert. His body was pierced through and the pain was so real. Moreover, the energy in his wounds was still destroying his god body. He had to use all of his power to expel that energy from his body. It was hard for him to accept. Today, if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he would lose all his face as a supreme martial artist. Although Li Weishan was wounded, the supreme martial artist could recover fast. However, Ling Xiao's destructive energy was troublesome, which delayed him for a while before he could counterattack. Barbarian King God Punch. This time he had used 90% of his competence. He had to kill Ling Xiao to vent the hatred in his heart. A stone fist of a giant smashed toward Ling Xiaocheng with unparalleled power. This fist had the tremendous momentum that could shake the entire world. He was worthy of being a supreme martial artist. Each of his attacks couldn't be ordinary. If this fist landed on the ground, it could destroy any area. It was the god technique of the barbarian tribe, Barbarian King God Punch. It was one of the rare ancient god techniques. Facing this simple yet formidable stone fist, Ling Xiao didn't dare to resist it directly. Otherwise he would get hurt badly. Although this fist was very domineering, it was still within range for Ling Xiao to dodge. After all, Ling Xiao had the wind attribute and his movement technique had reached the perfect realm. His speed was not inferior to a true supreme martial artist. After he barely dodged this fist, Li Weishan had already caught his movements. He locked onto his aura again and threw another punch. However, Ling Xiao was like a monkey. His movement technique kept on flashing and he was able to dodge every attack. This made Li Weishan very angry. He felt that it was an insult for Ling Xiao to be able to dodge his attack. However, a supreme martial artist didn't just have this little ability. Li Weishan frowned. His divine eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness as he shouted, "Space Seal." As his voice fell, he waved his hands, releasing streams of profound spatial energy. He actually created a stone world prison. From all directions, thick walls of earth pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was blocked by the power of the earth origin energy. It was impossible for him to dodge even if he wanted to. Just as he was about to destroy one of the spaces and escape, Li Weishan's Barbarian King God Fist attacked again. "Die!" Li Weishan shouted ferociously. Ling Xiao already had no way out. He had no choice but to brace himself and block this attack. Seventh move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Exterminating Art. Lotus Flower Stalk. A snow lotus king instantly condensed in front of Ling Xiao. It was as huge as a fairy lake and emitted a dense icy cold qi. Layers of thick ice wrapped around him, preventing him from being heavily injured. "Dying struggle," Li Weishan said with a cold smile. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The stone fist was invincible and it smashed into Ling Xiao's Snow Lotus King, shattering the layer of ice around it. After all, this was Li Weishan's full-strength attack. Its power was naturally not to be underestimated. Seeing that the stone fist was almost in front of Ling Xiao still gritted his teeth and persevered. Suddenly, the shattered ice layer turned into waves that filled the sky, surging towards the stone fist. The stone fist was immediately stopped by the ripples and its power weakened by a lot. However, it was not enough to rely on the ice layer and water waves to block the stone fist. Ling Xiao retreated again and again. He had already smashed into the spatial wall. But looking at his unyielding eyes, feeling his firm belief, it seemed that he still had the strength to block this attack. Sure enough, the waves suddenly changed. They turned from water into green tree vines, forcefully sealing off the stone fist. What kind of divine art is this?" Li Weishan, who was in front, cried out in alarm when he saw this series of shocking changes. However, all of these changes did not stop. When the stone fist was restrained, the vines that filled the sky continued to rush towards Li Weishan at an extremely fast speed. Li Weishan could not figure out what kind of divine art Ling Xiao was using, and he did not have the time to think about it. His defensive power had already blocked the vine's branches. Although with subdued earth, Li Weishan's strength was above Ling Xiao's. Even the vine's branches were unable to do anything to him. Just as Li Weishan was about to make another move to finish off Ling Xiao, There was another change that he did not expect. Bang! A flame instantly ignited, and with the help of the vine branch's power, it instantly formed a large sea of fire that burned. The wood assisted the fire, and the more it burned, the stronger it became. It directly caused a shocking explosion in front of Li Weishan. Li Weishan was scared out of his wits. His mountain defense was actually burned to the point of cracking under the terrifying fire, and many flames were even engulfing him. Chapter 1407. While Li Weishan was restrained, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to break free from the spatial shackles. He also took out a divine elixir to recover his divine power. Ling Xiao knew that this move could make Li Weishan suffer some losses, but it was almost impossible to seriously injure him. The sixth move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying art, Double Dragon Wind, blasted out again. The power of the consecutive elemental joint attack was not inferior to the attack of an ordinary supreme being. Even Li Weishan felt a little overwhelmed. Fire burning the eyebrows, pointing at the divine body. Li Weishan could be said to be restrained from the back. Even his supreme being defense could not block it. He was suppressed by his opponent and his divine body was seriously injured, which made him furious. Li Weishan gathered layers of power to block and disintegrate Ling Xiao's power, finally resolving the urgent situation. Ling Xiao was also repeatedly exhausted, and his divine power could not recover so quickly. Next he had to endure Li Weishan's angry counterattack. "You should be proud to be able to force me to this point." Li Weishan roared and the spatial shackles condensed again, trapping Ling Xiao, and then he punched out. Rumble. Ling Xiao used the last of his strength to block, but he was still at a loss and in pain. After a round of attacks, Ling Xiao's divine body was severely injured. His figure was distorted and his bones were exposed. Blood kept flowing out and it looked very cruel. "Still not dead, how tenacious," Li Weishan said with a surprised expression. After a pause he said, "But this is the end." After saying that he attacked Ling Xiao again. The second round of attacks came and he must destroy Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that if I don't use some trump cards, I really can't challenge a supreme being. But, to be able to injure a supreme being by combat power is very good." Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his battle prowess and the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art. After all, Li Weishan was not an ordinary sovereign but a sovereign of the ancient clan. He possessed the bloodline of brute force, and whether it was in terms of attack or defense, they far surpassed ordinary sovereigns. The fact that he was able to force Li Weishan to such a state proved that his strength was already comparable to that of an ordinary supreme being. As for anyone below the supreme being level, how could they be a match for him? Just as Li Weishan's attack was about to land, Ling Xiao's doppelganger finally appeared. However, his avatar still appeared in an invisible state. Its power instantly increased by dozens of times, and it blocked Li Weishan's stone fist. Boom boom boom. In the void, the stone fists were smashed into pieces. Many stone fragments flew in all directions and became dust in the void. Li Weishan's expression changed greatly. He didn't even know what was going on. His divine fist was actually destroyed. His divine telekinesis kept scanning the area, but he didn't find any other auras around him. What's going on? Could it be that this person has a guardian supreme protecting him? Li Weishan was extremely shocked. The more he fought with Ling Xiao, the more Li Weishan couldn't adapt to the successive changes. Ling Xiao was already difficult to deal with. If he really had a guardian supreme protecting him, then it would be difficult for him to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's spirit clone took advantage of the time when Li Weishan was still puzzled to approach him and launch a fierce attack. Bang bang. The thick defense in front of Li Weishan was directly hit by Ling Xiao's spirit clone, and fist marks appeared on it. His defensive mountain was directly hit until it cracked, and Li Weishan's divine body was immediately injured. Puff. Li Weishan was finally seriously injured. His entire body was sent flying and he spat out divine blood. Li Weishan was indeed a sovereign. After a short loss, he once again condensed his defensive power, and continuously punched out in all directions. However, these punches had no target, so they couldn't hurt Ling Xiao's spirit clone at all. After all, his speed was still there. Ling Xiao's real body also seized the opportunity to speed up his recovery. He didn't look worried at all. Who is it? Who is it? Come out. Li Weishan looked around and shouted in fear. Facing an unknown enemy, there would always be a sense of fear, and Li Weishan was no exception. He was sure that the opponent had the power of a sovereign at the incipient god realm. Otherwise, how could the opponent's attack so easily break his defense and injure him so badly? If his reaction had been a little slower, he would have been directly killed by the opponent. No one answered Li Weishan. However, as soon as he stopped attacking in all directions, the opponent attacked again. He didn't know what to do and he was continuously injured. If it weren't for his amazing defense, he would have been killed by the opponent's sneak attack without a doubt. A supreme martial artist who could conceal himself and attack without revealing any aura, this kind of method was simply unheard of and unseen. He thought that it was somewhat similar to the secret technique of the Dark Shadow clan in the Sky Dragon area, but there were also some differences. This secret technique was simply invincible. Li Weishan was scared. Although the incipient god realm experts were superior to billions of people, he wasn't arrogant enough to be invincible in the world. Facing a sovereign who was stronger than him, he would still fall. Otherwise, since the antiquity time, there would be many sovereigns appearing in each era, but also a large number of sovereigns would fall continuously. Even if a supreme expert were to face a supreme expert who was stronger than him, he would still die. Li Weishan continuously attacked in all directions. He wanted to run away, but the opponent was faster than him. The opponent could even block his way and attack him. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Li Weishan was continuously attacked inexplicably. His divine body was destroyed over and over again. His divine power kept decreasing. Li Weishan knew that if it continued like this, he would definitely die. However, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. What should he do? Li Weishan's eyes eventually fell on Ling Xiao in the distance. He found that Ling Xiao's wounds were all healed and his aura had recovered a lot, which frightened him a lot. If Ling Xiao attacked him again, he wouldn't be able to survive. He was secretly anxious. Even if he wanted to inform his clansmen, it would be impossible. After all, they were outside the 9 heavens and the sound transmission stone would also be cut off. Only those in the outer realms would be able to hear the distress signal. Oh my god. What's going on? It's too much. Li Weishan screamed, feeling wronged. Ever since he had become a sovereign, he had never had such a depressing fight. First, he was hurt by a half-incipient god realm expert. Now he was overwhelmed by an unknown opponent. If others saw him like this, they would definitely doubt whether he was a sovereign or an incipient god realm expert. He really wanted to kill himself with a piece of tofu. Begrudgingly, Li Weishan put down his arrogant head and begged Ling Xiao, Kim people's friend, please ask your people to stop. I, Li Weishan, admit my defeat. If he didn't surrender, he would be tortured to death if he continued like this. Ling Xiao's wounds were almost healed. He calmly walked to Li Weishan and said, "Didn't you want to kill me? Why do you want to surrender now?" As soon as Ling Xiao finished, his god soul clone launched another round of sneak attacks, which made Li Weishan vomit blood. Li Weishan fought back while crazily dancing. I, Li Weishan, have eyes but didn't recognize Mount Tai. If you let me go, you will be a friend of our man tribe. Otherwise, even if you kill me, the ancestor of our man tribe won't let you go. Also, that warrior of the Xinyu tribe will be affected by you. Although Li Weishan's body was tall and sturdy, he looked like a simple-minded person with well-developed limbs. In fact, he wasn't like what he looked like. His mind was still cautious and he had hit Ling Xiao's weak spot. That's right. Even if Ling Xiao killed Li Weishan, Xinyu Yi would also be affected. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want to kill Li Weishan in the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. I can let you go, but I have a condition. Ling Xiao said calmly. What condition? If it goes against my tribe's rules, I can't do anything. Li Weishan said with some integrity. Don't worry, my condition is very simple. Ling Xiao replied, then stated his request. First of all, you have to settle the warrior assembly for me. I will announce that my brother Xinyu Yi is the strongest warrior. Secondly, you are not allowed to make things difficult for the people of the Xinyu tribe in the future. After all, you are of the same tribe. If I find out that my brother is treated unfairly in the future, don't blame me for turning against you. At that time, I won't let your man tribe have an easy time. I believe you should be clear about this. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, the god soul clone near Li Weishan actually sent out a terrifying attack. This attack brushed past Li Weishan's shoulder, obviously to warn him. Li Weishan was shocked once again and hurriedly replied, I can agree to all of these. Do you have any other requests? These were all trivial matters to him. After all, he was a great master and had a lot of power in the tribe. Deciding who the strongest warrior belonged to and not oppressing the Xinyu tribe weren't a big deal. Anyway, it wasn't a matter of betraying his tribe. Ling Xiao didn't think of too many conditions, but seeing that Li Weishan was still sensible, he added another condition. Does your man tribe have an earth element genesis stone? I want one. What? You want my tribe's genesis stone? Impossible. Li Weishan hurriedly replied. Seeing Li Weishan's reaction, Ling Xiao knew that the man tribe really had an earth element genesis stone. He immediately said with joy, "Isn't your life worth one genesis stone?" Li Weishan resolutely said, "That's right, the genesis stone is the foundation of my tribe. It's more precious than my life." Ling Xiao instantly frowned and a murderous aura instantly spread out. Li Weishan was frightened. He was really afraid that Ling Xiao would really send someone to kill him. He hurriedly said, "Although I can't give you the genesis stone, I know where to find it. I don't know if you dare to take it or not." Where? Ling Xiao hurriedly asked. The Nirvana space must have a fire element genesis stone. Li Weishan blurted out. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's God Soul clone would immediately attack him again. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Ling Xiao shouted angrily. Chapter 1408. The Nirvana space was one of the 8 forbidden areas, just like the chaotic burial space. It was rumored that there was a genesis stone with fire property there. However, from Li Weishan's mouth, it was obvious that he wanted to send Ling Xiao to his death. If Ling Xiao didn't give him a warning, he would think that he was a fool. Li Weishan didn't expect that Ling Xiao would have such a big reaction, and he was slapped again. He hurriedly said, "Listen to me, there is another place besides the Nirvana space." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger stopped attacking again. Ling Xiao said in a deep voice, "If you dare to play tricks again, I will let you die without a burial place." Li Weishan cursed in his heart. "I didn't say anything wrong, the Nirvana space has a genesis stone. Motherf **, is it wrong to tell the truth?" Before he answered Ling Xiao, he hurriedly healed his wounds and said, "As far as I know, not long ago, someone obtained the genesis stone from the Nirvana space and came out alive." Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Hurry up and tell me, don't keep me guessing." Li Weishan hurriedly said, "It was said that the Holy Lady of the Thousand Beasts Alliance got it." "Is this information reliable?" Ling Xiao asked in a deep voice. "I am 80% sure, the Holy Lady is a genius girl who can control the vermilion bird, and the Nirvana space is the resting place of the vermilion bird. With the help of the vermilion bird, it is easy for the Holy Lady to enter and exit the Nirvana space, so it is not difficult to get the genesis stone." Li Weishan explained. Ling Xiao knew about the Thousand Beasts Alliance and he knew that it was a big alliance of beast trainers. However, he didn't expect that the Holy Lady of the Thousand Beasts Alliance had the ability to control the vermilion bird. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The Heaven territory really had many talented people and there were all kinds of people. "I hope that your information is accurate." Ling Xiao nodded and continued, "Then we're even for the time being. Remember what I said just now. We're still friends. Don't even think about gathering the other supremes to harm me when you return to your barbarian tribe. Otherwise, my people will bring the news back to my Jin tribe. Then you'll become a sinner of your barbarian tribe." Ling Xiao naturally gave Li Weishan a warning first in case he decided to turn his back on him. Li Weishan said, "Man's words." Li Weishan said in a serious tone, "Don't worry, you will be a friend of the barbarian tribe from now on. As long as you don't harm the barbarian tribe, everything can be discussed." Li said, "King, Supremes Li Weishan Li and Beast Stone Barbarian." Only then did Li Weishan let out a sigh of relief. He had been carefully looking around for the invisible man, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not find him. He had to recognize the fact that he was really screwed this time. However, while Ling Xiao and Li Wei were fighting, the Xinyu tribe in the land of berserkers was facing a crusade. Because Ling Xiao had injured Li Dou and broken the rules of the warrior assembly, he had also injured their patriarch and various tribal chiefs, forcing the guardian elders to come out. These crimes were all imposed on the Xinyu tribe by the Li tribe and the Ko tribe. On the other hand, Xinyu Yi was charged with the crime of betraying the clan, and Li Irma and Ko Lian demanded that he be executed immediately. The people of the Xinyu tribe had been suppressed for many years, and now that such a thing had happened, Xinyu Shisu, the tribal chief, was finally unwilling to be bullied by the Li tribe and the Ko tribe, and insisted that the tribal chief uphold justice. Otherwise, the Xinyu tribe would not accept the punishment, and they would risk their lives to ask their old tribal chief who had been in seclusion for many years to come out and uphold justice for them. Although the Xinyu tribe had declined, it was not that they did not have a sovereign. The Li tribe and the Ko tribe had gone too far and they could not endure it anymore. Sure enough, after Xinyu Shisu said this, Li Erma and Ko Lian did not dare to press too hard, but they would only be satisfied if Xinyu Yi was severely punished. After all, they had a good reason. Ling Xiao was Xinyu Yi's friend. Everything that Ling Xiao had done was naturally borne by Xinyu Yi. At this time in the tribe's big tent, all the tribal chiefs and many elders had gathered together, and Xinyu Yi was also forced to kneel in front of them by two high-level divine kings. Tribal chief, the matter is already very clear. This person colluded with outsiders and plotted to harm our clansmen. He should be executed for his crime, but tribal chief Xinyu could not bear to do it, so we might as well cripple him and expel him from our tribe, never to return. This punishment should be necessary. Li Erma said with a gloomy expression. He had been humiliated by Ling Xiao time and time again, so he had to vent his anger, and Xinyu Yi became the target of his anger. Li Erma, it's too much. Xinyu Yi was defeated and Li Dou wanted his life. His friend didn't know it, so it's reasonable for him to stand up for him. I think we should punish Xinyu Yi to face the wall for 100 years. He is not allowed to take one step out of the tribe. Xinyu Shisu still wanted to protect his people. His friend is very dissatisfied with us old fellows. He even injured the chief and insulted our clansmen. Not killing him for this crime is already taking into account that you're the chief of Shisu. Don't push your luck. Ko Lian snorted coldly from the side. Right after him, the half-incipient God Realm elders of the Li tribe and the Ko tribe also said that they wanted to punish Xinyu Yi severely. The warriors of the Tuoba tribe and the Wuxia tribe didn't say anything. Xinyu Yi looked at Tuoba Liqing's resolute eyes and said, "Chief, if you want to kill me, do as you please. But, please chief, don't let the guardian elder kill my brother. He's the junior that Kim people want to protect. Something bad happens to him, it will be a war between the two tribes. Please chief, think twice." Xinyu Yi knew that he couldn't escape the punishment, but he still spoke his mind rationally. At the same time, he didn't want anything bad to happen to Ling Xiao here. Otherwise, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. At this moment, Tuoba Liqing finally opened his mouth. Xinyu Yi, the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment can't be forgiven. About the punishment, we should wait for the guardian elder to come back. About the Xinyu tribe's profit, we should deduct 10%. Chief, that little bastard hurt you just now. This is equivalent to hurting the face of our tribe. How can we punish him so lightly? I think there's no need to wait for the guardian elder to come back. He can be convicted. As for the Xinyu tribe's profit, we should deduct 30%. They don't need that much anyway. Li Erma said again. It had to be said that this person really wanted to force the Xinyu tribe into a dead end. The Xinyu tribe's profit distribution was already small, and with another 30%, how could they cultivate in the future? Li Erma, don't go too far. We have a lot of men in our tribe. Deducting another 30%, you're not letting us live. If you really can't tolerate us, we can leave and live on our own. Xinyu Shisu scolded angrily. Even a clay figurine had 3 fires. Li Erma's actions had touched Xinyu Shisu's bottom line. At this moment, Ko Lian said lightly, deduct 20%. 10% is not enough to make the people angry. The chief's dignity can't be profaned. Wu Guai also said, actually, this doesn't have much to do with the Xinyu tribe's men. It's enough for the chief to deduct 1 level. They're all your men and you can't blame each other. Wu Guai's words were undoubtedly a warning and reminder for Li Erma and Ko Lian not to go too far. They were all their own men and they shouldn't be forced to this extent. Li Erma could hear the meaning behind Wu Guai's words and immediately said with a livid face, "It's precisely because there are men that we need to be self-disciplined. We shouldn't make friends with people we don't know, lest the whole tribe suffer." That's right. If it weren't for the guardian elder's appearance today, I'm afraid we old bones would all be buried in the tribe's land. Ko Lian echoed. Let's do as I said just now. Everything will be decided after the guardian elder returns, Tuoba Liqing said with some annoyance. In fact, he wanted to be on good terms with Ling Xiao. This was equivalent to having another Kim people friend, which was beneficial to the relationship between their two great ancient tribes. But now that things had gotten to this point, it was probably impossible. Xinyu Shisu finally heaved a sigh of relief, but when he looked at Xinyu Yi, he was full of pity. This was an outstanding warrior of their Xinyu tribe. As long as he continued to grow stronger, there would be a day when he would surpass him and restore the prestige of their tribe. But now it seemed that it was no longer possible. However, at this moment Ling Xiao and Li Weishan returned from the outer domain and directly came to this big tent. Tuoba Liqing and the others sensed their aura and all walked out of the tent together. They saw that Ling Xiao was actually talking and laughing with Li Weishan. They didn't look like enemies, but more like old friends who had known each other for many years. This made them unable to wrap their heads around it. As for Li Irma and Ko Lian, they were clearly anxious and uneasy. This situation was completely different from what they had imagined. They felt that if Li Weishan made a move, Ling Xiao would definitely be captured easily and he would definitely die. But now the two of them had become friends. What exactly was going on? They couldn't understand, and the others also couldn't understand. Only the people involved knew clearly. Xinyu Shisu was undoubtedly the happiest person. Perhaps their tribe could escape this disaster and they might even receive some benefits. Elder Weishan, what are you guys doing? Tuoba Liqing asked with deep doubt. Li Weishan's expression flashed across his face and he laughed. I and Divine Teacher Ling don't get to know each other without a fight. So he's not only one of Kim people's people, but also a divine alchemist recognized by the Medicine Alliance. He's also a guest elder of the Medicine Alliance. In the future, Divine Teacher Ling will be our tribe's honored guest. You guys have to treat him well. After Li Weishan and Ling Xiao stopped fighting, Ling Xiao revealed some of his identity to Li Weishan so that Li Weishan would be more fearful of his existence. This would achieve Ling Xiao's goal, and it could also be considered as a compromise to help the Xinyu tribe get out of trouble. After all, his reputation as a divine alchemist was right there. No matter where he went, it was enough for any faction to rope him in and befriend him. As expected, after Li Weishan's words fell, the expressions of the barbarian chiefs immediately changed. Chapter 1409. Ling Xiao is one of the Kim people's men? He's also a divine alchemist? Aren't the Kim people all of the metal attribute? Can people with the metal attribute refine elixirs nowadays? This made the barbarian tribe feel like they couldn't wrap their heads around it. However, those who had fought with Ling Xiao before knew that Ling Xiao had multiple attributes. Moreover, these words came from the mouth of their guardian elder, so they had no reason not to believe him. Ling Xiao looked at their skeptical gazes. His body shook slightly and an alchemist's robe appeared on his body. The divine badge immediately hung in front of his chest, looking dazzling. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, who had suddenly changed his attire. When they looked at Ling Xiao's divine badge again, they no longer had any doubts. Even Li Weishan was the same. He had only heard what Ling Xiao had said, but he didn't quite believe Ling Xiao's words. Now he had no choice but to believe it. Li Weishan cursed in his heart. What kind of monster is this kid? It's scary enough that his combat power is so abnormal, but he's also a divine alchemist now. Is he using some secret technique to hide his age? Is he actually some old monster? Li Weishan had to admit that his imagination was very rich. Tuoba Liqing immediately stepped forward and said very sincerely to Ling Xiao, "So it's the divine alchemist of the Medicine Guild of the Tianyuan region. Our barbarians have been disrespectful. I, the clan leader, apologize to divine alchemist Ling." Tuoba Liqing was indeed a clan leader. His magnanimity was really incomparable to others. Originally, he was a little dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's interference in their warrior conference. However, after learning that Ling Xiao was one of the Kim people's men, he decided to keep the peace. If Li Yuma hadn't provoked him again and again, this wouldn't have happened. Now that he knew that Ling Xiao had two identities, he was even more glad that his guardian elder didn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if the Kim people and the Medicine Guild worked together to deal with them, they would be in big trouble. He had heard that the Tianyuan region's Medicine Alliance was now completely hostile to the Heavenly Tiger region's Demon Tiger sect. The Medicine Alliance was publicly acknowledged as the strongest power in the Heaven Realm, and Kim people was even stronger than the barbarians. The barbarians didn't want to become enemies with such a power. At this time, Li Weishan immediately introduced Tuoba Liqing to Ling Xiao, telling Ling Xiao that this was their barbarian tribe's patriarch. Ling Xiao immediately replied, Patriarch Tuoba, you're being too polite. We don't know each other if we don't fight. Let's just forget about today's matter. What does Patriarch Tuoba think? Tuoba Liqing hurriedly nodded and said, all right, Divine Masterling is magnanimous. If we don't agree it would be rude of us. Then he said, come Divine Masterling Elder Wei Shan, let's go into the tent and drink to our heart's content. Today's matter will be over. Tuoba Liqing pulled Ling Xiao into the tent. Ling Xiao stopped and said, Patriarch Tuoba, don't be in such a hurry. Let me catch up with my brother first. After saying that, he walked towards Xin Yi, who was still being held. Tuoba Liqing immediately shouted, hurry up and let go of the Xinyu tribe's warrior. The man who was holding Xin Yi hurriedly released Xin Yi. Boss. Xin Yi excitedly cried out to Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with gratitude, but at the same time, there was also a strong sense of guilt. When he left the Heavenly Dragon domain many years ago, Ling Xiao was still in the chaotic burial space. However, he knew that Ling Xiao was still alive. He waited for a long time and didn't see Ling Xiao come out. He could only say goodbye to Yun Mingqi and the others and come to the Heavenly Sparrow domain to find his clansmen. He didn't expect that after so many years he didn't go back to see Ling Xiao. Instead, Ling Xiao came to find him and saved his life. While he was grateful, of course, he also felt sad. However, these years when he returned to the tribe, he didn't have time to attend to other things. He only wanted to improve his strength and make his tribe stronger, so he didn't go back to the Heavenly Dragon domain. You don't need to say anything. It's a good thing that we brothers can see each other again. Ling Xiao punched Xin Yu's chest a few times. He understood Xin Yu's character. On the surface, there was a simple and honest loyal heart. He wouldn't blame Xin Yi for forgetting about him after returning to the tribe. Yes, boss, I'm very happy to see you again. Xin Yi didn't know what to say. He finally realized that this boss of his was different from the past. Not only could he solve his crisis, but he might also be able to solve the crisis of his tribe. Why wouldn't he be happy? Ling Xiao looked at Xin Yi and nodded. Then he turned to Tuoba Liqing and said, Old Yi is my sworn brother in the Heavenly Dragon domain. I want him to drink with me and reminisce about our friendship. I wonder if Chief Tuoba will allow it? Tuoba Liqing immediately laughed and said, the warrior of Xinyu tribe is also my tribesman. He is a friend of Divine Masterling, so he should naturally sit at the table. Xinyu Yi, you sit next to Divine Masterling and accompany him. Ling Xiao was not only powerful, but he was also a divine alchemist. This made Tuoba Liqing humble himself. Moreover, his guardian's founding elder couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of formidable trump card Ling Xiao had that made his guardian's founding elder have to stay with him. As the chief, of course, he wouldn't make Ling Xiao unhappy. Li Weishan seized the chance and said, yeah, this warrior of Xinyu tribe has won more than 10 battles. We should give him the title of strongest warrior. Li Dou already has the title. To avenge a personal grudge, he plotted to murder his fellow tribesmen. I suggest Chief to strip him of the title of strongest warrior. He should be flogged 500 times and expelled from the tribe. He should never return to the tribe. What? Li Yuma screamed in fear. Ko Lian, as well as the people of the Li and Ko tribes, who were standing beside him, were all astonished. If these words came from the other guardian's founding elder, Li Yuma and Ko Lian wouldn't be so surprised. At most, they would be indignant. However, it was different when Li Weishan said it. Li Weishan was the incipient God realm expert of the Li tribe. How could he expel the warriors of his tribe? What had happened during this period? Why did their guardian elder make such a decision? After Li Yuma lost his composure for a short while, he immediately came back to his senses and said to Li Weishan, Weishan, are you crazy? Li Dou is a warrior of our tribe. How can we expel him? Li Weishan was Li Yuma's nephew, so he didn't care about the founding elder and directly questioned him. Li Weishan replied indifferently, Chieftain, Li Dou brought this upon himself. The warriors of the Xinyu tribe were originally weaker than him, but he actually challenged them with the title of the strongest warrior. Originally, this wasn't a big deal, but to think that he would be so cruel as to kill a brother of his own tribe. His intentions should be put to death. This is a warrior's competition. Life and death are up to the heavens. Li Yuma powerlessly refuted. Victory and defeat have already been decided, so it should be stopped. He still wanted to kill him. If it wasn't for revenge, what else could it be? You don't need to say anymore. Chief, please make the decision. Li Weishan coldly snorted. Thinking about Ling Zhao's supreme guardian who could turn invisible, Li Weishan felt his hair stand on end. If he didn't give Ling Zhao an explanation, the Li tribe wouldn't be able to live in peace in the future. Thus he had to give up on Li Dou and satisfy Ling Zhao so that he wouldn't cause trouble for them. Moreover, now that he knew that Ling Zhao was a genuine divine alchemist, he was even more determined to befriend Ling Zhao. This was because Ling Zhao was already at the peak of half-incipient god realm. If he could advance one step further, not only would he become a supreme being, but he might also become an alchemy god. At that time, his two identities would make him one of the most noble people in the heaven domain. He would be a character that everyone would have to curry favor with. If they missed such a character, it would be a huge loss for their barbarian tribe. Tuoba Liqing wiped a faint smile and said, "Guardian Elder is right. Remove Li Dou's title as the strongest warrior. He will never be allowed to return to our tribe. If he dares to use our tribe's name to do something against our tribe, we will kill him even if he's far away." Recently, the Li tribe and the Ko tribe had been pressuring the royal tribe. Now that he had a chance to suppress them, Tuoba Liqing wouldn't let it slip away. Listening to Tuoba Liqing, Li Weishan's face paled to the extreme. He didn't know why this had happened all of a sudden. He said unwillingly, "I will report this to the old chief." Li Weishan rolled his eyes at him. "Don't worry. The old chief will agree with my decision." Then he turned to Tuoba Liqing and said, "Chief Xianxia has become the strongest warrior. I think their profit will increase by 3 times. They have contributed a lot to our tribe these years." Tuoba Liqing raised his eyes slightly and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes, but he also responded very straightforwardly, "Let's do as Elder Weishan says." Li Yuma was so enraged. Li Weishan was the incipient god realm expert of the Li tribe. How could he speak for the Xinyu tribe? At this moment, the other tribes recognized Li Weishan's strange behavior. They guessed that their guardian elder had been subdued by Ling Zhao. Otherwise, how could he act so strangely? In any case, since a protector-sure elder had spoken, the people of the other tribes also began to agree with his words. Li Yuma knew that he would lose his face if he continued like this. He didn't care what the others thought. He flicked his sleeves and left. Ko Lian was in a dilemma. After hesitating for a while, he didn't dare to leave like Li Yuma. At the banquet, Xinyu Shisu was so happy. He had never thought that things would turn out like this. It was like a dream. He thought it wasn't real. Not only would Xinyu Yi be conferred the title of the strongest warrior, but they would also receive 3 times more benefits. To the men of their tribe it was a big favor. That way the men of their tribe could cultivate faster. They believed that they could catch up with the other tribes in the near future. They could revive the Xinyu tribe's prestige. It was all because of that young man who was sitting at the top. He praised inwardly, "Little Yi has made an excellent friend." Chapter 14:10. At the banquet, Ling Zhao, Tuoba Liei, Li Weishan, and the other chiefs were all drinking to their heart's content. It was as if the previous unhappiness was no longer in their hearts. "I've long heard that the barbarian tribe is hospitable. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's indeed extraordinary. Your wine is very enjoyable," Ling Zhao said while drinking. Tuoba Liqing laughed, "Of course we are friends of the barbarian tribe. We will always treat you with good meat and wine. We will never mistreat our friends. Divine Teacher Ling, you are a good friend of our tribe from now on. You are welcome to visit us at any time." Being able to befriend a divine alchemist was also a joyous matter for the barbarian tribe. After all, they didn't even have a single alchemist in their tribe, let alone a divine alchemist. If Ling Zhao could refine a batch of medicinal pills for them, it would definitely allow the cultivation of the men in their tribe to improve rapidly. That's for sure. "Who asked my brother to be your tribesman? Even if I don't give face to the monks, I'll give face to the Buddha. I'm definitely making friends with you guys." Ling Zhao smiled. The meaning of his words was very clear. What he meant was that he wanted to be friends with them for the sake of his brother Xianxia. But if his brother was wronged by them, they would no longer be friends and would instead become enemies. Everyone present could hear the meaning behind Ling Zhao's words. Although they were a bit dissatisfied with Ling Zhao's blatant words, they could only endure it. Don't look at this young man who always had a kind smile on his face. His stature was one size smaller than theirs, but when it came to a real battle they had already experienced how terrifying his strength was. In their eyes, Ling Zhao was the strongest warrior they had ever seen. Not to mention that even their guardian elder had to be kind to him. How could the others dare to say half a word? After the banquet, both the host and the guests were happy. After the banquet, Tuoba Liqing originally wanted to arrange for Ling Xiao to stay in the largest tent and sleep with him. After all, this was the custom of the barbarian tribe. To be able to sleep with the patriarch in the same tent was a very glorious thing. After hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but have goosebumps, and immediately refused with the reason that he still had a lot to discuss with Xinyu Yi. At the same time, he told Xinyu Shisu and Xinyu Yi to take good care of Ling Xiao and ask Ling Xiao to stay here for a few more days. He also promised Xinyu Yi that he was willing to marry the princess to Ling Xiao. Xinyu Shisu naturally hoped that Ling Xiao would stay here forever, but he knew that it was impossible. He still happily agreed to the clan head's words. Ling Xiao, Xinyu Yi and the Xinyu tribe's people returned to the Xinyu tribe's territory. Although the 5 tribes were all located in the Savage Mountain, their territories were separated by quite a distance. After returning to the Xinyu tribe, Xinyu Shisu once again thanked Ling Xiao on behalf of the entire tribe. If it wasn't for Divine Master Ling's timely appearance, little Yi would be finished. Our tribe has lost another of our strongest warriors. Please accept my thanks on behalf of everyone in the Xinyu tribe. Xinyu Shisu very seriously wanted to bow to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao quickly supported Xinyu Shisu and said, "Chieftain Xinyu, please don't be like this. Old Yi and I are brothers, it's only right for me to save him. Moreover, you guys were almost implicated because of me. How can you make me feel like this?" Xinyu Yi also said, "Chieftain, I will repay boss kindness. Good little Yi, remember to have a good talk with Divine Master Ling. I won't disturb you guys anymore. Later tonight I'll have a few girls warm Divine Master Ling's bed." Xinyu Shisu said very happily and brought everyone back to their respective residences. "You barbarians sure are passionate," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. "Yeah, after I returned to the tribe, the people in the tribe treated me pretty well, but the people in the other tribes were a bit cold," Xinyu Yi sighed. Ling Xiao heard Xinyu Ye's dilemma and immediately said, "Everything depends on strength. When your strength surpasses theirs, they won't dare to do anything to you." Xinyu Yi deeply understood these words and nodded heavily. "Ever since I came to the Heaven region, I realized that my strength is very weak. I've always wanted to become a divine king, but after becoming a divine king, I realized that it's not enough. Now, I don't know when I'll be able to reach that level." Although Tuoba Liqing gave him the title of the strongest warrior, he didn't think that he was worthy of this title. He had indeed lost to Li Dou, this was an indisputable fact. He felt a little sad in his heart. He even doubted whether he could protect them if he brought his tribesmen to the Heaven region. Ling Xiao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, didn't you think that becoming a divine king was amazing? Now you're a mid-tier divine king. One more step and you'll have the qualifications to challenge the Senjin of Goguryeo. This road has to be taken step by step, but you've been in the Heaven region for many years, it's time to go back to your homeland lest they worry. Anyway, the Heaven region is big, it's easy to settle them down, but if you want them to return to your barbarian tribe, you still need to work harder." Xinyu Yi showed a resolute expression and replied, "I know what to do." Then he changed the topic and said, "Boss, how did you get out of the chaotic burial space? At that time we were all scared to death." Immediately, Ling Xiao briefly explained what happened that year. This made Xinyu Yi sigh. He felt that his boss was really lucky to be able to walk out of that kind of hopeless situation alive. After Ling Xiao and Xinyu Yi talked for half a day, Xinyu Yi brought Ling Xiao to rest. At their level of strength, it didn't matter whether they slept or not, but Ling Xiao had fought a few battles and was indeed a little tired. He needed to find a place to calm down, so he followed Xinyu Ye's suggestion and entered the big tent. However, as soon as he entered the tent, he was dumbfounded. He saw a few naked young girls walking around in his tent. That plump and delicate body, those delicate and round breasts, those fat and round buttocks, those healthy yellow and smooth skin, all of them displayed the most primitive temptation. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva, a wave of heat instantly rose. He hadn't had intercourse with a woman for many years. Suddenly seeing such an erotic scene, if he didn't have any reaction, then he wouldn't be a man. "Respected warrior, we have already filled the bath perfume for you. Please allow us to help you bathe and change your clothes." For young girls who had reached the saint level all bowed to Ling Xiao and said. That sweet voice kept lingering in Ling Xiao's ears, causing his body to go limp. What's more, there was also a divine king-level girl in the bathtub. Her beautiful eyes that were like the bright moon were looking at Ling Xiao lovingly. Her facial features weren't delicate and lovely, but instead had a valiant and heroic aura that ordinary girls rarely had. Her beautiful hair was coiled up and she wore many pearl and agate accessories. That pair of jade-like earrings were even more sparkling and translucent, exuding a little bit of seductive light. She squatted in the bathtub, revealing her head above her neck, and below her collarbone was covered by the bathtub. Any man couldn't help but let their imagination run wild, overflowing with lust. That girl even threw a few coquettish glances at Ling Xiao, and the tip of her tongue lightly moved, carrying a coquettish and seductive intent. This girl gave Ling Xiao a kind of exotic and absolute temptation, very similar to the feeling he had when he first saw Yuro Fei, making him have an impulse to completely press her under his crotch and ruthlessly punish her. While Ling Xiao was in a daze, those young girls were already undressing Ling Xiao. However, when Ling Xiao came back to his senses, he instantly shook them off lightly, and his whole body was already outside the big tent. At the same time he said, "Sorry, I went to the wrong tent." In reality, Ling Xiao obviously didn't go to the wrong tent. This was the tent that Xin Yuyi brought him to. How could Xin Yuyi make a mistake? There must be something he didn't understand. He definitely couldn't lose his chastity for no reason. Ling Xiao suppressed his evil thoughts and quickly found Xin Yuyi, who wasn't far away, and shouted, "Old Yi, what's going on with the women in the tent?" Actually, before entering the tent he could sense that there were people inside and he thought they were just ordinary attendants, but they were all naked women. He had no choice but to ask clearly what was going on. Xin Yuyi was stunned for a moment and smiled. "Boss, why are you making such a big fuss? It's just a few women and you're already this scared? Don't talk nonsense with me. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Who arranged for them to come to my tent? Are they trying to seduce this boss?" Ling Xiao said with a face full of indignation. It was true that he liked women, like those young and beautiful women, but he always had his own principles. How could he just sleep with any kind of woman he saw? He wondered if this was a honey trap set up by Xinyu Shisu for him. At that time, if these women were to rely on him, then there would be no small trouble. "Boss, don't be anxious, listen to me first." Xin Yuyi laughed lightly and then began to explain. It turned out that this matter was indeed arranged by Xinyu Shisu, but he didn't force those women to do it. Rather, those women volunteered to serve Ling Xiao. How could there be such a good thing? It was because the women of the barbarian tribe liked strong warriors, and Ling Xiao's body was much thinner compared to the barbarian tribe, but he had astonishing strength and was able to defeat the tribe leader and many tribal chiefs at the same time. In their eyes he was the strongest warrior. Therefore they were willing to offer their bodies to Ling Xiao, just for a night of pleasure. If they were lucky, they would be able to conceive the child of the strongest warrior. Then in the future their child would have a high chance of possessing the outstanding bloodline of the strongest warrior, and thus bring honor to their ancestors. Of course, all of these women would be virgins, and those who weren't virgins would no longer have the qualifications to offer their bodies. And in Ling Xiao's tent, the woman in the bathtub was the most beautiful woman of the Xinyu tribe, and also the most outstanding woman cultivating Tenbin. She had very high standards and not ordinary people could enter her eyes. And she saw the battle between Ling Xiao and half of the incipient god realm experts of the barbarian tribe, so she proactively asked the tribal chief to offer her body to Ling Xiao. After all, this was the custom of the barbarian tribe, so Xinyu Shisu happily agreed to her request. Ling Xiao was so strong and he was also a member of the Kim people, so in the future his child would definitely inherit the superior bloodline of the two tribes. Chapter 14:11. After listening to Xinyu Ye's explanation, Ling Xiao felt like he couldn't wrap his head around it. What the hell is this? Ling Xiao patted his forehead speechlessly. It was as if the other party was treating him as a breeding seed. If he didn't control himself, his bloodline would be lost after just one round of intercourse. Who knew if his son or daughter would lose his father's love in the future? This was definitely not the result that Ling Xiao wanted. He firmly believed that his outstanding bloodline couldn't be casually left outside the clan. "Boss, we barbarian women are passionate and unrestrained. It's not bad for you to spend the night with them. They won't shamelessly follow you." Xin Yi laughed from the side. Ling Xiao shook his head and said firmly, "Don't talk about this anymore. Boss isn't a casual person. Alright, since boss doesn't like it, I'll let them leave. But they'll definitely be very sad." Xin Yi didn't dare to force Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Forget it, just find an uninhabited mountain ridge for me to meditate for a while. Xin Yi listened to Ling Xiao's arrangements, pointed him to an uninhabited mountain ridge, and let Ling Xiao cultivate alone. Ling Xiao found a place to sit down and calmly recover his state. At the same time he recalled the scene of the battle with Li Weishan, and felt the pressure that a true Zhizun brought him. Zhizun's every move had already reached the extreme of the use of power. Using the power of origin to condense all things to attack, he could make any spatial power his own, and with a single thought he could seal the space of millions of miles. Ling Xiao kept deducing, hoping to catch a trace of enlightenment that would allow him to break through. In the end he returned to the sky sovereign level and comprehended the power of the world. He always felt that something was missing and he couldn't turn them from illusions into real existences. He originally thought that injecting divine power would allow them to reach that step, but he had already tried hundreds of times to no avail. Now he began to have a trace of inspiration, but he just couldn't grasp it. After all, the barbarian tribe was not a place for quiet cultivation. Just as he had a hint of understanding, Xinyu Shisu and Xinyu Yi came over. Ling Xiao had no choice but to give up for the time being. He believed that he would definitely be able to find the crucial point he needed after exchanging blows with more supreme martial artists in the future. After Xinyu Shisu saw Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but talk about the matter of the women. His face was full of regret as he felt that it was their loss that Ling Xiao didn't pamper the women of the Xinyu tribe. Ling Xiao was shocked by this open-mindedness. Xinyu Shisu was here to invite Ling Xiao to his tent as a guest. This was how the barbarians treated their guests. Ling Xiao also put down his arrogance and drank with them for a few days. But when he got to the tent, Ling Xiao saw the woman who had been waiting for him in the bathtub. This woman was dressed splendidly, gorgeously dressed, fully displaying the style of the barbarians. Her beautiful eyes cast a resentful look at Ling Xiao from time to time, as if Ling Xiao was a man who had been used and then abandoned. Ling Xiao could only turn a blind eye to her. It couldn't be helped. An outstanding man like him would be pursued by a bunch of women wherever he went. He had to stand firm and absolutely couldn't be tempted by beauty. If these words were heard by his women, they would definitely spit on his face. Not long after the banquet started, Tuoba Liqing Wuguai and the others actually led a team over. This made Xinyu Shisu overjoyed. Their patriarch hadn't come to their Xinyu tribe for many years. Xinyu Shisu already understood that if their Xinyu tribe wanted to regain their strength, they had to change their original stance and change their support for the royal tribe. At the banquet, Tuoba Liqing publicly expressed that he would allow the princess to marry Xinyu Yi. In the future, Xinyu Yi would be their barbarian lord. This news made everyone in the Xinyu tribe excited. However, the reason why Tuoba Liqing announced this news at this moment was naturally to let Ling Xiao hear it. Moreover, he also vaguely revealed the difficulties of their barbarians, saying that their barbarians were very lacking in medicinal pills. Every time they went to other forces to buy medicinal pills, they had to spend a lot of divine crystals. They weren't afraid of spending divine crystals. What made them most depressed was that the divine pill division they wanted to buy was too much. Sometimes, even if they had divine crystals, they might not be able to buy it. He said this naturally for Ling Xiao to hear. It was up to Ling Xiao whether he was tactful or not. After all, he could see that Ling Xiao attached great importance to Xinyu Yi. Now that Xinyu Yi was already their barbarian lord, as a divine medicine master's brother, he should at least express something. Since Tuoba Liqing had already said this much, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to say anything else. He said that on the day of Xinyu Ye's wedding he would give Xinyu Yi a big gift. At the same time he would refine a batch of divine pellets for the Xinyu tribe. Of course, these materials had to be provided by the Xinyu tribe. The reason why Ling Xiao said that was to let Tuoba Liqing share the benefits of the Xinyu tribe. He just wanted to refine the pellets for the Xinyu tribe, not for the other tribes. As for how Tuoba Liqing would discuss the pellets with Xinyu Shisu, it was their business. Tuoba Liqing understood that it was impossible to ask Ling Xiao to refine pellets for them for free. Ling Xiao had already given him a lot of face by saying that. Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary divine medicine master. He was a half-incipient God realm expert at the full realm. Moreover, he had heard from Li Weishan that Ling Xiao's competence could be compared to an ordinary great master. Thus he had to treat Ling Xiao well. Of course, he didn't dare to raise any objections. In the end, Tuoba Liqing and Xinyu Shisu discussed. All the materials would be provided by the tribe, and 1/3 of the pellets would be given to the Xinyu tribe. Tuoba Liqing thought that his conditions were generous. Who would have thought that Xinyu Shisu would bargain with Tuoba Liqing when he finally showed his power? Their Xinyu tribe had been suppressed for so many years. It was time for them to reap some benefits. Thus Xinyu Shisu insisted on half and half. After all, this was the wedding that Ling Xiao had prepared for Xinyu Yi. How could it be too little? After some consideration, Tuoba Liqing agreed to Xinyu Shisu's request. However, he told Xinyu Shisu to have Ling Xiao refine more pills. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to go around and that would be pointless. Of course, Xinyu Shisu agreed. He just needed to do Xinyu Ye's homework. He believed that it wouldn't be a problem. After this matter was settled, Xinyu Shisu looked for Xinyu Yi to discuss. Although Xinyu Yi agreed on the surface, he still listened to Ling Xiao. He wouldn't force Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao seemed to have expected this. He told Xinyu Yi to let Tuoba Liqing set the wedding date and announce it to the whole tribe. Only then would he refine the pellets. He also told Xinyu Yi that this was to force the Tuoba royal family to unite with their Xinyu tribe as soon as possible. This way, their Xinyu tribe wouldn't be bullied by other tribes in a short period of time. Ling Xiao did this to solve Xinyu Ye's worries as soon as possible. He wanted him to stay in the barbarian tribe and be safe for the time being. Otherwise, Tuoba Liqing would allow his daughter to marry Xinyu Yi on the surface, but he would regret it later. At that time when he wasn't here, wouldn't the Xinyu tribe still be bullied like this? Xinyu Yi didn't expect Ling Xiao to think so far ahead. He was very grateful to Ling Xiao for thinking for him. So Xinyu Yi passed the message to Xinyu Shisu and Xinyu Shisu went to discuss with Tuoba Liqing. Tuoba Liqing didn't know if this was Ling Xiao's idea or Xinyu Shisu's. He knew that if he didn't agree, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't refine the pellets for the barbarian tribe. Even if Ling Xiao refined the pellets, he would only give them to the Xinyu tribe in private. The other tribes wouldn't get a share. However, Tuoba Liqing didn't let Ling Xiao and the others tell him how to do things. He also had his own plans. He set the wedding to half a year later. He did this to make Ling Xiao stay in their tribe for half a year. During this half a year, he would refine more pellets for the barbarian tribe. Ling Xiao really couldn't refuse this request. Anyway, with his current strength, it wasn't a problem for him to multitask. His divine soul clone could also cultivate or refine pellets. He alone was equivalent to the existence of two divine alchemists. Refining pellets for the barbarian tribe for half a year, Ling Xiao could also earn a lot of benefits. He would condense many pellets at once. At that time, wouldn't it be up to him to decide how to distribute the pellets? So Tuoba Liqing and Ling Xiao reached a temporary agreement through Xinyu Ye's relationship. Xinyu Shisu specially set aside a relatively majestic mountain for Ling Xiao to refine pellets there for Ling Xiao. On the other hand, Tuoba Liqing quickly returned to the tribe and held a meeting with the other tribes. He asked everyone to prepare materials for the tribe. However, the Li tribe was very unyielding. They insisted that they didn't need Ling Xiao to refine pellets. At the same time, its chief Li Yuma also wanted to persuade the Ko tribe to refuse with them. Originally, Ko Lian also wanted to advance and retreat together with Li Yuma. However, this news was heard by the other Ko tribe elders. They all jumped out and accused Li Yuma of preventing their tribe from obtaining divine pellets. Even if it was just a few more divine pellets, it was possible to create a few more God King warriors. They all demanded that their chiefs not let go of such an opportunity. In the end, Ko Lian couldn't bear the pressure and could only go along with Tuoba Liqing's request. His decision angered Li Yuma so much that he scolded him for being spineless. However, after the Li tribe elders learned that Li Yuma had given up on Tuoba Liqing's request, they also heard a lot of bad things about him. His position as chief began to waver. All the barbarian tribes provided many materials for refining divine pellets and finally handed them over to Ling Xiao, hoping that Ling Xiao would refine more pellets for them. After Ling Xiao received the spatial ring filled with materials, he scanned it with his divine sense and found that it was filled with all kinds of earth attribute materials. He couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that I don't cultivate the earth attribute. The large pile of materials here was indeed enough for many earth attribute cultivators to cultivate. There were also many rare divine materials among them. For God Kings, they were divine objects that could only be encountered by luck. All of these were used by Ling Xiao to refine pellets. This was enough to show the barbarian tribe's urgent need for pellets. After all, their tribe was proficient in the earth attribute and they didn't have any external alchemists. They were indeed very lacking in pellets. Chapter 14:12. In the middle of a giant peak, there was a spacious area that had been opened up. There was a series of restrictive powers that wrapped up the spacious area. These barriers were so powerful that even a king god realm expert couldn't break them. Even a half-incipient god realm expert couldn't break them easily. Under the divine light of the restriction, there were two young men who looked exactly the same. One of them was refining pills in front of a medicinal cauldron, while the other was meditating on the side. People who didn't know them would think that they were twins. In fact, they were the same person. It was just that one was the real body and the other was the god soul. However, the real body and the god soul both had flesh and blood. It was really hard to distinguish which one was the real body and which one was the god soul. Needless to say, this was the scene where Ling Xiao was divided into two. It wasn't his real body that was refining pellets. It was his god soul, and the figure that was meditating was his real body. The god soul clone needed to accumulate soul energy to increase its competence. Refining pellets was the best way to cultivate soul energy. Normally, the soul energy of an alchemist was stronger than the warriors at the same realm. Ling Xiao used the god soul clone to refine pellets to increase his soul energy. At the same time, it was also to train the clone's controlling power. Anyway, the god soul clone already had the competence of a great master. However, it couldn't use some of the magical abilities of a great master. Refining pellets could help his god soul clone to be more focused and better control the overflowing energy. As for his true body, he was ceaselessly comprehending instead. He was imagining how the energy of the quintessence universe was created, how he should easily tear open the rifts that were hidden in space, and how he should pull out a spatial chaotic flow attack that was of a similar attribute to his own. Moreover, he was also thinking about how he should absorb the energy of the quintessence from everything in the world. He had to comprehend all of these step by step to smoothly break through to the Great Master realm. Ling Xiao had calmed his mind. He wasn't hurried to break through to the Great Master realm. He wanted to let nature take its course. Perhaps he would have an unexpected harvest. Half a year's time was just like a snap of a finger to someone who had reached the immortal realm. Ling Xiao had refined a lot of holy pellets and divine pellets, but he had kept more than half of them as well as the rest of the ingredients. He would not return them. He took out many divine pills and handed them to Xianxia, telling him to distribute them. In addition, Ling Xiao also took out a set of earth attribute ancient god tools from his collection and gave it to Xianyul. Of course, it was his wedding gift. Xianyu couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude towards Ling Xiao again. Ever since he acknowledged Ling Xiao as his boss, it had always been Ling Xiao who had been taking care of him. His current strength was all thanks to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would still be in the Holy Emperor realm. God knows when he would be able to break through to the God King realm. In his heart, he was determined that after he settled his own matters in the future, he would definitely follow his boss again. Firstly, he could be boss lackey and help boss with some small matters. Secondly, he could advance together with boss. He believed that boss wouldn't mistreat him. As for how the barbarians would distribute the pellets refined by Ling Xiao, it was their business. Ling Xiao didn't want to know. He only knew that Xianyul's wedding was imminent. He was happy for this brother of his, and at the same time he missed his woman. He thought that after he went to the Thousand Beast Alliance and met the Holy Lady, he would see if he could find the Genesis Stone of Fire. No matter what, he would return to the Heavenly Dragon territory. Anyway, with his strength he could deal with ordinary Supremes. Only Supremes at the mid-level or higher would be troublesome for him. Xianyul's wedding was held in the center of the territory according to the barbarian customs. All the barbarians celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights, singing and dancing. It was very lively. Ling Xiao became an honored guest of the barbarian race, sitting together with Tuoba Liqing and the chiefs of the major tribes. This fully showed the respect that Tuoba Liqing had for Ling Xiao. It was the first time that Ling Xiao experienced this custom of the barbarian race, and he felt very happy and curious. Many young barbarian men and women were dancing together, as if they were passing some kind of message. Divine Teacher Ling, you should also go down and dance. There will definitely be many barbarian girls who will fall in love with you. Tuoba Liqing laughed. Xinyu Shisu also said, "That's right, Divine Teacher Ling, our barbarian girls are very enthusiastic. There are many outsiders who want to marry our barbarian girls." Ling Xiao shook his head and continued to drink his wine. His gaze fell on the woman who had tempted him before. Xinyu Xiangma, a woman who made people's imagination run wild like a flower, was indeed very tempting. She swayed her snake-like body on the dance floor. Her voluptuous breasts and buttocks always brought about a great temptation. Her charming eyes were filled with a soul-stealing expression. Each of her actions and each of her eyes almost made all the berserkers go crazy. Many young men from the barbarian tribe surrounded her and danced with her, hoping that they could win her heart. Unfortunately, her gaze was always on Ling Xiao, filled with anticipation. No matter what, Xianxia was the most outstanding beauty in the barbarian race. Her appearance and strength were not something an ordinary woman could compare to. She had always been very confident in herself and had always hoped to wait for the appearance of a young and outstanding warrior. She was not even 2,000 years old yet, but she had already reached the peak of the middle stage god king. There were very few opponents of her age in the clan, so she had not found a husband that she liked until now. She had already made up her mind that if she didn't meet a suitable person she wouldn't marry. However, Ling Xiao had suddenly appeared at the warrior assembly of the barbarian race that day and had beaten Li Dou half to death with a single move, which had immediately attracted her attention. Even though Ling Xiao looked extremely handsome and domineering, he was the type of man many women dreamed of. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the barbarian women, they preferred tall and strong men, rough and wild men, and Ling Xiao seemed frail and not strong enough, not like a true warrior. Therefore, in the eyes of the barbarian women, Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of man that attracted them, but instead made them feel a trace of disgust. However, later on, Ling Xiao displayed his invincible might and consecutively defeated many of their chieftains and patriarchs, displaying his extremely domineering and mighty side, directly capturing the hearts of many barbarian women. Xianxia was one of the women who had been completely captured by Ling Xiao. She realized that this was the man she was looking for. Young, domineering and the strongest warrior. Even if she only had one night of passion with him, she would feel incomparably proud to be pregnant with his child. However, she, who had always been disdainful of men, had taken the initiative to offer herself, but it had actually scared Ling Xiao away. This made her extremely mad. Did she feel that her charm wasn't able to attract Ling Xiao? Or was it that outsiders weren't interested in barbarian women? However, when she walked outside, there were clearly many people who wanted to hit on her. This proved that her charm should be very high. She couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he isn't a real man? If Ling Xiao knew what she was thinking, he would definitely be so angry that he would punish her on the spot. He was a real man with many wives and concubines, children and grandchildren. How could he let others think that he wasn't a man? Fortunately, Xianxia asked Xianyi about it, and only then did she know that Ling Xiao was a man who was clean and honest. It was just that he couldn't adapt to the customs of the barbarian women, and couldn't adapt to the passionate and unrestrained nature of the barbarian women. After listening to Xianyu's explanation, Xianxia dispelled the idea that Ling Xiao wasn't a man. Later, she also found out that Ling Xiao was a divine medicine master, which ignited the idea of her passionate pursuit of Ling Xiao. The barbarian women were different from other humans. They were bold, passionate, and dared to express their love directly and boldly without any sense of reservation. Now, taking advantage of the bonfire party held for Xianyu's wedding, she once again unreservedly showed her passionate and unrestrained side to Ling Xiao, showing how strong her love for Ling Xiao was. She avoided all the men and danced her silver bell-like dance step by step towards Ling Xiao at the banquet. Every single one of her eyes was filled with burning love. Every single part of her body, including her jade-like arms and legs, exuded a primitive temptation. When she came to Ling Xiao's side, she didn't need to care about the eyes of the tribe leaders and chiefs, and directly wrapped herself around Ling Xiao, her jade fingers constantly teasing Ling Xiao's sensitive spots. Tuoba Liqing, Xianyushisu and the others all showed forthright smiles. Tuoba Liqing even looked at Xianxia and gave her a thumbs up, saying, "My tribe's good lady, you really have good taste." Tuoba Liqing naturally wanted the barbarian women to have a relationship with Ling Xiao, and it would be best if they could make Ling Xiao stay. Unfortunately, his only daughter was already married to Xianyi and his other daughters were still a bit weaker, so how could they be a match for Ling Xiao? As soon as his voice fell, a few women dressed in silver appeared on the dance floor. Although they weren't as beautiful as Xianxia, they each had their own merits. Especially their figures, which were indescribable. Their seductive movements were enough to make any man drool. They actually all came for Ling Xiao. Obviously, they weren't willing to let Xianxia monopolize this strongest warrior. They were the most outstanding single ladies of each tribe, the ladies that every warrior yearned to have. However, they all came for Ling Xiao, which made all the barbarian warriors sad. However, they also knew that Ling Xiao's strength was too terrifying, and they couldn't challenge him, otherwise they would definitely challenge Ling Xiao. Once they accepted the challenge, they would be displaying their strong side, making those ladies look at them in a different light and thus capture their hearts. Xianxia caressed Ling Xiao's chest with one hand, picked up a wine glass with the other, licked the rim and passed it to Ling Xiao. At this time, the other ladies also picked up their wine glasses and did the same action as Xianxia, their beautiful eyes rippling with love. Chapter 14-13. Faced with so many cups of wine, Ling Xiao didn't know what to do. Looking at those expectant faces, Ling Xiao felt that if he were to reject them, it would be too petty of him. After all, they had already done this much, so he had to give them some face. Just when Ling Xiao was about to drink all the wine, Tuoba Liqing smiled from the side and said, "Divine Teacher Ling, you have to think it through. This is the way we barbarian girls express our love. If you drink the wine they kissed, it means that you have accepted them. Tonight they will be yours. But you can't be too greedy. You can only choose one cup." Xinyu Shisu also smiled and said, "That's right. Divine Teacher Ling, don't refuse all of them. Otherwise you are not giving us barbarians face. If this matter spreads out, people will say that we barbarian girls are not popular." Xinyu Shisu's words undoubtedly blocked Ling Xiao's path of retreat, forcing Ling Xiao to drink one cup of wine. This was also to let Ling Xiao choose one of them. Although Xinyu Shisu's words were a bit forceful for Ling Xiao, they were the truth. The barbarian girls had danced and offered wine at the bonfire party to express their love. Ling Xiao had to choose one of them. Otherwise he would not be giving them face and would be looking down on their women. Of course, if Ling Xiao didn't choose, Tuoba Liqing and Xinyu Shisu wouldn't do anything to him. However, they would definitely not be happy and would no longer treat him as a friend. If it was someone else, they would immediately be expelled from the barbarian race and listed as people who were never welcomed. Ling Xiao had already heard about these rules and customs from Xinyu Yi. He originally thought that nothing would happen if he didn't go down to the ball. Who would have thought that these girls still wouldn't let him go? This made him depressed. He wailed, "It's easy to attract butterflies when one is handsome. If others knew Ling Xiao's mood, they would definitely take a knife and chop this guy up." A beauty threw herself into his arms of her own accord, and he didn't even need to take responsibility for her. Yet he felt aggrieved. This was a classic case of trying to act innocent after obtaining a beauty. Ling Xiao finally couldn't take it anymore under the countless pairs of beautiful eyes that were filled with anticipation. "Damn it, do you think I'm afraid of a woman? At most I'll just take her." This was the first time that Ling Xiao had been forced to this extent by a woman. In the end, he gritted his teeth, picked up a glass of wine and downed it. Just as he drank the wine, Tuoba Liqing, Xinyu Shisu and the rest finally revealed happy smiles. Ling Xiao's actions were equivalent to giving face to the barbarians. He did not despise their women. However, his current appearance made several women return disappointed. Those women with hidden bitterness really made one's heart ache. Ling Xiao shouted, "Don't go. I can drink all the wine." Ling Xiao simply let it go. When in Rome, do as the Romans do and treat it as a beautiful dream. As long as he controlled his essence and did not let his blood flow out, it would be fine. Ling Xiao looked up at the woman who stayed. It was Xianxia. He saw that her beautiful face was flushed, which added a bit of temptation to her. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that he would choose Xianxia in the end. He couldn't help but think to himself, could this be God's will? He admitted that he had just casually picked up a wine glass and drank. He didn't care which barbarian girl's wine it was. In the end, he got Xianxia's wine and he had a short conflict with her before. If this wasn't God's will, then what was? Xianxia was like a docile kitten as she squatted beside Ling Xiao and poured wine for him. From time to time she would use her full and elastic chest to rub against Ling Xiao, causing Ling Xiao's passion to surge. Ling Xiao, Tuoba Li and the others kept drinking to hide his impulses. It was abnormal for Ling Xiao to have no reaction when he was tempted by such a beautiful woman. Since he had already decided to throw caution to the wind, he might as well indulge himself. The night was getting late and the enthusiasm of the ball had died down. All the barbarians were drunk. Ling Xiao was also a little drunk and his expression became a little impatient. He, who had not been close to a woman for many years, finally couldn't suppress that impulse. He was led by Xinyu Xiangma to a tent. That tent belonged to Xinyu Xiangma, and it was used by her to choose a good man to spend the night with. After entering the tent, Ling Xiao wanted to take the initiative to talk to Xinyu Xiangma, then hold her hand and kiss her lips, gradually achieving the effect of a water channel. He had already drunk her wine, so he must take over her body tonight. Otherwise, if she was still a virgin tomorrow, she wouldn't have the face to stay in the barbarians anymore. Because the barbarians valued men more than women, if she didn't lose her virginity, she would only blame herself for not serving a good man and not for being useless. However, he found that his thoughts were still too conservative and backward. Because before he could speak, Xinyu Xiangma had already hooked her arms around his neck and took the initiative to find his thick lips, blocking his mouth. Not only that, he found that before he could even defend, his dragon gate had been breached by her, and he was unable to resist the seduction of her jade tongue. That intoxicating fragrance of a woman kept overflowing from Xinyu Xiangma's body, and that fragrance kept drilling into Ling Xiao's nostrils. This simply catalyzed Ling Xiao's drunkenness to become even stronger. Too direct. Ling Xiao secretly scolded in his heart and then thought fiercely, "This woman really thinks that I am easy to bully, right? I will definitely let you know how powerful I am." After Ling Xiao temporarily lost his defense, he began to counterattack. He pulled Xinyu Xiangma into his arms, grabbed her buttocks and pinched them hard. Xinyu Xiangma couldn't help but let out a light sound. This voice seemed to ignite all the flames in Ling Xiao's heart. His hands roughly caressed Xinyu Xiangma's body and even tore off her clothes. The sound of cloth rustling could be heard, and the smooth skin on her back was revealed. Just when Ling Xiao was about to ruthlessly strip this woman and thoroughly punish her, at this crucial moment, Xinyu Xiangma lightly pushed Ling Xiao away. "What, are you going to retreat?" Ling Xiao grabbed Xinyu Xiangma and looked at her provocatively. If Xinyu Xiangma wanted to retreat now, he definitely couldn't let this woman go. She had already ignited his fire, and not being responsible for extinguishing it was definitely a very immoral act, so he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Xinyu Xiangma foolishly looked at Ling Xiao and smiled, "Don't be in such a hurry, I am yours tonight. It's just that I want to take a bath and change clothes with you first. I want to wash away the filth on my body and give my purest body to the warrior I like." The flames of passion rippling in her beautiful eyes didn't diminish at all, and her words weren't reserved at all. Suddenly, Ling Xiao suddenly realized that this kind of unpretentious, passionate and unrestrained woman was really good. After a barbarian woman gave her body to a warrior, regardless of whether the warrior wanted her or not, she would wait for the warrior for the rest of her life, and wouldn't regret it until death. This was the loyal side of barbarian women, and it was also a traditional thought passed down by them. It wasn't something that just anyone could change. This kind of traditional thought was often what men liked the most. Ling Xiao had to admit that he was tempted to take this woman as his wife. How could he bear to take a woman's body and then abandon her? Ling Xiao admitted that he was passionate, but he wasn't a fickle person, a man who would abandon a woman after using her. Since Xinyu Xiangma had already said so, what else could Ling Xiao say? He lightly nodded and said, "I hope you won't regret your decision tonight." Xinyu Xiangma's beautiful eyes rippled with determination. "I definitely won't regret it." After saying that, she went around Ling Xiao's body and slowly undressed Ling Xiao. Her delicate hands constantly stroked Ling Xiao's well-defined muscles, teasing and pinching from time to time. It was really very interesting. Ling Xiao lightly closed his eyes and let Xinyu Xiangma do as she pleased. When her delicate hands landed on the golden dragon's spear on his lower body, she very mischievously played with it a few times. Ling Xiao was so hot that he almost couldn't control himself and flipped out. Xinyu Xiangma lightly licked Ling Xiao's ear with a blush and said coyly, "So big. When had Ling Xiao ever been teased like this by a woman?" He immediately turned around and hugged Xinyu Xiangma in his arms, forcibly tearing off the rest of her body. That elastic body that was filled with primitive temptation immediately revealed a curve that would cause one's blood to spurt out. That towering area was swaying with two dazzling spots of captivating red. That slender area was full of elasticity, smooth and exquisite. That mysterious area was fragrant and luxuriant, extremely alluring. That pair of perfectly straight and smooth beautiful legs even had an alluring luster. Ling Zhao's already restless blood was already boiling, and the desire in his eyes made Xianxia's heart beat even faster. Just as she was about to pull Ling Xiao to the bath barrel that had already been prepared, Ling Xiao scooped her into his arms and took 2 steps into the bath barrel. There were already many spiritual flowers and herbs soaking in the bath barrel. The moment they entered, the warm and moist atmosphere directly ignited the 2 impatient hearts. Ling Zhao's palm grabbed the plump and delicate area without any pity, and his mouth leaned down to kiss the captivating red to his heart's content. What? A series of low cries rang out softly, filling the tent with the atmosphere of spring in an instant. Soon, a scream that was mixed with a bit of pain and contained a bit of a long-lost scream rang out. The perfume in the bath barrel quickly rippled onto the carpet, wave after wave completely drenching the carpet. Not long after, the scream turned into a melodious note that reverberated incessantly, making one's heart palpitate unbearably. Throughout the night, the sound rarely subsided as if it didn't know fatigue and continued to ring freely. The bath barrel was already rotten, and the perfume soaked a large area of the carpet. Delicate flowers adorned it, appearing particularly dazzling and delicate. Chapter 14:14. In the barbarian tribe, any tent was equivalent to one's own room. Without the owner's permission, one absolutely could not enter the tent. This was a kind of rule that no one could easily break. Otherwise, they would be hunted down and punished by other people. Therefore, no matter which corner these tents were in, no one would easily come to disturb them or deliberately do anything to peep at them. In a corner there was a tent. There were no other tents near this tent. It seemed that everyone was intentionally avoiding something, causing this tent to appear especially quiet. But no one knew that last night the sounds that came from this tent came wave after wave, each wave louder than the last and almost never stopped. The tent was in a sorry state. There were broken bathtubs, scattered flowers and fresh grass and wet carpet. It was obvious that a fierce battle had happened. On the only soft couch in this tent, there were 2 naked bodies. They were still intertwined, peacefully sleeping. It seemed that in the battle last night, they had consumed a lot of divine power, and it was time for them to rest and recover. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia was the first to wake up. She looked at the man beside her, and the redness on her face became more obvious. With a bit of shyness, she said softly, "You are my first man and will also be my last man." After saying that, she kissed Ling Zhao's handsome face, and then lightly touched down from Ling Zhao's body. Looking at her careful movements, it seemed that she did not want to disturb Ling Xiao in the slightest. But for someone at Ling Zhao's level, how could even the slightest movement escape his notice? He opened his eyes slightly, and saw that the naked woman was busy putting on her clothes, looking like she wanted to leave alone. Ling Zhao's heart was conflicted. The woman's words had undoubtedly touched the softest part of his heart. A woman was loyal to a man from the beginning to the end. This kind of loyalty was enough to move any man's heart and make him feel pity. To be honest, he didn't have any feelings for Xianxia. He said that she was beautiful, but compared to any of his women, she wasn't that outstanding. The only thing worth praising was that she was very flirtatious. She could do all kinds of unexpected things, allowing Ling Xiao to fully appreciate the kind of indulgence that was hard to find in other women. Even Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang, who were innately seductive, couldn't compare to her because they were outwardly seductive, while Xianxia was innately both outwardly seductive and innately seductive. This had a lot to do with the traditional thinking of barbarian race. After a night of craziness, he seemed to be somewhat infatuated with this woman's body. Ling Xiao was conflicted. He was more possessive of Xianxia than he had feelings for her. It was naturally not difficult to accept her, but he felt very guilty towards her. If he didn't accept her, he felt that she was already his woman. Should he let her live here alone? Forget it, feelings can be slowly nurtured. Since she's already become this consort's woman, how could I let her be wronged? Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then immediately made a decision. He wasn't the kind of man who would abandon a woman he had already occupied. He couldn't be ruthless enough to abandon her. Ling Xiao raised his hand and pulled Xianxia, who was about to put on her clothes, over. Ah! Xianxia let out a light cry as her body involuntarily fell onto Ling Xiao's body. She saw that Ling Xiao had already fallen asleep and was staring straight at her, causing her to feel a bit embarrassed. "You're awake." "Let me help you put on your clothes," said Xianxia gently. Barbarian women were usually passionate and unrestrained. When they were in bed, they were even more flirtatious, making it hard for a man to stop. Once someone had taken her, she would be surprisingly gentle and considerate towards that man. She would no longer display the flirtatious attitude of a single woman, but would instead display a virtuous and proper demeanor. This was simply a man's most ideal type of wife. Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia's half-covered appearance, and that surging fire once again quietly rose. He grabbed Xianxia's fragrant shoulder and said in a domineering tone, "In the future you'll follow me." There was no reason, she only needed absolute obedience. Xianxia's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Xiao without blinking, and a warm feeling flowed through her heart. She had thought that this man would only have her for one night, and from then on, they would go their separate ways. She hadn't expected that he would say something like that so directly. This made Xianxia incomparably happy, because barbarian women liked this kind of direct expression the most and didn't like those that spoke in a roundabout way. "I'm afraid that won't do. Our tribe's women can't easily marry outside," replied Xianxia bashfully. Generally, if a barbarian woman didn't inherit the bloodline, their status would be very low and they would basically be treated as servants or slaves. Perhaps they would be given to other tribes for a kind of alliance transaction. However, the women who could inherit the power of the bloodline had a relatively higher status, and they couldn't easily marry outside. Usually, they would be recruited into the tribe or married within the tribe so that their descendants could inherit the bloodline. Ling Xiao lightly furrowed his brows and said, "I think Chief Xinyu will agree to my request. You just need to agree to me." As a barbarian's distinguished guest, if Ling Xiao wanted a woman, Xinyu Shisu wouldn't stop him. Xianxia revealed some signs of being moved, but her rationality still won over her. She lightly leaned on Ling Xiao's chest and softly said, "I'm already very satisfied that you can say these words. You are the strongest warrior I've ever seen, the type I like. I also want to live with you forever, but I know that you won't stay in our barbarian tribe for me. Although I want to follow you to the ends of the earth, I don't want to become your burden. Furthermore, my family is also in the tribe and I can't abandon them. If you really want me, then come back often to see me. I will live forever for you and wait for you to come and pamper me. You are the only man in my life." Her voice wasn't very sweet, but it was incomparably sincere and moving, causing Ling Xiao to feel extremely moved. This kind of woman was willing to wait silently and didn't want to add any worries or fetters to a man. She was simply the best type of virtuous wife. Ling Xiao couldn't help but hug her tightly and directly kissed her lips, using his actions to express his feelings for her. The inside of the tent was once again filled with endless echoes of notes that didn't dissipate for a long time. The more he interacted with Xianxia, the more difficult it was for Ling Xiao to abandon this woman who made him feel so good to the bones. He discovered that his feelings for her seemed to have found a strong feeling from this kind of intercourse. Although he still occupied her body as the dominant, his feelings had slowly changed. After a few days, he had already gotten used to this woman's boldness in bed, allowing him to fully appreciate that different kind of passion. And under the bed, he felt this woman's attentiveness, gentleness, and consideration. This was actually not inferior to Bai Yushi, who had always served him. Ling Xiao would definitely leave the barbarian tribe, but Xianxia had never complained to him. Every day she just did her duty as a wife to the best of her ability. Ever since she had intercourse with Ling Xiao, according to the customs of the barbarian tribe, she had already become Ling Xiao's wife. The more it was like this, the more Ling Xiao felt guilty towards her. He always felt that if he couldn't bring her back, he would be letting down everything this woman had done for him. Although this was voluntary, Ling Xiao had a different idea. In the end, Xianxia enlightened him and made him accept the decision to let her stay in the barbarian tribe. Her reasons for persuasion were very well founded, so Ling Xiao couldn't help but reject her. First, she knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't stay for her, so she didn't want to pester Ling Xiao. She said that an outstanding man like Ling Xiao would definitely be liked by many women, so she didn't want to see Ling Xiao being in love with other women. She wanted to let Ling Xiao have his freedom and she didn't need to be sad. Second, according to the tribe's rules, she couldn't leave the tribe. Although Ling Xiao had a way to take her away, she didn't want to make things difficult for Ling Xiao. Moreover, she didn't want to leave her family, she wanted to stay and take care of them. Third, she didn't want to delay Ling Xiao, and she also needed a better space to cultivate. When her strength reached a higher level in the future, she could go and find him at any time. She also hoped that Ling Xiao could come and see her often. No matter what reason it was, she would consider Ling Xiao first, and she also expressed her thoughts, hoping that Ling Xiao would respect her choice. Barbarian women were infatuated, but it didn't mean that they would die for a man. They could sacrifice everything for their lover, but it didn't mean that their lover was by their side. Ling Xiao was moved by Xianxia's words, so what other reason did he have to say no? Although the Sky Dragon domain and the Sky Sparrow domain were far apart, once he became a supreme being, this distance wouldn't be a problem. If he really cared about her, he could come to the barbarian tribe often to see her. If he brought her back to the Sky Dragon domain, she might not be used to it. It would be better to let her stay in the barbarian tribe and live happily with her family. After thinking through everything, Ling Xiao agreed to Xianxia's request. However, he still had to give Xianxia a status. He wanted to announce to Tuoba Liqing and Xianxia that Xianxia was his wife, so that they wouldn't bully her no matter what happened. In addition, Ling Xiao also left Luo Men Gon Linchu and the God King Braid, who had subdued the Devil Tiger sect, to protect Xianxia and Xianyi respectively. Moreover, he also left many divine pellets and divine items for Xianxia, so that she could break through to high-level divine king and advance to a higher realm. No matter what, when he wasn't by her side, he had to do something for her to show that he cared about her. Because of what Ling Xiao had done for her, Xianxia had become the most respected woman in the barbarian tribe. Even the tribe's patriarch, chieftain, and elders had to show her respect. After settling everything, Ling Xiao finally prepared to embark on his journey to find the Genesis Stone. Since he had come to the Sky Sparrow domain, he had to bring back a kind of Genesis Stone. It could be considered as doing something for the great ancestor. Chapter 14-15. In the barbarian patriarch's tent, Tuoba Liqing sat on the main seat with Xianxia and Ling Xiao on his left and right. This time Ling Xiao came to discuss with Tuoba Liqing whether he could purchase the Earth Primordial Stone from the barbarian tribe. After all, there were 9 kinds of primordial stones and each of them was extremely hard to find. From Li Weishan he knew that the barbarian tribe should have the Earth Primordial Stone. Thus, he wanted to see what kind of bargaining chip he could use to persuade the barbarian tribe to take out the primordial stone. If the barbarian tribe really didn't want to take it out, then he couldn't rob it. After all, the primordial stone was much more precious than the 5-colored divine heaven stone. It was the tribe's most precious treasure. It was related to Supreme Mo Sheng's cornerstone, so it wasn't easy to trade it. Ling Xiao heard Tuoba Liqing's request. Chief Tuoba, I heard that the barbarian tribe has the Earth Primordial Stone. I wonder if you have an extra one? I need one urgently. I can exchange anything with you. Ling Xiao's words startled Tuoba Liqing and Xianxia. After all, the primordial stone was related to the barbarian tribe's lifeline. Ling Xiao's request made them vigilant. Divine Master Ling, you should know that I can pretend that I didn't hear anything if you said this in front of me. However, if the other tribesmen hear this, they won't let you go. Tuoba Liqing said with a gloomy face. Xianxia also reminded, Divine Master Ling, the primordial stone is very important. There are only a few in the heaven domain. I think you shouldn't make things difficult for the patriarch. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Chief Tuoba, Chief Xinyu, don't worry. I don't want to force you. It's just that I really need the primordial stone. If you have an extra one, it won't be a problem to trade with the Supreme God pellets. If you can't, then forget it. I won't force you. Tuoba Liqing and Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Ling Xiao's sincerity. Tuoba Liqing pondered for a while and said, The Genesis Stone is very important. Our barbarian tribe has enough. Please forgive us, Divine Master Ling. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed as he said, It's all right. He paused for a moment before continuing, What about your relationship with the Wanshou Alliance? I heard from Brother Wei Shan that they have a heavenly lady who can summon the vermilion bird. She used to enter the Nirvana space to get the Fire Genesis Stone. Is that true? Our relationship with the Wanshou Alliance is not that good. Maybe it's a little bad. However, Elder Wei Shan is right. I heard that the heavenly lady of the Wanshou Alliance had entered the Nirvana space a dozen years ago. As for whether she had the Genesis Stone or not, we're not sure, Tuoba Liqing replied. Xianxia said, The people of the Wanshou Alliance are very arrogant. They train hundreds and thousands of beasts. They like to associate with beasts. Anyway, they don't like to associate with other humans. That's why they don't have many allies in our territory. Instead, they have many enemies. After all, many people are hunting spirit beasts. However, they advocate befriending spirit beasts. They don't allow people to kill spirit beasts. Naturally, they have offended many people. He paused for a moment before continuing. Let me ask you, who doesn't want to kill spirit beasts? They really think that spirit beasts are their people. It's really unreasonable. Xinyu Shisu obviously didn't like the people of the Wanshou Alliance. Ling Xiao understood the basic situation of the Wanshou Alliance. However, he didn't know that there was such a factor. If the people of the Wanshou Alliance didn't associate with others, then it wouldn't be easy for him to get the Genesis Stone. However, no matter what, he had to fight for it. Anyway, the Heavenly Lady of the Wanshou Alliance was a woman. With his handsome appearance, he might have to sacrifice himself and use his handsome face. Ling Xiao asked the two of them about the situation of the Wanshou Alliance. Then he planned to go to the territory of the Wanshou Alliance. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the tent, Tuoba Liqing said meaningfully, "If Divine Teacher Ling can become the supreme alchemist god one day, maybe I can talk to the ancestors of my tribe. Maybe we will have a chance to get the Genesis Stone." Tuoba Liqing's words were very clear. With Ling Xiao's current status as a divine alchemist, it wasn't enough for them to take out the Genesis Stone. Maybe Ling Xiao would only be qualified after he became the supreme alchemist god. After all, when Ling Xiao reached that level, any ancient tribe or big force would want to curry favor with him. Therefore, they would have a chance to get the Genesis Stone. Tuoba Li's warning to Ling Xiao first could be considered as a precautionary measure. Of course, Ling Xiao understood what he meant. This reminder made him more eager to become the supreme expert. With his half-incipient god realm competence, he could try to refine the supreme god palettes. However, he would waste a lot of supreme materials. It should be known that the supreme materials were very rare and priceless. It was better not to waste as much as possible. Therefore, this time Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to try to refine the sovereign divine palette. In any case, he was just a step away. As long as he could cross that last half step and become a sovereign, then the alchemy god realm would be a waterway. When he reached that step, perhaps he could use the convenience of his identity to collect all 9 kinds of Genesis stones. With this thought, Ling Xiao was determined. He returned to the Xinyu tribe and bid farewell to Xinyu Yi and Xinyu Xiangma. However, this time when Xinyu Xiangma heard that Ling Xiao was going to the Thousand Beast Alliance, she asked Ling Xiao to bring her along. After all, she was familiar with the Heaven Sparrow area and had a certain understanding of the people of the Thousand Beast Alliance. Of course, she also wanted to stay with Ling Xiao for a while. Xinyu Yi also wanted to go with Ling Xiao. However, when he heard that Xinyu Xiangma wanted to go with Ling Xiao, he didn't raise this request. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed to Xinyu Xiangma's request. After all, when he returned to the Sky Dragon area, he didn't know when he would have time to see her again. It was better to use this time to cultivate a relationship with her. It could be considered as compensation for her future. Thus, Ling Xiao brought Xinyu Xiangma to the territory of the Thousand Beast Alliance. The people of the Thousand Beasts Alliance lived in the densest areas of the mountain ranges. They did not occupy any cities and all of them lived deep within the mountain ranges. The headquarters of the Thousand Beasts Alliance was located in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, which was the largest mountain range in the entire Tiancai region. It spanned tens of thousands of miles and had the highest number of spirit beasts and saint beasts. The reason was that the Thousand Beast Alliance lived deep in the mountain range. They didn't allow any mercenary groups or forces to go to the Thousand Beast mountain range to hunt spirit beasts. Most of the spirit beasts in the mountain range listened to the summons of the beast tamers of the Thousand Beast Alliance. With one order, 10,000 beasts would come out and the world would be shocked. This was enough to prove the strength of the Thousand Beast Alliance. It was the only force in the Heaven Sparrow area that could compete with the Yen clan. It was also a famous force in the Heaven domain. The journey from the savage desolate mountain to the Thousand Beast Alliance was quite long. They also had to pass through the Yen clan's territory. Ling Xiao thought of Yen Yang, the youngest godly apothecary of the Yen clan. He might as well go to the Yen clan as a guest and meet Yen Yang. One more friend was one more way out. Ling Xiao didn't want to be surrounded by enemies and no friends. Yen City was a city directly under the jurisdiction of the Yen clan. It was no less prosperous than Sky Dragon City. There was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going. It was very lively. Ling Xiao brought Xinyu Xiangma to a restaurant and settled down. Ling Xiao was wearing the alchemist robe of the Medicine Alliance. This was the exclusive robe of an elder. On his chest there was a godly apothecary badge which was very eye-catching. His attire was very eye-catching. Wherever he went, many cultivators would immediately bow to him, showing their respect for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think to himself, looks like it's better to wear more alchemist robes in the future. It can reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble and also make people afraid. Xianxia, who was following behind Ling Xiao, also felt very proud. She felt very happy to have such an outstanding man. The restaurant's manager immediately welcomed Ling Xiao and led Ling Xiao to the best seat. A person like Ling Xiao was an honorable guest that he couldn't even invite normally. Ling Xiao did this to attract the attention of the Yan clan so that he could get in touch with Yan Yang. Otherwise, people would think that he had ulterior motives if he paid a visit. Husband, do you really know someone from the Yan clan? Ever since Xianxia gave her body to Ling Xiao, she became as gentle as water. She spoke very intimately and didn't seem to be pretentious at all. Ling Xiao nodded his head and smiled faintly. Yes, I know Yan Yang. He's a young divine alchemist. I presume he has some fame in the Tianke domain? Husband is really amazing. Divine alchemist Yan Yang is indeed the youngest divine alchemist in our Tianke domain in the last 10,000 years. He's the idol of all the youths in the Tianke domain, and there are also many women who are deeply in love with him. Xianxia cast an infatuated look at Ling Xiao. She knew that Ling Xiao was powerful, but she didn't know that Ling Xiao also had dealings with a clan like the Yan clan. In the Tianke domain, the Yan clan was a level above the barbarian race. Of course, individual combat strength was another matter. It was just that the overall strength of the Yan clan was much stronger than that of the barbarian race. Didn't I tell you that I'm a guest elder of the Medicine Alliance? I've known Yan Yang since I was in the Medicine Alliance. With my status, knowing a few people isn't a big deal, and now I'm still friends with your barbarian race. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If it was in the past he might have felt a bit of vanity and felt that he had a lot of face, but now he felt that there was nothing to show off. That's true. The warrior I like is naturally the most powerful. Xianxia revealed a proud expression. The two of them drank while chatting. The person they were waiting for had finally arrived. Ling Xiao was a divine alchemist, so the person who could alarm him was naturally an important person in Yan City. The person who had come was Yan City's city lord Yan Wufang. He had received news that a divine alchemist wearing the robe of an elder of the Medicine Alliance had appeared in Yan City. He had hurried over to pay a visit to this divine alchemist. Although their Yan clan also had a divine alchemist, the Medicine Alliance was the #1 power in the Heaven domain. The Yan clan naturally had to welcome their elder. Chapter 14:16. Yan Wufang cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao from afar and said with a smile, I didn't know that divine teacher was coming. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. This person had a square face and looked somewhat overbearing and powerful, possessing the strength of a high-stage divine king. Behind him were two other divine kings who also bowed to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and Xianxia both stood up. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, City Lord Wufang, there's no need to be so courteous. Ling Xiao happened to pass by Yan City, so I came over to take a look. I didn't think that I would disturb City Lord Wufang. Consider it this one's lack of manners. Yan Wufang hurriedly said, I don't dare. For divine teacher Ling to grace my Yan clan is my Yan clan's fortune. I wonder if divine teacher Ling can come to my city lord's mansion and I will treat divine teacher Ling and this virtuous lady well. Ling Xiao politely replied, There's no need to trouble city lord Wufang about this. He paused for a moment and then said, I wonder if city lord Wufang can introduce me. I once had some shallow friendship with divine teacher Yan Yang. Now that I'm passing by this place, if I don't come and see an old friend, I'll feel apologetic. Yan Wufang instantly understood Ling Xiao's meaning. It turned out that he had come for divine medicine master Yan Yang. Yan Yang could be considered as his nephew, but Yan Yang's status was much more noble than him, the city lord. Since that's the case, divine teacher Ling should come to my mansion all the more. I'll have someone report to the clan. I believe that divine teacher Yan Yang will personally come out to welcome divine teacher Ling, Yan Wufang said. Ling Xiao was a divine medicine master, so the badge on his chest could not be wrong. Yan Wufang completely believed in Ling Xiao's words and was especially polite and warm towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could not resist Yan Wufang's warm welcome, and he also did not want to stay outside and be watched by others. So he agreed to Yan Wufang's request and went with him to the city lord's mansion. Yan Wufang immediately sent a god king to the Yan clan to report what Ling Xiao had mentioned. After arriving at the city lord's mansion, Yan Wufang immediately had people set up a banquet to entertain Ling Xiao. At the same time he asked about how Ling Xiao and Yan Yang had met. Ling Xiao naturally did not hide anything and simply explained the matter of him and Yan Yang getting to know each other in the Medicine Alliance. All of Yan Wufang's misgivings were put to rest. He no longer suspected that Ling Xiao had any ill intentions. Yan Wufang took this opportunity to warmly entertain Ling Xiao, drinking and chatting with Ling Xiao. He planned on forming a good relationship with Ling Xiao first. Half a day later, someone from the Yan clan finally came. The person who had come was not Yan Yang, but a direct descendant of the Yan clan who was of the same generation as Yan Wufang. He was also Yan Yang's uncle Yan Wuchen. Yan Wuchen was in existence ranked in the middle of the Sanjin of Goguryeo in the Heavenly Sparrow territory. For him to represent Yan Yang to see Ling Xiao clearly showed how much importance the Yan clan placed on Ling Xiao. After all, in their eyes, a divine alchemist was at most an ordinary god king. For a Sanjin of Goguryeo to come out and welcome him was already a great show of respect. Yan Wuchen's attitude towards Ling Xiao was not as warm as Yan Wufang's. It was as if he was just going through the motions. He very indifferently asked Ling Xiao a few questions and told him about Yan Yang's situation before returning. He actually did not even bother to invite Ling Xiao to their Yan clan as a guest. Xianxia was extremely displeased by Yan Wuchen's attitude and felt that it was unfair for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not care. In any case, it was better to keep a low profile in the other party's territory. Yan Wufang's position in the clan was not high, so it was not good for him to say anything. Ling Xiao quickly bid farewell to Yan Wufang and hurried to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range with Xianxia. Although he did not see Yan Yang this time, he knew that Yan Yang had actually brought his clansmen to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range not long ago. This was because Yan Yang had taken a fancy to the 10,000 Beast Alliance's holy daughter and wanted to woo her. If the two strongest factions of the Heavenly Sparrow territory formed an alliance, it would definitely become a legend. Ling Xiao actually hoped that Yan Yang would succeed. Perhaps he could start from Yan Yang and obtain a Genesis stone from the holy daughter. Then this trip would not be in vain. However, the Genesis stone was something that all the major factions would fight for. How could it be so easy to obtain? Wave after wave of hot wind blew past, making people feel a little unbearably hot. In this kind of weather, the civilians had a more difficult time. The lack of water was very easy for them to endure. As Ling Xiao and Xianxia hurried on their way, they were also affected by the hot air. Both of them became impulsive easily. Every other day they would find a remote forest to have fun and vent their anger. On this road, they had left behind many of their happy footprints. Xianxia became more and more beautiful after being nourished by Ling Xiao. The peerless charm of a real woman was gradually revealed, and the temptation of a young married woman was also gradually revealed. After a period of time with Ling Xiao's speed, they finally reached the nearest city to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. This city was under the jurisdiction of the Thousand Beasts Alliance. However, it was a free trade city. The Thousand Beasts Alliance would not send a single soldier to guard the city. Instead, powerful outsiders would be in charge of the city. As for the large amount of divine crystals they earned, they would have to pay 30% to the Thousand Beasts Alliance. Ling Xiao originally wanted to go directly to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. However, Xianxia asked Ling Xiao to rest in this city first. She wanted to inquire about Yan Yang and the recent situation of the Wanshou Alliance. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao rashly rushed into the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, he would definitely be attacked by the beasts of the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. If he alerted the people of the Wanshou Alliance, he would be in big trouble. In this city he could get some information from many warriors. It was better than blindly rushing into the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Ling Xiao had already changed into an ordinary martial robe. He did not want to attract too much attention for the time being. Otherwise he would be treated as a little sheep by the people around him. He felt uncomfortable. Moreover, wearing an alchemist robe was not as convenient as wearing a martial robe. Of course, when it was necessary he would change to wear an alchemist robe again. But if Ling Xiao changed back to a martial robe, he would be in trouble. Because Xianxia, who followed beside him, was too attractive. She was dressed in splendid silver ornaments. When she walked, it would bring along a series of silver bell chimes. It was very attractive. In addition, she was a beautiful woman full of exotic charm. She naturally attracted many lustful gazes. Fortunately, Xianxia already knew how to deal with this kind of situation. She had already broken through to become a high-level God King with the help of Ling Zhao's God King pill previously. She released her aura and sent those people who were staring at her flying. God Kings were not found anywhere. And a high-level God King like Xianxia was a very powerful existence no matter where she was. She was not someone that ordinary people dared to provoke. Sure enough, after Xianxia sent a few people flying, many people hurriedly avoided her. They did not dare to look at her directly anymore. Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia with a look of praise. Although this kind of pressure seemed overbearing, it was also the best way to solve the problem. Ling Xiao and Xianxia found a restaurant and walked in. They found a corner and sat down listening to people from all walks of life. Sure enough, Ling Xiao finally received some useful information. Have you heard? The Yen clan has started a war with the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. It can't be. We haven't heard of such a big thing. How do you know? This matter happened not long ago. It's said that the Yen clan's new divine alchemist, Yen Yang, wanted to propose marriage to the 10,000 Beasts Alliance's goddess, but was rejected. Thus, a conflict occurred. Why is the situation different from what I heard? I heard that someone from the Yen clan found the vermilion bird and wanted to capture it. That angered the 10,000 Beasts Alliance, and now the 10,000 Beasts Alliance is planning to wipe out the Yen clan members who entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Who doesn't know that only the 10,000 Beasts Alliance's goddess can summon the vermilion bird? They actually dared to capture a divine beast in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The 10,000 Beasts Alliance is too bold. In any case, it's better to stay away from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Otherwise, we won't even know what happened when we die. The people in the restaurant chatted loudly as they drank. When Ling Xiao heard the news, he could not help but frown. He had originally thought that the Yen clan and the 10,000 Beasts Alliance could form some kind of relationship, but now it seemed that the situation was completely different from what he had imagined. His plan was going to fail again. Let's go. Ling Xiao could not sit still anymore. He called out to Xianxia and left the restaurant with her. Although he did not have a deep relationship with Yen Yang, he still felt that Yen Yang was a friend. Yen Yang was straightforward, sincere and magnanimous. He was a friend worth befriending. Yen Yang's current situation in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was not very good. Perhaps he could lend him a hand. However, as soon as Ling Xiao left the restaurant with Xianxia, trouble came knocking on their door. Young master, it's this bitch. She actually dared to hurt someone. A saint appeared with a group of people. He pointed at Xianxia and said to a luxuriously dressed young man beside him. There were a total of 20 to 30 people in this group. They were all dressed in the same uniform. It was obvious that they were people from some big force in this city. The young man who was leading the group was a low-level divine king. The rest were 2 to 3 demigod kings. The rest were the holy emperor and saints. The young man who was leading the group had an evil look on his face. He held a black fan in his hand and wore luxurious clothes. At a glance, one could tell that he was the son of a rich family. The person who spoke just now was this young master's subordinate. He was good at flattering people and was deeply appreciated by this young master. This person also knew that his young master liked all kinds of beauties. Especially this kind of woman from a different race, which was his young master's favorite. Therefore he specially called his young master over. His purpose was to make this woman look good. Sure enough, when this young master saw Xianxia, his eyes immediately emitted a thick look of greed. It was as if he could not wait to pull Xianxia over and pamper her. Miss, you hurt my subordinate. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation. What do you think? This young master directly ignored Ling Xiao and said to Xianxia in a very unrestrained manner. Xianxia wanted to directly make a move and send this annoying person away. However, Ling Xiao beat her to it and asked, "What kind of explanation do you want?" That young master glared at Ling Xiao with some disgust and said, "This has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. Don't interfere with my discussion with this young lady." This guy was simply treating Ling Xiao as if he was some kind of oil sauce. Chapter 14:17. This young master was actually the young master of the Qin family, the biggest force in this city, And this city was also managed by the Qin family. This man was called Qin Shengyin. He was almost 5,000 years old, but he had reached the king god realm. He was considered a genius in this force. Although he couldn't be compared to the monstrous geniuses of the super forces, he had the capital to be arrogant in this city. With his competence he couldn't see Ling Zhao's and Xinyu Xiangma's cultivation base. From their age he thought that no matter how strong they weren't a match for him, a king god realm expert. Thus when he saw Ling Xiao, who was more handsome and stylish than him, he was enraged. He immediately shouted at Ling Xiao. "You dare to scold him? Die." Before Ling Xiao could get angry, Xinyu Xiangma, who was beside him, was the first to get angry. She scolded and raised her hand to slap Qin Shengyin's face. As a high-level king god realm expert, her attack was so fast that Qin Shengyin didn't even have a chance to react. His face got slapped. Slap. Qin Shengyin was fiercely slapped in the face and let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body flew far away and several bloody front teeth splattered out. Qin Shengyin's followers gawked. The people around were also petrified. Qin Shengyin was famous for being overbearing in this city. His competence was really strong. Normal people didn't dare to provoke him. However, he was sent flying by a woman. It showed how terrifying this woman's competence was. Do you know that he's the young master of the Qin family? You dared to hit him. Don't even think about leaving here alive. A half-incipient god realm expert pointed at Xinyu Xiangma. The others didn't dare to attack Xinyu Xiangma. After all, their young master wasn't her equal opponent. Small fish like them weren't her match either. I don't care which family you are from. You dare to insult my man? No. Xinyu Xiangma glared at them and shouted. She released the aura of a high-level king god realm expert and sent Qin Shengyin's followers flying away. The surrounding people all knew that although this beautiful woman looked young, she was actually someone with extraordinary strength. They all scattered like birds and beasts, hiding far away. If a real war broke out, they would die in vain if they were caught up in it. Do you know who I am? You dare to hit me? Just you wait, you will definitely regret it. Qin Shengyin also knew that the other party was stronger than him, so he didn't dare to have any more ideas. However, he was hit by a woman, so he couldn't just let it go. After saying that, he actually wanted to escape in one direction. He was definitely going to look for his helpers. Husband, should we capture him? Xinyu Xiangma asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head and said, "Originally I wanted to use peace to win people over with virtue, but it seems like some people are just courting death. Let them be. It just so happens that I have something to discuss with the manager here." Ling Xiao wanted to find the heavenly maiden of the 10,000 Beast Alliance, but since someone had delivered it to him, it would be for the best. Xinyu Xiangma didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking, but she knew how terrifying Ling Zhao's strength was. Furthermore, she was his wife, so she wouldn't object no matter what he said. The two of them strolled along the city's official road, while the others avoided them like the plague, staying as far away as possible. Many people were looking at the two of them and discussing something in low voices. Those two are in trouble. They actually dared to hit the Qin family's eldest young master, which is no different from slapping the Qin family's face. The Qin family is the most protective. That Qin family's eldest young master has the strength of a god king, but he was actually sent flying by a single slap from this woman. It can be seen that her strength is extraordinary, and judging from her clothes, she seems to be a barbarian woman. If that's really the case, I wonder if the Qin family will dare to do anything to her. That's hard to say. After all, this isn't the territory of the barbarians, and the barbarians rarely come to our side. The other young man doesn't look like a barbarian either. Perhaps this is just a coincidence. No matter what, there will definitely be a good show to watch later. Of course. Look at how fearless they are. They might even be enemies of the Qin family. Keep your voice down. Don't let the Qin family hear us or else we'll be in trouble. Qin Shengyin left quickly and arrived quickly. Several powerful auras followed behind him and rushed towards Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xiangma. Other than Qin Shengyin, there were actually 5 other people. One of them was a high-level god king, 2 were mid-level god kings, and the other 2 were low-level god kings. Stinking brat, you actually dared to hit me. Third uncle, you have to uphold justice for me. Qin Shengyin pointed at Xinyu Xiangma and said to the middle-aged man beside him. This person was Qin Shengyin's third uncle, Qin Jingshuan, and he was a high-level god king. Just as Qin Jingxuan was about to speak, he could tell at a glance that Xianxia strength was not weaker than his. He immediately revealed a look of surprise. Qin, don't be rash. This woman's strength is on par with mine. Qin Jingxuan transmitted his voice to Qin Shengyin. What? Qin Shengyin's body trembled and his face was filled with panic. At first Qin Shengyin thought that Xianxia was only a mid-level god king at most, but he didn't expect her to be a high-level god king. Their Qin family only had 3 high-level god kings and his third uncle was one of them. If this woman had a powerful background, then wouldn't he have kicked a steel plate? However, when he saw that there were only 2 of them, he heaved a sigh of relief. After all, this was the Qin family's territory, so they wouldn't dare to do anything. However, it was a pity that he couldn't take such a woman with a different kind of charm under his command. You found a helper pretty quickly. You dare to scold my woman? Slap yourself 100 times and I'll let you off. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Shengyin with a cold smile. Bastard, who do you think you are? Qin Shengyin cursed angrily. He was a little afraid of that woman who was a high-level god king, but this young man was at most the object of her protection. His strength definitely wasn't high, so he didn't need to be nice to Ling Xiao. You're courting death. Xianxia shouted and wanted to deal with Qin Shengyin. She wouldn't allow others to insult her man. However, Ling Xiao pulled her back and said, "Leave this matter to me. Otherwise, others will think that I'm living off a woman. You two, this is our Qin family's territory. You beat up my nephew. Apologize to him and forget it. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Qin Jingxuan said indifferently. He couldn't figure out the background of Ling Xiao and Xianxia, so he didn't dare to rashly deal with them. Moreover, this woman had the strength of a high-level god king. Offending her wouldn't do the Qin family any good, so he planned to take a step back and keep the peace. However, he had underestimated Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao let it go so easily after daring to scold his woman as a smelly woman? He should apologize. Ling Xiao nodded lightly. Then he said, "But he should be the one apologizing to us." As his voice fell, he gently raised his hand and turned his palm into a claw. A golden dragon claw grabbed towards Qin Shengyin. Dragon subduing palm's dragon capturing claw. Or, a golden dragon shadow suddenly roared out and instantly arrived in front of Qin Shengyin's chest, grabbing him. Before Qin Jingxuan and the others could react, he had already been sucked in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao grabbed Qin Shengyin's neck. A powerful force squeezed him to the point that he almost couldn't breathe. That terrifying pressure almost made Qin Shengyin pee. He originally thought that Ling Xiao didn't have much strength, but he was able to easily grab him with one move. This kind of strength was probably much stronger than that woman's. "What are you doing? Let go of him!" Qin Jingxuan shouted in shock. He instantly attacked Ling Xiao, trying to save Qin Shengyin. His punch was so domineering that it shook the surrounding space. If he hadn't controlled the overflow of the punch, the shops on both sides of the official road would have been destroyed. Ling Xiao held Qin Shengyin in one hand and quickly raised his other hand to meet Qin Jingxuan's punch. In the eyes of others, Qin Jingxuan's punch was enough to force Ling Xiao to retreat. However, they had all miscalculated. Ling Xiao had directly grabbed Qin Jingxuan's fist that was flying towards him. Qin Jingxuan was shocked. The power of his punch was enough to destroy the city, but it was easily grabbed by someone else. What kind of concept was this? He wanted to quickly pull back, but he realized that the strength of the other party's grip was so huge that he couldn't pull back. "Let go of me!" Qin Jingxuan shouted in shock. His other punch blasted towards Ling Xiao's head again. However, before he could reach Ling Xiao sneered, "You really don't know what you're talking about." As his voice fell, he grabbed Qin Jingxuan's hand. Crack! Qin Jingxuan's divine arm was instantly broken by Ling Xiao. The sound of bones breaking rang out, causing him to scream in pain. The other Qin family members wanted to make a move to deal with Ling Xiao at the same time. However, Ling Xiao was the first to shout, "Get out of my sight." Then he gave Qin Jingxuan a kick and sent him flying. A middle-stage god king from the Qin family hurriedly tried to catch Qin Jingxuan, but he was sent flying by that force. The others got a huge shock. None of them dared to move rashly in the slightest. Even a high-level god king could not withstand a single exchange, let alone the few of them who were not high-level god kings. How could they dare to challenge him? "I'll teach you a lesson. You can't offend just anyone. Ling Xiao said faintly as he looked at Qin Xingyin, who had a pleading look on his face. Smack, smack. Ling Xiao instantly gave Qin Xingyin several slaps, beating his face until it was deformed. The teeth in his mouth were all sent flying. His face was covered in fresh blood, looking very scary. Why, Your Excellency, we had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Why, please spare his life. Qin Jingxuan dragged his heavily injured body back and begged Ling Xiao for mercy. Ling Xiao did not finish off Qin Jingxuan. He just made him suffer a bit and let him know his prowess. Qin Jingxuan cursed Qin Xingyin 10,000 times in his heart. Offending such an expert was simply courting death. He even implicated him and got seriously injured by him on the streets. What a disgrace. Chapter 14:18. Qin Xingyin was stunned by Ling Xiao's attack. Even though he felt humiliated, he didn't dare to take revenge at all. He only prayed that the other party wouldn't kill him. He hated that little follower to the bone. As long as he could live, he would take action against him. Such a powerful person had brought him here to provoke others. He was truly courting death. Seeing that Qin Jingxuan's attitude was not bad, Ling Xiao immediately laughed and threw Qin Xingyin out like a dead dog. Come here and apologize to my wife. If she is satisfied, I will let you go. Ling Xiao said indifferently to Qin Xingyin, whose face was covered in blood. Qin Xingyin did not dare to fake his death. He quickly crawled up from the ground and knelt in front of Xinyu Xiangmo, kowtowing and begging for mercy. I'm sorry, madam. It's all my fault. Please forgive me, please forgive me. As Qin Xingyin begged for mercy, he kowtowed heavily, causing the ground to cave in. It was enough to show his sincerity. The people in the vicinity of the city had already hidden far away. Not many of them dared to see Qin Xingyin make a fool of himself. Otherwise, when he recovered and came to settle the score with them, it would be troublesome. Forget it, Scram. Xinyu Xiangmo waved her hand in disgust. Qin Xingyin felt as if he had been given a great gift. He thanked her a few times and quickly turned around to run. He didn't even bother to greet his third uncle. This fellow's backbone was pitifully weak. Qin Jingxuan also wanted to leave with his men, but Ling Xiao stopped him and said, Don't leave first, I have something to ask you. Qin Jingxuan's body trembled as he said, Sir, please speak. Let's find another place. It's not easy to talk about this hall with so many people. Ling Xiao said. All right. Sir, please follow me. Our Qin family has plenty of places as long as you don't mind. Qin Jingxuan bowed and said respectfully. Although he had learned a lesson this time, to be able to curry favor with such a powerful existence was beneficial to the Qin family. Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xiangmo followed Qin Jingxuan all the way to the Qin manor. The other two high-level divine kings and several divine kings of the Qin family appeared at the same time. They were the most powerful existences in the Qin family. They thought that Ling Xiao was planning to deal with their Qin family, so they were all ready to fight to the death. Qin Jingxuan was shocked and quickly ran over to explain to his two brothers. After all, an expert who could instantly subdue him was definitely not someone the three high-level divine monarchs could deal with. If they offended such an expert again, the other party could destroy their Qin clan with a wave of his hand. At that time they wouldn't even have a place to cry even if they wanted to. The three brothers of the Qin family were the eldest, Qin Jinggua, the second Qin Jingqiao, and the third Qin Jingxuan. The three of them were the pillars of the Qin family. With them in the city, no one dared to provoke them. After they found out that Xiao Did had no intention to mate, they let out Ling Xiao let. Then Qin Jinggua once again called Qin Xingyin out and harshly scolded him in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao to stop them. Xiao. Him to them stop. Them. He just wanted to ask them something. He couldn't be bothered to argue with them. The three Qin brothers welcomed Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xiangmo into the hall. They offered the divine items as an apology to Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xiangmo. Although Ling Xiao didn't care for their items, he still asked Xinyu Xiangmo to keep them. Otherwise, the three Qin brothers would not be at ease. After Ling Xiao accepted them, they would think that Ling Xiao would not continue. Let me ask you something. You have been around the 10,000 Beast Mountain range for a long time. You must be familiar with the people from the 10,000 Beast Alliance, right? Do you know anyone from the Wanshou Alliance? Ling Xiao went straight to the point. The three Qin brothers were confused. The eldest Qin brother, Qin Jinggua, said, The people from the 10,000 Beast Alliance are not on good terms with others. I'm sure you know that we are not familiar with them. Ling Xiao could tell that he did not mean what he said. After all, at his realm he could observe people at a lower realm. He could tell if they were lying or not. Ling Xiao released his half-incipient god realm power and said, "Don't worry. I'm not looking for the people from the 10,000 Beast Alliance to oppose them. I'm here to pay my respects to the Holy Lady of the 10,000 Beast Alliance. I'm Ling Xiao of the Medicine Union." Then Ling Xiao changed into an alchemist's robe and wore the god's badge. At this critical moment, Ling Xiao felt that this identity was more convincing. As expected, Ling Xiao's sudden change in attitude caused the three Qin brothers to become even more shocked and respectful. "Oh, it's Divine Alchemist Ling, sorry for not recognizing you." The three Qin brothers cupped their hands and bowed. If Ling Xiao was just a divine alchemist, he wouldn't be worthy of their respect. However, Ling Xiao's terrifying power was what they were afraid of. Ling Xiao's identity surprised them even more. He was a divine alchemist from the Medicine Union. They had to pay more attention to him. "Now, can you tell me if you can really contact the people from the 10,000 Beast Alliance?" Ling Xiao asked seriously. The three Qin brothers looked at each other and Qin Jinghua said, "Actually, Divine Alchemist Ling, we are the outer elders of the 10,000 Beast Alliance. It's just that our beast-taming Tenbin skills aren't high enough, so we've been sent to this city to manage everything. We're in charge of the affairs of the Alliance." He paused and asked, "Does Divine Alchemist Ling know our Holy Lady?" Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would accidentally find the people of the 10,000 Beast Alliance. He thought to himself, could it be that the 10,000 Beast Alliance doesn't occupy the cities around them as just a facade? Regardless of that, as long as he could contact the people of the 10,000 Beast Alliance, everything would be easy. "I've never met your Holy Lady before, but I've admired her for a long time. I'm here to visit her and your alliance leader. Can you help me pass a message?" Ling Xiao asked. Qin Jinghua looked troubled. "Although we're outer elders of the 10,000 Beast Alliance, we're actually the weakest people in the alliance. If you want to visit the Holy Lady, there's nothing we can do." Qin Jingxuan added, "That's right, Divine Alchemist Ling. It's usually difficult for us to enter the alliance, let alone meet the Holy Lady. She's the granddaughter of the previous alliance leader. Unless the alliance leader personally invites you, it won't be easy for you to meet her." Ling Xiao could tell that they were being honest, so there was no reason for them to lie to him. If that was the case, then he could only enter the 10,000 Beast Mountain range by himself. At this time, Qin Jingqiao, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. "If Divine Alchemist Ling really wants to enter our 10,000 Beast Alliance, we can introduce you to her. However, we can't guarantee that you'll be able to meet the Holy Lady." Ling Xiao was overjoyed. "That's not a problem. Once it's done, you'll be rewarded." Qin Jinghua and Qin Jingxuan looked at Qin Jingqiao in surprise, not understanding why he would make such a decision. It was already difficult for them to enter the 10,000 Beast Alliance. How could they agree to bring Ling Xiao in? If they angered the people from the 10,000 Beast Alliance, they would be in big trouble. At this time, Qin Jingqiao explained to them, "Divine Alchemist Ling is from the Medicine Alliance in the Tianyuan region. I think the alliance leader will be very happy to meet her. Big brother, third brother, you don't have to worry. The worst case scenario is that we'll be refused. I believe that Divine Alchemist Ling won't blame us." Ling Xiao immediately replied, "That's right. Regardless of whether it's done or not, I won't blame you." Qin Jinghua and Qin Jingxuan couldn't say anything else. After all, Qin Jingqiao had already taken charge of the matter. If they continued to object, they were afraid that it would arouse Ling Xiao's dissatisfaction. After discussing with the few of them, Qin Jingqiao would bring Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xiangma to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range to see if they could enter the 10,000 Beast Alliance. At the same time, Qin Jingqiao also suggested that Xinyu Xiangma change into ordinary people's clothes. She didn't want to wear the clothes of the barbarians. After all, the barbarians had some friction with the 10,000 Beast Alliance. Their relationship had never been very good. Xinyu Xiangma saw that Ling Xiao had also agreed to Qin Jingqiao's suggestion, so she obediently changed into the ordinary female martial clothes. Because she was relatively tall, she also had a heroic look on her face. After changing into the new clothes, she looked even more valiant and heroic. Her figure was petite and full, giving her a unique flavor. The three of them directly headed towards the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. After arriving at the periphery of the mountain range, Qin Jingqiao took out a bit of fragrant powder and sprinkled it on his body. He then passed it to Ling Xiao and said, "Sir, you guys should sprinkle some as well. This fragrant powder is specially made by our alliance. Only by touching it will you not have to worry about being attacked by spirit beasts in the mountain range." Although Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of those spirit beasts, he still followed Qin Jingqiao's instructions and sprinkled some of the fragrant powder on his body. Xinyu Xiangmo also sprinkled some on his body. The three of them hurriedly headed towards the depths of the mountain range. This mountain range was extremely vast and endless. If it was someone who wasn't familiar with it, it wouldn't be easy to find the location of the 10,000 Beast Alliance. At the same time, Ling Xiao also sensed the density of spirit beasts in this mountain range. Indeed, there were more spirit beasts here than in other mountain ranges. Every mountain seemed to be occupied by a powerful spirit beast, and there were many spirit beast herds gathered together. If an ordinary mercenary group entered here and wanted to hunt spirit beasts, they would probably be hunted down by spirit beasts instead. The deeper Ling Xiao went, the stronger the aura he felt became. When he thought about how the 10,000 Beast Alliance had subdued so many spirit beasts here for their use, they indeed had the qualifications to challenge any top power. Moreover, Ling Xiao had once led an army of holy beasts to trample over the Snake sect, so he could understand the powerful existence of beast tamers. All of a sudden, two shadows rushed out from the forest below. They were two spirit beasts that had taken human form. They looked a little strange and had a pair of thin wings on their bodies. They looked similar to the Winged Clan people, but they were definitely not Winged Clan people. They should be the holy beast praying mantis, and they only kept the wings that they were proud of. They blocked in front of Ling Xiao and the others, and one of the praying mantis shouted, "Who are you?" Looking at their fierce expressions, it seemed that they didn't even recognize Qin Jingqiao, an outer sect elder. Chapter 14:19. The reason why the 10,000 Beasts Alliance was called 10,000 Beasts was because they could command tens of thousands of spirit beasts. Therefore, the position of guardian elder was taken up by these spirit beasts in human form. It was normal for these two praying mantises to appear here and block the way. Qin Jingqiao took out a medallion and said to the two praying mantises, "Elders, I am an outer court elder, Qin Jingqiao. I have specially brought the Medicine Alliance Guild's Ling Xiao, godly alchemist, to pay a visit to the Alliance leader. The Alliance leader doesn't have time to see you idlers. Hurry up and leave," one of the praying mantises said coldly. Ling Xiao spoke from the side, "I have something to ask of your Alliance leader. Please make it convenient for me." Ling Xiao felt a little puzzled. What kind of reasoning did he have with these holy beasts? Would they understand? "No matter what you have to say, the Alliance leader isn't free right now. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite," the other praying mantis said. Just as Ling Xiao wanted to say something, Qin Jingqiao stopped Ling Xiao and said, "Divine Master Ling, let's go. The two elders have their reasons for not letting us in." Qin Jingqiao knew that these two holy beasts were definitely the representatives of a beast tamer. If they didn't let them in, it meant that it was the beast tamer's intention. Otherwise, it would only make things worse. They didn't care if he was an outer court elder or not. Ling Xiao was a little unwilling. He had already arrived at the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, so how could he leave so easily? If he couldn't find the Heavenly Maiden, then he wouldn't be able to get the Fire Attribute Genesis Stone. "You can go back first. I want to see if the people of the 10,000 Beast Alliance are also arrogant," Ling Xiao said to Qin Jingqiao. When Qin Jingqiao heard Ling Xiao's words, he immediately thought to himself, "This is bad." Then he hurriedly advised Ling Xiao, "Divine Master Ling, don't be anxious. Let's go out first." Unfortunately, it was too late. The praying mantis was already angry. "How dare you disrespect our beast alliance? You're courting death," one of the transformed mantises shouted. Then it swung its arm at Ling Xiao and a phantom mantis blade slashed at Ling Xiao. This transformed mantis was only at the low-leveled 10th order. Its slash did not pose any threat to Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao dodged the attack with ease. Ignoring the two transformed mantises, he swung his claw in a certain direction. A golden dragon claw grabbed towards a mountain tens of thousands of miles away. "Get over here." Ling Xiao snorted coldly and pulled back his claw. A figure was instantly pulled out by the dragon claw. Quickly let go of me or else you'll die a horrible death." A cry of alarm rang out. The person caught by Ling Xiao was short and had an ordinary appearance. He was only a high-leveled holy emperor. The two transformed mantises also pounced towards Ling Xiao, wanting to save the person caught. However, they were forcefully pushed away by Ling Xiao. Quickly make them scram or you'll die, Ling Xiao said coldly as he pinched the person. Ling Xiao had long sensed that someone was paying attention to their movements. Even though they hid themselves well, they could not hide from Ling Xiao. He was certain that this person was a beast tamer. Otherwise, how could he control these transformed mantises? However, as a high-leveled holy emperor, he was able to control two 10th order transformed mantises. This ability was not to be underestimated. Even if he faced an ordinary divine king, he would not need to be afraid. The person was clearly afraid of death. He quickly said to the two transformed mantises, "You two retreat first." Then he looked at Qin Jingqiao and said, "Qin Jingqiao, are you thinking of rebelling?" Qin Jingqiao finally saw who the person was. His body trembled and he quickly said to Ling Xiao, "Divine Master Ling, quickly let go of Holy Master Tai Lang." The person caught by Ling Xiao was called Huyan Tai Lang. He was a beast tamer who could tame holy beasts. Hence he was called Holy Master for short. He was an inner elder of the Thousand Beasts Alliance. The two transformed mantises were his holy beasts. Qin Jingqiao had seen Huyan Tai Lang a few times before, so he recognized him. Although Huyan Tai Lang was not strong, he was a holy beast tamer. This status represented his position in the Thousand Beasts Alliance. This status was much higher than Qin Jingqiao's. After all, he could tame low-level 10th order holy beasts with his current strength. Once he became a divine king, he might be able to tame even more 10th order holy beasts. At that time, with an army of holy beasts, ordinary divine kings would not be his match. Hence, any beast tamer status in the Thousand Beasts Alliance was much higher than ordinary martial artists. This was also the reason why Qin Jingqiao was so nervous and afraid when he saw Ling Xiao holding Huyan Tai Lang. Ling Xiao released Huyan Tai Lang and said coldly, "Can you bring me to see your alliance leader now?" Ling Xiao did not want to get angry easily, but he could not stand people looking down on him. He was a dignified Medicine Alliance's elder, but there were actually people who did not give him face. He had no choice but to use some special methods. Moreover, with his strength, he was not even afraid of the 11 holy beasts, so why would he be afraid of these 10th order holy beasts? After Huyan Tai Lang was released, he immediately put some distance between him and Ling Xiao. He cried out fiercely, "You're dead." Then he looked up to the sky and let out a strange sound. As his voice fell, a commotion broke out in the vicinity of the mountain. Roar, roar, roar. A number of holy beasts cried out in alarm, causing the nearby forest to tremble. All of a sudden, close to 100 different kinds of holy beasts rushed out. The most powerful ones were the two low-level 10th order transformation mantises that Huang Xiaolong had seen earlier. They had already transformed back into their true forms. Beside them were 3 other mantises that had reached the 10th order, while the rest of the holy beasts were all 9th order existences. If such a large army were to attack together, even a mid-level god king would die without a burial place. Even a high-level god king would have no choice but to be cautious. This was the valiant side of a beast tamer. A holy beast tamer was comparable to a magnificent army. It was no wonder that the Thousand Beasts Alliance could be compared to the number 1 family, the Yan clan. With them guarding this mountain range, even the Yan clan would not dare to attack them. Ling Xiao knew that Huyan Tai Lang had not given up and actually dared to summon a large number of holy beasts. He sneered and said, "You're courting death." Just as Ling Xiao was about to fly into a rage, Qin Jingqiao hurriedly stopped him. "Divine Master Ling, let's go. Holy Master Tai Lang's position in the alliance isn't too high, but his master is a high-ranking elder. If you offend him, don't even think about coming back to the Beast Alliance in the future. There's no way you can leave now. Everyone kill him." Huyan Tai Lang obviously felt that Ling Xiao only had the strength of an ordinary god king and wanted to get back at him. Therefore he summoned the Holy Beast Army to deal with Ling Xiao. It had to be said that Huyan Tai Lang was truly an unreasonable person. He felt that this was the territory of the Thousand Beasts Alliance and everything was up to him. How could he let an outsider bully him? He must vent his anger and let this outsider know the power of beast tamers. Under Huyan Tai Lang's command, the holy beasts attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Colorful elemental attacks came from all directions. They even attacked Qin Jingqiao. They didn't even put him, an outer sect elder, in their eyes. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Ling Xiao was finally angry. He did not want to cause trouble, but since the other party was so unreasonable, he would not be polite. The attacks of these holy beasts did not affect him at all. Xianxia, who was beside him, was a high-level god king and could take care of herself. Qin Jingqiao quickly retreated because he knew that there was nothing he could do to stop this. However, he was very worried in his heart. If Ling Xiao were to kill Huyan Tailang, then their Qin clan would also suffer a calamity. He regretted bringing Ling Xiao along. He thought that since Ling Xiao was a divine apothecary of the Medicine Alliance, the people of the Medicine Alliance would give him some face. However, he was wrong. Ling Xiao ignored the onslaught of attacks and once again grabbed Huyan Tailang in his hand. I wanted to spare your life, but since you don't know how to repent, then die. Huyan Tailang panicked. He did not expect that Ling Xiao's strength would be so terrifying. So many holy beasts' attacks could not hurt him at all. He was extremely afraid now. He wanted to beg for mercy, but Ling Xiao's hand was already squeezing his neck to the point where it was about to break. Stop right now or you'll die without a burial. A cry of alarm rang out from afar, and a figure rapidly rushed in this direction. If this person was a little more polite, Ling Xiao might really consider sparing Huyan Tailang. However, this person's tone was too annoying. He was just like Huyan Tailang, wanting to kill people at the slightest provocation. This made Ling Xiao very uncomfortable. Huyan Tailang revealed a ferocious expression and said with difficulty, "Quick, let me go or else you will." It seemed that he still did not know how to write the word, death, even when he was at death's door. Crack. Before he could finish his last word, a crisp sound rang out. His neck had been snapped. Tailang. The person roared and said, "I want you to die a horrible death." As his voice fell, black giant ants appeared beside him. Every black giant mosquito was actually flying over like a small hill. Each of them had 4 black wings, long antennae, and a pair of malevolent eyes. They looked incomparably frightening. These black giant ants were actually mutated blood-devouring giant ants. Their numbers were astonishing and there were at least several hundred of them. Each of them was above the 9th order and a third of them were above the 10th order. There were even 2 ant kings that had reached the advanced 10th order. Such a frightening army of blood-devouring giant ants was comparable to the existence of a medium-sized force. Qin Jingqiao, who was watching from afar, became incomparably pale. He murmured, "Elder Ant has come out. It seems that Divine Masterling is in big trouble. I can't stay here any longer. I have to go back and discuss with Big Brother and Third Brother about the relocation of the clan." Qin Jingqiao knew that he had offended the elders of the Union by bringing Ling Xiao here. Their Qin clan was afraid that they would also be implicated. If they didn't escape now, their entire clan would suffer a calamity. One had to know that the status of the outer court elders in the Union was quite low. They had no choice but to escape. Chapter 1420. Moe was an inner court senior elder of the Thousand Beast Alliance. He had a peak mid-level god king cultivation base, but he had the ability to tame ants. He had a peak 10th stage ant queen which had bred millions of blood-devouring giant ants. However, in order for the giant ants to grow, they would devour the weaker giant ants to strengthen their bloodline power and speed up their advancement. The hundreds of giant ants in front of him were not even a tenth of Moe's total. He still had close to 10,000 giant ants. If he summoned all of them, any major faction would be wiped out by him, and even the super factions would have to be wary of him. This was the terror of the beast tamers of the Thousand Beast Alliance. Although they had few beast tamers, one of them could fight against 1,000 people. Think about it, if a beast tamer could summon hundreds of thousands of saint beasts, how many people could fight them alone? With Moe's ability to summon giant ants, he would not be afraid even if he was up against the Sinjin of Goguryeo. He only needed to sit at the back and let his giant ants attack for him, and the Sinjin of Goguryeo could only panic and die. The reason why Moe was so angry was because Huyan Tailang was his senior brother's disciple, his martial nephew. How could he not be angry when Huyan Tailang was squashed to death in front of his eyes? Moe could not see through Ling Xiao's strength, but he did not let his guard down. He immediately ordered the 2 ant kings to lead the rest of the giant ants to charge at the front. It was enough to kill any high-level god king on the spot. Ling Xiao looked at the giant ants charging at him and said to Xianxia, "Xianxia, step back a little. Let me take care of these giant ants. Let's see if these beast tamers really have an endless supply of saint beasts to summon." Without an 11th order saint beast, Why would Ling Xiao be afraid of them? Even if it was a group battle, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest stage fright. Husband, don't worry, I can take care of myself, Xianxia said sensibly. She knew that although she was not afraid of these giant ants, since her husband had spoken, she would not steal his limelight. Ling Xiao made his move. To deal with these ferocious giant ants filled with bloodlust, he directly used fire attribute attacks. A spatial turbulence was torn apart by him and countless meteors smashed down on these giant ants. Boom boom boom. A space turbulence tens of thousands of meters wide and the power of countless meteors directly blasted this part of the world red, and the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. Creak. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the rank 9 blood-devouring giant ants that were charging at the very front were killed or injured by the meteor fire. Their cries were extremely ear-piercing. Qin Jingqiao, who had retreated to a far distance, couldn't help but scream, This divine masterling really has the power of a half-incipient god realm. No wonder why she's so overbearing. However, even a supreme expert wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. After saying that, he hesitated for a moment before turning around and flying away from the 10,000 Beast Mountain range at full speed. No matter what happened here, he didn't want to have anything to do with him. Moe was frightened. He had never thought that Ling Xiao was such a formidable existence. With just one strike he could destroy dozens of his blood-devouring giant ants. If he attacked several more times, he was afraid that these blood-devouring giant ants in front of him would all die. Although he was a little scared, it wasn't to the point where he didn't know what to do. He looked at Ling Xiao and screamed in fright. He has the power of a half-incipient god realm. You wait for me. You can't run away from the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Then he didn't dare to fight Ling Xiao anymore. He wanted to take his blood-devouring giant ants and run away. He didn't want his blood-devouring giant ants to die in vain. They were his precious babies. Facing such a big gap, Moe knew how to make a choice. He had sent the news to his senior. He believed that someone would come to support him soon. At that time this man would die. You want to run away? It's not that simple. Ling Xiao sneered coldly. The soul-locking curse shot out from his sea of consciousness. If he could control this beast tamer, it would be better than controlling many god kings. Moe was protected by the blood-devouring giant ants. Moreover, his mount was a peak-level 10 ant queen. Even the Sinjin of Goguryeo couldn't approach him. Unfortunately, he was challenging Ling Xiao, who had a powerful soul power. Whether it was Ling Xiao, it was easy for him to kill or control him. He didn't need to spend much effort. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't want to be enemies with the 10,000 Beast Alliance. However, as the situation had come to this, he had to use this method. Controlling Moe was equal to breaking into the 10,000 Beast Alliance. He would understand the rules of the 10,000 Beast Alliance. To him this was the best way. Moe was just a peak-level mid-level god king. Very quickly he was controlled by Ling Xiao's soul-locking curse. Moe kept his blood-devouring giant ants and flew to Ling Xiao's side. He bowed and said, Moe greets master. Xianxia, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, was shocked by Moe's actions. She didn't understand what was going on. The person who wanted to deal with her husband just a moment ago was now calling her husband master. Fortunately, she wasn't a talkative woman. She knew that there were some things she could ask and some things she couldn't. When her husband wanted to tell her, she would naturally know. First, inform your 10,000 Beast Alliance members not to come here, Ling Xiao ordered. He had already sensed many powerful auras coming from several directions. He didn't want to come into contact with others for the time being. Moe nodded and immediately ordered a few blood-sucking giant ants to report his words. Then Ling Xiao and Moe arrived at the foot of a mountain. Ling Xiao listened to Moe's explanation of the 10,000 Beast Alliance's basic situation. Ling Xiao finally had a deep understanding of the 10,000 Beast Alliance. He also knew how he could meet the Holy Lady. The Holy Lady had the highest authority in the 1,000 Beast Alliance, and even the Alliance chief might not be able to order her around. She was the granddaughter of the previous Alliance master, and she did indeed have the ability to summon the Vermilion Bird. Because of that, her status in the 1,000 Beast Alliance was very special. She was also one of the people who had cultivated the Beast Taming Heart Manual to the extreme, and she could communicate with any spirit beast using the beast language, and could summon the divine abilities of all beasts. The Angel Lady had always been a loner. Aside from the old alliance leader, it was difficult for anyone else to meet her. Furthermore, she was naturally close to spirit beasts and had always been in the company of spirit beasts. If anyone wanted to meet her, they would have to get the alliance leader's approval or her approval. Otherwise, she would never come out to meet people. Of course, it wasn't that she was too ugly to meet people. On the contrary, she was an outstanding beauty. Those who had seen her in the Xianxia domain were full of praises for her. Otherwise, as the future successor of the Yan clan, Yan Yang wouldn't have come all the way here to propose a marriage. Yan Yang thought that even if he didn't succeed, he wouldn't be able to ruin his relationship with the 10,000 Beast Alliance. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he still ended up in trouble. Not only did he fail in his proposal, he even got himself into trouble. Now he was captured by the 10,000 Beast Alliance. Because of the incident with the Yan clan, the 10,000 Beast Alliance had sealed off the entire mountain range. No one was allowed to enter or leave. They knew that the Yan clan would definitely come looking for them. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao and Qin Jingqiao were stopped by Huyan Tai Lang when they first entered the mountain range. However, Huyan Tai Lang did not explain the reason and thought too highly of himself. That was why he was punished. Now that Yan Yang was captured, the Yan clan would definitely not let the matter rest. This was probably a clash between the two superpowers in the Xianxia domain. However, the 10,000 Beast Alliance had the support of countless spiritual beasts in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. They were already in an invincible position. Unless the Yan clan sent out a supreme martial artist, they wouldn't be able to take down the 10,000 Beast Alliance. Moreover, the 10,000 Beast Alliance and the Yan clan were equally famous. How could they not have a supreme martial artist? They must have quite a number of 11th level holy beasts. Ling Xiao had a good impression of Yan Yang. At least he saw him as a friend. Deep down he wanted to help Yan Yang. However, there was a limit to what he could do. If he couldn't win, he could run away. However, he might not be able to save Yan Yang. Moreover, he felt that it would be better to meet the Holy Lady first. It was said that the Holy Lady kept people away. She only liked to interact with spiritual beasts. He didn't know what kind of woman she was. It wouldn't be easy to interact with her. However, just as Ling Xiao was thinking about what to do next, he heard an earth-shattering explosion coming from a direction. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A flash of fiery red light exploded on the other side of the mountain range, causing the surrounding area to tremble. All of the spirit beasts shrieked and cried out in alarm. They rose from the mountains one by one and charged towards the direction of the battle. There were many spiritual beasts high up in the sky. There were all kinds of spiritual beasts. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Moreover, these were only the spiritual beasts in the vicinity. Anyone who saw this scene would feel their scalp go numb. These spiritual beasts were enough to shake any superpower. Ling Xiao was also startled by the sounds of battle and the sudden appearance of the spiritual beasts. He immediately asked Moe, "What's going on? Could it be that the Yan clan has already arrived?" Moe used the sound transmission stone to ask about the situation. He immediately replied to Ling Xiao, "Yes, the Yan clan has led the Yan guards to our beast union." The Yan guards were the strongest battle team of the Yan clan. Every single one of them was made up of divine kings. They were the strongest existences in the Sky Sparrow domain. They were on par with the Heavenly Dragon Sect's Flood Dragon battle team and the Black Turtle battle team of the Black Tortoise sect. The Yan clan had sent the Yan guards. It was enough to show that they cared about the Yan clan's safety. Moreover, they had sent a supreme expert to protect them. Otherwise, a group of King God Realm experts wouldn't be able to make the Beast Union look bad. Moreover, only a battle between half-incipient God Realm experts could cause such a huge commotion. "Let's go and take a look," Ling Xiao said. Then he and Moe headed towards the battle. As for Xinyu Xiangmo, Ling Xiao didn't want her to take risks. He temporarily put her in the cauldron. He was afraid that when the battle started, his clones wouldn't be able to take care of her.